Fun, excitement, exhilaration, heartbreak. We've had it all day one of the Down Under Championship. Done and dusted. WIN Stadium is the venue once again. The first time since 2017. Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto with you. Talk about a crazy day one. We got more craziness coming up. What were your thoughts for day one?
Well, if day one was all about grip, day two is going to be all about legs and lower backs. You could see on that John Cleary shuffle, so many of these ladies and gents, Randy had taken hold. Like the effects of those 75 snatches, definitely a little taxing on lower backs. Well, then you add in a sandbag, some heavy sandbag cleans, and some sprints up and down a hill. Woo! You saw a lot of legs shaking and a lot of people grabbing those lower backs.
So for those of you who haven't been with us, we've been outside for the last couple of hours with event 3, the John Cleary Shuffle. That was streamed on Instagram and Facebook. We're back now for the live broadcast on YouTube, Facebook, and also the downunderchampionship.com website. But event 4, the second event for today, and it is an absolute corker.
It is, and you know, it's a repeat of a regionals workout from 2017. We have a 1,200 meter run, then 12 rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups, and 12 squats. But here's the caveat. The athletes will be wearing a weight vest, 20 pounds for the gentlemen, 14 pounds for the ladies. A little twist as well. In 2017, these athletes ran on an assault runner. Today, they get to go run outside of the WIN Stadium and then back into the WIN Stadium for their 1,200 meter run. I don't think they're going to be running on the beach that we're seeing right there, but you never know.
But you think about recovery between events, what better than jumping in the ocean?
Oh, there would be no better recovery. I was thinking that when we were watching a lot of these athletes at the top of that hill, but there are some great athlete services here. We talked about the ice baths and the massage workers, and I hope these athletes are taking advantage of that.
Now, heat list for heat 1 of event 4, and some names we've just seen suffer badly in the John Cleary Shuffle on the hill outside. But Zach Thomas seemed to do it pretty easy, the local boy. And the run commencing, underway. Few athletes not ready.
Yep, so again, Jeremy, all these athletes are wearing a weight vest, and when you consider that they just had to run with that sandbag, I'm going to imagine that, yeah, 20 pounds isn't super heavy, but again, a lot of these athletes, their legs and their lower backs are pretty taxed from that John Cleary Shuffle event.
Athletes running outside WIN Stadium. First time ever they were outside for the John Cleary Shuffle event 3. This is the first time they've been running outside. You can't really call the shuffle a run, but this one, 1,200 meters outside.
And that's always a little bit hard, you know, if you haven't run the course. It's hard, even though you know what 1,200 meters is. You don't know where your markers are, and sometimes it's hard to know. Am I going too fast for this? Am I going too slow for this? Whereas when we ran it, or when these athletes ran it in 2017, they were on one of those true form runners, and so you could see the distance that you had completed. You knew how much further you had to go. So a little different, but look at this shot. Look at how beautiful it is out there.
Zane Shellabere-Healy from CrossFit Dignus WA, closely followed by Luke Fowler. Now, Luke Fowler doing exceptionally well on the run event fast at the CrossFit Games this year with his CrossFit Selwyn team. And a big hello to everyone down there in Christchurch, South Island of New Zealand. A wonderful community they've got down there. And the judge is trying to keep up as well. Craig, come on, buddy. You can do better than that.
I was just going to say.
He's going to hate me for that,
but
too.
What other sport are, you know, the judges running alongside the athletes? So hats off to all these judges. John Cleary Shuffle, these judges were sprinting up that hill multiple times. Super impressive.
They will turn. They'll go all the way down the end of the path. And just to keep in mind, this path is still open to anyone walking along, as we've seen in the Capital event at the CrossFit Games this year. open slather and all these people riding their bikes and running and doing, who are all these people? What are they doing? And why are they overtaking me?
And why are they wearing vests? Why would you ever do that?
So we had a slow shuffle up the hill, but this one will probably end up being more of a shuffle by the time they come back into the stadium. The bollard at the end, the halfway points, the 600-metre mark. Zane Shellebear-Healy still way out in front.
You know, this could be one of those events, though, much like the Nasty Girls event yesterday. You're not going to win this event in the first 1,200 meters. It is, I'm going to imagine for most of these athletes, the strict handstand push-ups, 48 in total, with a weight vest, can get pretty difficult, especially after 30 ring muscle-ups yesterday. You got a lot of smoked shoulders. You're not going to win this event on this run.
Maddie Gilpin there. We know how good an athlete Maddie Gilpin is, no doubt. Just pacing this. Once they come back in, seriously, the work starts in here, not out where they are right now, as you just mentioned. And the spread, fairly massive, considering they all started in a big bunch when they left. Shellebear-Healy, about a 30-metre lead. And yes, it is blowing a gale out there. We were just on top of that hill right there for the end of the John Cleary shuffle.
Which means for these athletes, yeah, you have the wind at your back on one leg, but you're having to run into the wind on the other leg.
And Zane looking pretty comfortable, not too much shoulder movement, torso twist either.
No, he looks good. Running with a weight vest is always a lot different than running without, but I'd imagine most of these athletes have ran with the weight vest before.
Zach Thomas doing well on the John Cleary shuffle, and
throwing up the
Jake Wheeler as well. Did it pretty tough with that sandbag, but doing pretty well on this run coming back in. The run back in, here they come, the athletes, all the way down to the end of the stadium, and expecting 4,000 people in here today, double what we had yesterday.
You can see a lot of these athletes shaking their arms as they come in. They know what they have waiting for them in those strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest-to-bar pull-ups. The squats are just a chance to get off your arms for a little bit.
And really 12 rounds, nothing to sneeze at. And the reps are so short. Probably get you into a false sense of security.
I was just going to say, Jeremy, those 4 handstand push-ups specifically can be such a trap. The first set feels good, and you're thinking, yeah, I can do this whole thing unbroken. It's when you start to try to do your sets unbroken, and you have those reps that really slow down and take a lot more effort. Instead of just breaking up the sets, keeping the reps quick, it can really put you in a deficit when it comes to the later rounds.
Athletes having to move their chest piece down to the floor. Give you an idea of who is leading, and probably a good chance for them to have a bit of a break before they head back to the wall.
Definitely. And to kind of look around and check where each other are, because when you're doing 12 rounds of the same movement, it's really easy to get lost on where your competition is. So that chest piece is not just a great way for us as spectators to know where these athletes are within their rounds. It's a great way for them to gauge off of each other.
Thanks for joining us wherever you are all around the world. I know it's getting fairly late in the afternoon in the US. I'll tell you what, the US boys had it all their way yesterday, but this morning, the down underdogs pulled one out of the bag and came storming home, or up the hill anyway.
In America, we call that redemption. They were ready for it.
So the down underdogs, Ricky Garrard, Khan Porter, Matt DeLugas, getting an event win in the John Cleary shuffle, but trying to catch men at work. Noah, Saxon, and Chandler
Well, and let's face it, as fans, we always enjoy a good race. So it wasn't just fun for them to do well, it was fun for us to see them do well on that event. A lot of these gentlemen still going unbroken. Again, I think that's okay for some of these early sets, but it can be such a trap on those later rounds, especially if you haven't done a lot of work with weight vests. It's one thing to go unbroken on things like handstand push-ups and chest-to-bar pull-ups without a weight vest, but it really changes the game to be carrying that extra weight.
And we talk fatigue, grip strength, massive from yesterday. Yep. Lower backs blown out from that sandbag up the hill, so these air squats are going to get a little bit gnarly. They're probably a little bit of relief doing the handstand push-ups because they're not gripping anything and they're taxing their shoulders instead.
They are, but for a lot of them, as it gets more difficult to press out of that handstand, you're really having to arch, which means, again, lower back. Your midline is taxed, and you're really going to have to arch to get out of that handstand push-up. That's also going to tax that lower back. And what do they have for their final event today? Heavy snatching. So again, they got to be really mindful about how they tackle this workout. It's not just this event, it's the 4 more they have after this. Looks like we're unofficially about 9 minutes into this. There's a 20-minute cap on this event. A lot of these gentlemen are already in their 5th and 6th round.
So you can't really take that
Plenty
run too easy either, even though it's only a slight portion of the event. Getting back in here and getting the work done in a relatively quick fashion is the name of the game, but not coming out too hot either.
Definitely. Again, Jeremy, I don't think you're going to win this event on the run, but you could lose it.
Van der Velden heading back once again. Your leader. No one really pulling ahead of him. Cam Kuzler, Isaac Newman, Luke Fowler. Zane Shelby-Healy, who was leading the run start to finish. Dylan Murphy, one of those athletes as well. And tell you what, Van der Velden doing well to just keep pace and seems to be speeding up each and every round.
And you see some different modes of how they handle these air squats, as far as some people are just letting their arms relax to the side. Some of these gents are grabbing onto their vest with their thumbs, trying to relax their arms that way. A lot of different strategies on how to kind of take the weight off, or take the tension off the shoulders during those air squats.
So you think range of movement. The handstand push-up obviously a lot harder than normal handstand push-ups. But you think you've got a vest on with your chest to bar, so that's going to cut down the time and space that you have to get through for your range of movement each time. So not an actual full chest to bar pull-up because you're hitting that vest, which is probably, I'm going to say, we're going to go back to the old system. It's about 2 inches off your chest. So
For sure. So in that way, yes, the range of motion is cut down, but you know, if you've never done chest-to-bar pull-ups, even kipping with a vest on, yes, the range of motion is shorter, but the effort is so much harder. And you can see just by how big a lot of these guys are having to kip to make sure that their chest hits the bar.
Ethan Van der Velden, tell you what, he's streaking ahead here. $12 rounds required. Van der Velden up to round 9. Oh, and back for another. He is looking really good. Ethan Van der Velden. CrossFit uplift. but the same pace. Every single air squat, start to finish, has been the same pace.
Right.
And no point looking around. There's no one else with you.
Yeah. You know, and again, I think it's similar to Nasty Girls last night. That air squat that's just your rest. That's a chance to get off your arms, relax a little bit, especially going into those handstand push-ups. They don't need to be fast. Use those air squats to catch your breath, to kind of set your heart rate back into something you can handle again. You look at, I like this because you think about these 3 movements, at least for me. Handstand push-up, we're going muscular fatigue. Chest to bar pull-up with a weight vest, we're going cardiovascular fatigue. And then and a little muscular fatigue, and then air squats. For me, that's your chance to, again, reset your breath and your heart rate.
Event 3 outside on the hill, John Cleary Hill. But event 4, the old regional 17.1 event with a little bit of a twist.
Yep, 4-time. We've got a 1,200 meter run, and then 12 rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups, and 12 air squats, all while wearing a 20-pound vest for these gentlemen. It's a 20-minute time cap. Looks like most of these gentlemen are going to have no trouble meeting that time cap. You know, important to remember though too, you're not just racing against the athletes in your heat. There's another heat after these gentlemen, and you're racing the entire field. So it's easy for somebody like Ethan to kind of just settle into his pace and know that he's ahead. There's a whole nother heat of gentlemen coming after him, so he's got to keep his foot on the gas.
Ethan van der Velden, his position of his air squat, we think about going back to old school, points of performance. We want to weight shifted onto those heels. We want those knees tracking out. We want to make sure that lumbar arch is engaged as well. So all these points of performance that we were focusing on, so much harder when you've got a vest on.
For sure. For sure. And I think that, again, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, for these level of athletes, there will be form breakdown. It is the nature of what they're doing. They are testing the limits of their capacity. So it's not going to look perfect. But the idea is that these athletes have built up so much strength and so much technique doing things perfectly that they can handle a little flaw in technique.
Van der Velden, last round. Oh, and speed. He's obviously got a lot in the tank in those legs.
I don't know how after that John Cleary shuffle.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
And Ethan van der Velden finishing up.
And that was a great finish. But again, Jeremy, I would have liked to have seen him speed up that last set of squats, just knowing there's another heated gentleman right after him.
You got to think, you got to be able to run to the finish as well.
Yep.
So maybe there was a plan there.
Again, you want to stay in the moment, but you don't want to lose sight of everything else that's going on within the competition.
Four and a half minutes remaining. Isaac Newman coming fast. Russell McCloy, oh, wow.
You can see Isaac Newman right here. That's what I want to see on that last round of squats. He knows that he's racing not just the gentleman next to him, but other heats. Awesome effort from Isaac Newman.
And McCloy in roughly around 16:10, unofficial times, of course. Sambell coming back for his last set of squats. Top of screen with that peroxide blonde hair, unless it's natural, of course, and I apologize if it is. It's amazing hair.
Yeah.
Luke Fowler getting his done. Sambell powering home. And Luke Fowler now, CrossFit Selwyn with the job done. Zane Shellbear-Healy, who led the run start to finish, and that's why he led the run start to finish. He obviously had a deficit somewhere that he had to make up for, and it's all part of it. You're always going to have a strength and a weakness,
Could be.
Unless you're perfect like Justin and Tia.
The other hard thing, squatting with the weight vest is reaching that full extension. It's real easy with that heavy vest on your chest to kind of leave your torso forward. And we actually saw Andrew Sample get no rep on a couple of his last squats, and it was because he wasn't coming to full extension. It wasn't about the depth, it was the full extension. That vest can make it hard to get the full extension sometimes, or not realize that you're not hitting it.
Well, sometimes it's not deliberate. It's just
Exactly.
your brain going, don't do that because it hurts.
Or that you're moving so fast. You're really trying to push the boundaries, the limits, and it's going to happen. The main thing for these athletes at this level is, can you get a no rep and adjust accordingly quickly?
Just saw a shot of Jake Wheeler sitting on his riser down underneath the rig as Jack Fleming finishes up his event number 4. Matty Gilpin and Henry Carlisle coming at the same stage, but Jake Wheeler doesn't look great underneath the rig, just sitting down. Have to find out what's happening with him. Cam Kuzla coming to his last round, but Jake Wheeler's like well behind. Carlisle finishing up.
Well, and we saw Jake Wheeler at the top of that hill, and he was one of the athletes that said, "Oh man, my lower back is smoked,
Cooked
right now."
And these air squats with the vest and also the handstand push-ups.
And the running, 1,200 meters running with a vest is no joke. You just hope he's okay.
Cam Kuzla finishing up. Zach Thomas now trying to get his last round complete. There he is, the bottom right of screen. And you mentioned that top of the squat. Zach popping just at the top, just enough.
It's that
Doing exactly what he needs to do.
pulling those hips through, making sure you squeeze those quads so your judge knows you finished the rep.
Zach Thomas.
I
all done.
love this. This is our sport right here. Andrew Sample is cheering on Shane Ashley Mahoney. He's done, but he's definitely not finished. Great effort from Shane, going all the way to the buzzer right now, right there. Again, you don't know what's going to happen in other heats. Those 3 extra handstand push-ups could be the difference between 16th place and 17th place.
And you think about turnaround of events, it wasn't too long ago we were sitting on the hill. We were enjoying the sunshine and the breeze. These athletes working hard over there, having to come straight in here. Now they get a decent break due to the length of this event.
Really quick turnaround for these gentlemen. And again, we talked about how hard they all had to go on that John Cleary Shuffle event and how fast that turnaround was, how smoked a lot of them said their lower backs and legs were. What do? We put a vest on them just an hour and a half later at the most and ask them to run 1,200 meters, do strict handstand push-ups, 48 of them, do multiple chest-to-bar pull-ups, tons of air squats after absolutely frying their legs on that sprint up the hill. Ethan, absolutely no problem with that.
You say tons of air squats, 144 of them to be exact.
That's all?
That's all with the weight
I
vest.
know, I was trying to do my math quick.
Okay. Lucky I'm good at that stuff. But Ethan Vandervelden just composed, cruised the run, and ensuring he had plenty in the tank. And you've got to think of the athletes coming up later on. Because of the extended time frame of these events, they're getting more and more rest the later they went.
Exactly. Yep.
So these athletes doing it really, really tough out here on the competition floor right now with that quick turnaround.
It's one of those benefits about being in the best heats, right? In the later heats.
Heat 2 hitting the floor right now. And I want to see young Curtis Jackson once again. If you think about great gymnastic movements that are going to suit an athlete, handstand push-ups and chest to bar pull-ups, and being a shorter athlete, his range of movement on those squats are going to be great. And don't forget sneaky Pete Ellis.
So it looks like what they've actually done here is they're on the women's heat one. So that looks to me like they're alternating men's heat, women's heat, then we'll go to that top men's heat, and then the top women's heat. So kind of a fun twist, intermixing those men's and women's heats.
Bridget Corcoran doing well yesterday.
Yep.
Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne.
We'll imagine that, she did well on those ring muscle ups. So
big shout out to Benji down there in Melbourne. Long time competitor. And the women underway.
Looks like these women are not sprinting at the same effort that a lot of those guys were in that first heat. And again, I don't think sprinting this 1,200 meters is going to buy you too much. You can't
I don't think anyone's sprinting any part of this 1,200.
You can't sandbag it.
You can't put that in the same sentence. Sprint and 1,200 meters.
Well, you saw a lot of those guys go out of this stadium hot. You can't be last necessarily. You can't sandbag it, but running at an 800 meter or even a 600 meter pace is not going to benefit you on this event.
Bridget Corcoran, I thought we just spoke about, out hot. Nanda Stoltz in second position. But what a beautiful day for a run. We're down here.
Absolutely gorgeous. Especially when you know what the weather's been like some of the days leading up to this. It was a little chilly. There's a breeze out there right now, but it's sunny. It's not freezing. A lot of these ladies have put on the shorts have come out.
And when you're wearing a vest on a run like this, you need to protect your shoulders because that vest is going to dig in.
It makes me think of Haley Adams at the games the one year. Everyone's like, what's going on with her white shorts? And it was blood from chafing from that.
Her lower back.
Yep, from the lower back.
Hey, you think about the vest as well now. You don't want it too tight on this run because you need to be able to breathe. You don't want it too loose so when you get upside down on your handstand push-ups, you don't get hit in the chin from that vest coming back down at you. So there's a happy medium you've got to find. And I don't know what that is.
There is, and when we wore vests at the games in 2017, one of the things that they told us is once your vest is on and the event starts, you may not adjust the tension of the vest at all. So I don't know if these ladies and gentlemen have been told the same thing, but for me, I'd rather have it a little bit snug, feeling that vest move around either when I'm running or mainly when you're upside down doing handstand push-ups, when you're doing those chest to bar pull-ups. It can really mess with your head and even just your balance and how you kip on something like chest to bar pull-ups when the vest is kind of shaking around. Yeah.
Two spectators on their bikes going, what the hell is happening right now? There's ladies running up and down the street in weight vests. That's not what you see every day.
This little girl's going to ask one of them if they want to borrow her bike.
Training wheels, they might need it later on.
$5 and you can use my bike to get back.
Ding, 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 ding. Out of the way, coming through. Corcoran is coming through and coming through hot. We saw that with Zane Shellabelle Healy in the previous heats where he came out hot to get back, to give himself a little bit more time to get through these 12 brutal rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups and 12 air squats with a weight vest. And you see some of the ladies already out falling forward a little due to that excess load.
Definitely, but you can almost use it a little bit to your advantage. Just lean into the vest. That's something that, if you've ever done the pose running or anything, that's what you want to do anyways, is kind of lean and let your feet follow. So maybe not a horrible technique.
That tree almost blowing over. This dog almost blowing over too. Bridget Corcoran looking really comfortable.
She looks really comfortable. And see some of the other ladies, a little more effort on that run, the shoulders kind of swinging.
And no, they're not ankle warmers. They're their knee sleeves, and they will pull them up for those air
Handstand
squats
push-ups?
coming up. They're not, no, the chest to bars. Yeah. Just to make sure their ankles are warm.
Yeah. Any advantage you can get, right?
And they've got their grips on as well, so it's like this loaded up run of weight vest, grips, knee sleeves, sweatbands.
But grips are just absolutely non-negotiable for this event. You rip your hands right now, and like I was saying earlier, the kip that you have to generate for a weighted chest to bar pull-up is so much greater. You rip your hands now, snatching that bar later on this evening is not going to be fun.
Ladies about to come back into the stadium.
Bridget absolutely smoking this run. Just over 5 minutes. Great work. Bridget kicked right up and immediately got 4 unbroken strict handstand push-ups. Again, she was an athlete that we saw do better on that Nasty Girls, so we can assume she's got good shoulder strength and stamina.
Emily Clements also moving through the Bridget.
You can see how she, that vest wants to pull her torso forward, though, Jeremy, and that's where some of those no reps are going to start to come in. So she's got to be really mindful about pulling those hips through and standing tall at the finish of every rep.
So you think about positioning and your focus where you've got to go and take yourself your 144 air squats. Where are you focusing on? Just in front? Are you going the end of the arena? Are you picking someone in the crowd and looking at them just to get that nice neutral spine position?
Ah, you mean gaze point, right?
Gaze point, absolutely.
For me, I'm usually about 2 feet in front. For whatever reason, I don't like to have my head completely up. For me, I like to pick a spot in front of me and just zone out on it. Obviously, I don't think you want to be looking in between your legs because you're going to start craning your neck the wrong way, but kind of how Bridget is doing. She looks like she's looking about 2 feet out in front of her. Just zone out on, often what I'll do, Jeremy, is just zone out on a dot on the floor.
Bridget Corcoran and Emily Clements, your leaders. Tell you what, grueling is probably a word that comes to mind immediately.
It's very Minnie Murph-esque, when you think about the effort here.
Georgia Otto really bending over. Now that is going to be taxing her quads massively, and her poor old lower back is probably going to start feeling that a little bit later on in the 12 rounds.
What I like, though, is even though her torso's tilting forward, she's still easily getting that depth. And so for her, there might be a little less midline, keeping her chest really upright.
Emily Clements now, your leader by a millisecond back to Bridget Corcoran. An impressive weight vest, strict handstand push-up. You go back to the original 17.1. What sort of times are we going to see?
Well, there's 2 athletes that have done this before, and they'll be in the second women's heat, but that is both Lauren Fisher and Maddie Sturt did this event. Again, slightly different because it was on a stationary runner. They weren't outside, but Lauren Fisher put up a time of 16:34 in 2017, and Maddie Sturt put up a time of 20:23. I forget what the time cap was back then, but obviously it was more than 20 minutes. I'm sure Maddie will blow that time out of the water today.
Clements, Corcoran, Nunda Stoltz sneaking away down here in lane 15.
Jeremy, if I say to you handstand push-ups,
I say yes, let's do lots of them.
And I say Stacy Tovar technique. Now, do you remember what Stacy would do in competition? Was
No.
strict. So I remember, I think it was a regionals event, and there were strict handstand push-ups. I don't think it was this one because I don't think there was a weight vest, but she would one-off them, quick singles. But her reps never slowed down because she would kick up, do one, kick back down. Kick right back up, do one, and kick right back down. And I will never forget what a brilliant strategy it was, specifically for her because she didn't have the stamina to go unbroken.
Clements pulling ahead. Corcoran speeding her reps up on those air squats, knowing she has to make up some time. Now we talk about head position, you talk about neutral spine, and that finding that midline point of making the movement easier. Athletes get into the trap of arching really badly and that head getting almost the chin raising up a little bit.
Well, you do it because you can get some more pec in there, obviously, right? So it becomes almost more like a semi-bench press at that point, and you don't have to utilize quite as much of the triceps. But considering how taxed a lot of these ladies' midlines are, lower backs, from the other events, it may end up costing you in the long run. Look how narrow Bridget's feet are on those squats. That can also really tax those quads. She really has to shoot those knees forward with that narrower stance. But, you know, again, if it's your lower back that's killing you and not your quads, that's a great move.
I'll tell you what, both girls, Emily Clements, Bridget Corcoran, they're not just strolling back to that wall. They are jogging back as fast as they can. Clements getting the jump here on Corcoran on the chest to bar pull-ups. The speed of squat, though, Bridget Corcoran, a little bit quicker than Emily Clements.
But Emily's running to her chest piece for those squats. Look at how different they attack these air squats. Emily much wider. She just lets her hands go right in between her legs. Whereas Bridget has more of, like I said, that narrow stance. She just juts those knees forward. Very taxing on the quads. But if she's not feeling that Cleary event, it could benefit her.
Again, Clements this time walking back, Corcoran running back. They're going to kick up at exactly the same time again. And 4, it's just that number that your brain thinks you can do.
Well,
sometimes it's
sometimes
wrong.
you can, yeah.
Now Corcoran taking a little bit of extra time to get chalk on the hands for the chest to bar pull-ups, which is allowing Emily Clements to pull away and get a little bit of a lead. This is a great battle.
If you're just joining us right now, what you're looking at here is a bunch of ladies that are doing a repeat of Regionals 17.1, and that is 4 time, a 1,200 meter run, and then 12 rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups, 12 air squats, all while wearing a 14-pound vest. These ladies are just about 13 minutes in, which means they have 7 minutes to go till the time cap. Athletes like Emily Clements and Bridget Corcoran look like they could easily finish this. You can see in that middle of the screen right there, Emily's still going unbroken on those chest to bar pull-ups and having no problem with them.
Back when you started, this sort of stuff, absolutely unheard of.
It was. You mean doing things with a
ladies,
weight vest?
Ladies wearing a vest, doing strict handstand push-ups and chest to bar pull-ups.
Well, and I think really probably the first time women wore a vest is anyone that did Murph and chose to wear a vest. And so I think probably for me that might have been around like 2008, 2007, 2008. Maybe we did once or twice before that. Some regular workouts at the gym once or twice. But I think about 2008 was the first time I did Murph with a vest.
So your first exposure to CrossFit was what year?
2004.
And a lot of people...
I was only 10 years old at the time.
10?
No.
Really? No.
No.
I could have sworn you were just born at that stage.
I was like 28.
I think I was 48 then.
Yeah, I was already 28.
Now Bridget Corcoran breaking up her last set of handstands. Clements able to get the jump, and she's coming down for her last set of air squats. And a little bit of hurry on too for Clements. Coming up to around the 15-minute time. And for the first time, Bridget Corcoran taking a break on the air squats, 2 reps in. It was like, oh, I need a breath here.
And what that's doing is opening the door for athletes like Carrie Freestone, who just got to her chest piece. She's got a little more speed on her squats than Bridget did.
Oh, those arms, they're running out of gas.
They are, but that was her second to last round.
But you think, you go back to the Stacey Tovar thing. Stacey, if you're watching, g'day. You're going to have to start breaking them up. You've got to be sensible about the time you spend off the walls.
Right, and here's what I love though, because a failed strict handstand push-up does not just set you back time-wise, the effort that it took sets you back physically so much too. So it's really imperative that these ladies be smart, even if it's the last round and you know you only have a couple reps left, it's okay. You can break them up. You can do quick singles and have a better turnaround.
Well, you think of no reps. A push-up, no rep, okay. A rope climb, no rep.
Costly.
A ridiculously heavy clean, no rep, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've
but
got
even, with this much shoulder work for a lot of these ladies, depending on where they're at, you miss a strict handstand push-up and then you try again too soon, there's a lot of muscular fatigue that you're going to cause upon yourself unnecessarily. There was Emily, final set, still unbroken. Looks like she's almost speeding up on this last set of chest to bar pull-ups too.
The crowd really starting, you feel the vibe that this Wollongong crowd is bringing. Oh, Emily Clements.
I love it.
Oh.
She's speeding them up, but leaving no doubt that she's at depth, finished the rep.
Oh, Clements. Oh, she's going to take a chest piece down for a walk too.
Good on you, Emily.
Excess work. Like a choo-choo train, the locomotive rolling down the floor.
She was the little engine that could right there.
But great strategy. Emily
and
Clements.
Look at this.
Carrie Freestone jumping ahead.
Overtook Bridget Corcoran on that final round.
Now you watch. Because Emily Clements has dragged her chest piece down, they're all going to follow her.
I see it.
And they don't need to. But that's okay. Corcoran now, center of screen.
I'm pretty sure they give out extra credit points.
There is something about the Oceania region and long blonde ponytails.
Well, if you can, you should.
Is grey like blonde? No, it's not. Answer that for you. Kenzie Woodhouse. CrossFit Morph. Oh, just loving the up-and-coming youngsters we've got here in the Oceania region. Nanda Stoltz will be our next athlete over the line. She's in lane 16. Morgan Grace stepping up.
Those ladies have about 1 minute to the time cap. They gotta push. Again, even if you're not gonna finish, it's how many reps you get. You're gonna be compared to other athletes by how many completed reps you got. So it's not the time to slow down just because the time cap is heading.
Courtney Fitzharris strolling down. Had a good chat to her earlier on the Facebook and Instagram live feed before, and she said her dream of an individual CrossFit Games spot is now gone, but that is not going to stop her training the house down.
I love that.
Nanda Stoltz, the far right of screen.
And it just shows you she's doing it for the love of the sport. It's not about being famous.
If you're going to be starting
It's not
at
about
like 12 years of
accolades.
age, back, but we're talking way back when, 2007,
Yeah.
2008. You obviously love it.
Yep.
Nanda finishing up.
And a lot has changed since she started.
Marlene Fleck wasn't sure if she should take it or not, throw it under the arm and drag
Well,
it down, or what she should do.
I
Morgan
don't blame.
Gray just throws it. I'm done with this.
You know, I don't blame these ladies because once you see somebody do it, you don't want to have to run back and grab it. So, hats off. They're being smart
It's
right
funny,
here.
back in the day when we did Randy back here at regional level, Ben Gerard, Khan Porter bolting down the floor, except Ben got a no rep. So he finishes, and then he's standing there, and his judge is going, no, come on back, you got one rep. So he thought he'd won the event. He had to go back. He finished about 20th.
Heartbreak. Again, that's why you got to always be noticing what's going on, making eye contact with your judges.
Communication imperative. Emily Clements just on screen before. What an outstanding start to her event 4. Fitzharris now. So just for those of you joining us, this is the second event of today, the John Cleary Shuffle. Be able to catch all that. Our replays will be up shortly on the YouTube channel, but on Facebook and Instagram Live. And Jake Douglas was outstanding outside.
Ugh. Biceps and quads for days.
Another one of those guys who's going to be pushing for strength of field as well.
Did he finish 5th at the Torium Pro? Is that right?
Yes, he did. 5th
Yes.
at the Torium Pro.
Yeah. And I've heard that a lot of the Oceania boys have talked about kind of getting together, maybe even doing the open workouts together to push each other so that they do open up more spots. And I love that. It's easy to be competitive against each other. I like that they're gonna use each other to earn more spots for each other.
And young Bailey Martin, who's here as well, who came in as a top 3 contender for a Torium Pro spot, but he finished in 6th place. So he's one of those athletes as well that could potentially benefit from that strength of field.
Yep.
I can't tell you how excited I am for the Torium Pro to turn around and turn up like next week if we can, please.
I think these athletes would prefer maybe 2 weeks off in between.
Not too long to go in our first heat for the ladies. And Courtney Fitzharris just coming off the wall and just started clapping the audience for their assistance in helping these ladies get through this grueling event. Emily Clements, seriously. If you had a strategy on how you would get this event done the most efficiently,
hers was it.
her and her coach, hats off to you, because
Well, and again, I think you may have a strategy. Somebody like Emily, she might be really good at strict handstand push-ups. But again, this was 4 reps across 12 rounds, so 48 reps total with a weight vest. So you might have in your mind how things are going to go, but you might have to call an audible to yourself and switch things up depending on how things are feeling. Luckily for Emily, she was able to keep all of her sets of both handstand push-ups and chest-to-bar pull-ups unbroken. No easy feat considering she had a 14-pound vest on her back. So excellent effort from Emily.
But great battle with her and Bridget Corcoran for the majority of that. And Bridget, just those last couple of rounds where she couldn't hang on with those handstand push-ups. But you're going to get to the point where your body's going to be going, no more, we're done.
Well, and think, a lot of these ladies did, 20-plus ring muscle-ups. Not a lot of them finished Nasty Girls, but a lot of them got deep into Nasty Girls. So that means they're upwards of 20, closing in on 30 ring muscle-ups yesterday. Shoulders are fatigued after 75 snatches.
When you said deep into Nasty Girls, I thought you meant deep into the transition of those muscle-ups.
That too.
Heat 2 of the men's event 4. This is regional 17.1.
Time to beat right now is 15:07, and that was by Ethan van der Velden in the heat prior to these gentlemen. Put up a great time. Isaac Newman, he put up a great time as well at 16:05. So those are the times these gents are chasing down.
Maybe think about experience on this competition floor. We've got athletes like Rob Watt, Harry Debenham, we've got Zeke Grove. And you think of the youngsters like Sneaky Pete. Pete Ellis is out there. Jaden Fakatopi Stewart was very good yesterday as well. Curtis Jackson is probably one that is going to benefit from this as well. And you think about fatigue or time under tension, the less time you can spend in that handstand push-up and pressing position, and the less time you can spend hanging onto that pull-up bar, the better off your body's going to be.
Right, and so again, maybe you break up those handstand push-ups into quick doubles. Keep those shoulders fresh as long as you can.
Starting off 17.1, this is heat 2 of event number 4. Those of you just joining us, Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto with you. Welcome to day 2 of the Down Under Championship live from Wynn Entertainment Centre.
If you're just joining us, you are seeing a repeat of Regionals event 17.1. These gentlemen have just set off on a 1,200-meter run, and when they get back in, they have 12 rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 12 air squats, all while wearing that 20-pound vest you can see on them right there. There's a 23-minute cap on this event.
I tell you what, we've got some great athletes in this field. And a great shot down the coastline.
Look at that. Beach to the left, Wynn Stadium to the right.
Oh, how good.
Looks like they're just about to pass good old John Cleary Hill right there.
Oh, we don't want to see the...
Some of them might be showing the bird to them.
Sorry, John, we're done with you.
Yeah.
You might be a nice guy and all, but yeah.
God, look at that ocean view right there. Absolutely
I can
stunning.
tell you now, when this event got re-announced, a number of athletes had said, are we going to be swimming in the water?
Ooh.
Or running on the sand? There was a lot of panic.
See, now you're speaking my language. Not the running on the sand, but the swimming in the water.
Oh, Bill Grunder would be loving running on the sand, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Maybe next year, huh?
Previous 2 heats, we have seen that the run doesn't really come into play too much, but a change from 17.1 when they were on the air runners.
Right, exactly. And, the air runners in some ways are tougher. I think most people cannot run at quite the same clip on an air runner as they can, on regular land. But what does give you an advantage on the air runners, you know exactly where you are as far as meters go within your run. Right now, if you haven't ran this loop before, it's a little hard to gauge, at least at the beginning, kind of where you're at and how much further you have, when to push.
The run track outside Wynn Stadium, the home to the St George Illawarra Dragons rugby league team. And this is an open course, so we have got people on their bikes walking their dogs. and I have no doubt that the athletes are going to be passing a couple of people on their bikes. And I saw one person on their bike on the way down having a little bit of a chuckle to himself, going, what are these idiots doing? They're doing fitness is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of packs starting to emerge already on the way back.
That's one of those moments where people are either thinking, hey, that's kind of cool. I kind of want to check out what these guys are doing, or, oh, heck no, I'll never do that.
The lighthouse shot to the far right gives you a great perspective. I'll tell you what, there could be worse running tracks for an event like this, and you couldn't have picked a better day. The wind blowing a fair bit. You can see the yellow windsock to the left of screen on the top of John Cleary Hill. The sandbags are still in position.
In case you and I want to have a go at those?
No. The intermediate masters are going to be having a crack at that a little bit later on this afternoon.
Oh, shucks, they'll be taken.
Yeah,
we can't use them.
Sorry, we're busy. But the run back into, they're about to hang a left turn, if you're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen, back into the stadium. So we're about 20 seconds before we come back in. Zeke Grove looks like he's trying to release that vest a little bit around his neck.
Yeah, I actually saw him fiddling with his vest on the way out as well. And we talked about it earlier. You know, there's this balance between having that vest on too tight and restricting your breathing, and having it on too loose where it's kind of jiggling and it might even be rubbing against you and making the kip on the chest to bar pull-ups more difficult. So
athletes coming into the arena now. Crowd appreciative of the efforts of our top male heats.
And again, these gentlemen are chasing down the top time of 15:07 that Ethan van der Velden gave in the heat prior to these gents. We'll see if anybody can do it. Ethan was so consistent on all of his rounds.
Bailey O'Brien, first to the wall. Sneaky Pete up next. You know that's going to stick now for the rest of his life.
I love it.
Sneaky
It
Pete
should.
Ellis.
He was so sneaky yesterday.
Harry,
I loved it.
the giraffe, Debenham, coming down now to the wall. Had a chat to him this morning. He said he hasn't trained for 2 years. Had a baby 6 months ago.
I didn't know guys could do that. Sorry.
Very, very clever.
So we've seen, this will be interesting, we've seen Zeke have some great starts to a lot of the events, specifically Nasty Girls and even the John Cleary Shuffle, and then something falling off, something kind of falling apart. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get a little redemption on this event. Previously, he did do this workout in 2017, and he took fourth in the Pacific Regional that year with a time of 15:24. I'm sure this is an event that Zeke was happy to see come up.
Oh, he would have been stoked with this one, being a shorter athlete. His range of movement lessens each time, and he has now pulled up a level pegging with Bailey O'Brien, but he is moving through way quicker, especially his handstand push-ups. Jay Crouch, don't forget about him in the center of the arena as well. Oh, too easy, these handstands. It will come down to the speed of the air squats. Sneaky Pete. Oh, Sneaky Pete's back to his old ways again. And he's really shooting in the blue shirt to the left of screen. Pete Ellis, your new leader.
Time to beat, again, in that heat previous to these gentlemen, was set by Ethan van der Velden, 15:07. And just to recap, we saw Zeke do this event in 2017 with a 15:24. He's currently racing against Jay Crouch and Sneaky Pete Ellis. You can see both Pete and Zeke are kind of putting their thumbs in their vest, trying to relax those shoulders a little bit on those air squats.
Oh, Jay Crouch's handstand push-ups, absolutely outstanding. And just ahead of Pete Ellis now, Zeke Grove in third. Bailey O'Brien still in the mix in fourth position.
Jake Douglas, I'm pretty impressed with him considering he's one of the bigger athletes. He's not far behind this lead pack of Zeke, Jay, and Pete.
Oh, Pete Ellis, Jay Crouch. Pete will beat him to the wall. Oh, this is going to be a great battle all the way down the floor. And here's a youngster, Pete Ellis, coming through, taking on our Oceania champ.
What I like is how fast Jay Crouch's handstand push-ups are. I mean, there may be a beat, a second and a half to get each rep done. You can see Pete really pushing the pace on those air squats, trying to catch up with Jay.
Zeke falling off the pace a little bit now. But Pete Ellis and Jay Crouch, rep for rep, round for round. Jay by a millisecond. Bailey O'Brien now moving on to his next round.
Look at Jay running to his chest piece to do those air squats. And we're only in the 7th round. These gents still have 5 more rounds to go. Jay is showing no signs of letting up on the speed. If you're just joining us, we are in event 4 for the elite men, which is a repeat of regionals event 17.1. These gentlemen are doing a 1,200 meter run and then 12 rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups, 12 air squats, all while wearing a 20-pound weight vest. It's a 23-minute cap on this event. And the time to beat was set in the last heat by Ethan Vandervelden, and that was 15:07. Right now, both Jay Crouch and Pete Ellis are on track to meet or beat that time.
Jay pulling ahead. Jake Douglas, that massive frame. That must be hard to do air squats.
I'm really impressed with how well Jake Douglas is doing. He is not a small human. This is definitely more of a body weight, a kind of a lighter athlete, smaller athlete workout. So really impressed by Jake Douglas, especially coming off of the win on John Cleary Hill.
Crouch still ahead, extending his lead back to Pete Ellis. Zeke Grove still in third. Battle for fourth. Heating up, Harrison Rowley now moving forward into fourth position ahead Bailey O'Brien. But Crouch extending his lead. And this is why he's been to the CrossFit Games. And no disputing the current Oceania champ. His capacity, so good.
You can see a lot of these gents just kind of grabbing their vest, either the collar of it or the sides of it, trying to get a little relief off of those shoulders. It's definitely one technique. You can also do what Jay's doing, which is almost kind of swing them out in front of you, use them for a little bit of momentum.
10 rounds down, Jay Crouch. Reebok CrossFit Frankston making his way back.
We're just to about the 12.5-minute mark, so unless something happens, Jay could easily beat Ethan's time.
4 strict handstand push-ups with a vest, 4 seconds.
That's what I was saying earlier.
In round
he's
11.
So fast.
Every single rep he's doing is taking him 1 second So the distance of the run obviously increasing as they come down the floor.
Well, and I bet his pull-ups are even a little under a second.
But you've got to think that they're getting a little bit more rest the deeper they get into this event. More rest as they come back to the wall each time.
If you consider
40 seconds.
If you consider that jog, is that what you're saying? The jog to the rig and back?
40 seconds for that last round.
Rookie, that's your sprint right there. What Jay's jogging to that
That's
rig
my
is
10-meter sprint, 40 seconds. Oi.
But yeah, they're resting.
Jay Crouch on his final round. He is going to smash the time from Ethan van der Velden, 15:07. Oh, and a
Little
no
fumble.
rep. Too excited to get things going, but this crowd is going to erupt in about 15 seconds' time. Jay Crouch, our current leader, coming into day 2 of competition. And another
Unofficially sub 14 minutes.
event win for Jay Crouch. Have that, Matty Sturt. Let's see what you got. Pete Ellis will be next to finish. Zeke Grove now in 4th. Pete Ellis, another great
Sneaky
result
Pete.
from him.
Yeah.
No sneaky anymore. Harrison Rowley from Hilltop CrossFit. Sneaking away in lane number 1. He is now coming down for his last set of squats and having a look around to see where Zeke is. Bailey O'Brien, 11 rounds complete.
Jay Crouch, 2 event wins, 2 second places in the other 2 events. He is opening up a bigger and bigger lead on the rest of the field.
Rowley finishing up and pretty busted. Curtis Jackson, as expected, coming forward now as Zeke Grove comes over the finish line. Another good result from Zeke.
Well, and I mean, if you know, measurable, repeatable, he was under his time from 2017, so that's still a huge win for Zeke.
Curtis Jackson, he is done. Bailey O'Brien will be next to finish after him. O'Brien, good run and good finish.
They can't get those vests off fast enough.
Reese Michelle, center of the arena, the former teen games athlete coming over the line. And Jake Douglas, that hulking frame. Every time he runs, Wynn Stadium shakes.
Sub 16 minutes for a frame like that. I'm very impressed, Jeremy. I did not have him pegged doing that well on that event. Great job from Jake Douglas.
Still 4 minutes on our time cap. Clint Cole making his way back. Ludwig Hansen from Helsinki. CrossFit Basement. Anyone over there tuning in? A big g'day from Australia. And also everyone around the world. The Down Under Championship is back. And Ludwig Hansen done at about 16:30. Harry Debenham coming back, and George Regas. George with a great day 1 yesterday. CrossFit Adelaide. Top of screen in the black. Jaden Whakatopi Stewart finishing off his 10th round, 2 remaining. Still time to get this completed. It looks like Harry Debenham will be next to finish. Rob Watts, your mate, the turkey.
The turkey. Better to be a turkey than a chicken, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Mitchell Case at 17:30, 2.5 left. Harry Debenham. Harry, not a big framed athlete either. This excess load.
How pretty those squats are, huh?
Yeah, pretty good there from Harry.
I gotta say, hats off to you, Harry. To have your squats still look that good at the end of this workout.
Clint Cole, another one of those big framed athletes. Only a couple of athletes left on the floor. Evan Morris, George Rigas, Rob Watts, Jaden Fakatopi-Stewart's. Evan Morris, he's done. No, buddy, you got to get up. And he's going to do pretty well in the snatch event coming up later on. A heavy barbell he does love.
Handstand push-ups, not as much, huh? Still in well under the time cap, though.
Rob Watts moving his chest piece for his final round.
You got time, Rob.
Fakatopi-Stewart now. CrossFit Urban on the Gold Coast. Still time, the last 60 seconds. George Rigas coming now.
Some good reps there from George Rigas.
Jaden Fakatopi-Stewart's 19:20 unofficial time, and George Rigas now. Rob Watts.
This is going to be
it's going to be tight.
A great little race with the clock for Rob Watt. Oh, that's what you want to see. Fast reps. Can he get it in?
It's a long air squat for Rob Watts.
Excellent effort from Rob Watt right there.
And his old mate Zeke Grove there to meet him on the finish line. But tough going all except for Jay Crouch.
Jay Crouch beat Ethan van der Velden's time from the previous heat by over a minute.
Ooh. We know how fast Ethan went as well. But some impressive performances from our bigger framed athletes as well. This was, if you think about it, a short bodyweight movement event.
Definitely. It's not as, what would your friend Sean Woodland say? It's not a rig shaker event.
It is not a rig shaker event. And I know Sean was tuning in yesterday, and if he's tuning in right now, not a great
your
event
jam.
for rig shakers.
Not your jam. Yeah. Bailey O'Brien was great on that run, but it was Jay Crouch, just how fast he was with all of his reps, and not only with all of his reps, but the consistency that he kept the speed on all of his rounds was absolutely mind-blowing. He didn't do this event, obviously, in 2017, but...
He was only about 3 then.
I would imagine that even back then, 13:57 was a smoking fast time, so great job for Jay Crouch. Again, he now holds 2 event wins, 2 second places, and is opening up a huge lead on the rest of the competition. Sneaky Pete Ellis. Not so sneaky anymore, Pete. We've got our eyes on you. We know how you roll.
Second heat of the individual females for event 4, the old 17.1. And there's a couple of athletes I have got my eye on. One that did very well in the John Cleary Shuffle event number 3, which is Gemma Hoke, but also someone who's going to be really suited to this. It's our overnight leader, it's Maddie Sturt.
Yeah, Maddie should do really well at this event. She actually was able to finish it in 2017 in 20 minutes and 23 seconds, as did Lauren Fisher. And how's this? Lauren Fisher actually finished it in 16 minutes and 34 seconds. It'll be interesting to see if she can beat that time right here. That was good for 3rd in her region. But Maddie,
we go back to 17.1 with Lauren Fisher. That's a great time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Righto, Lauren. What do you got? No pressure here. Come down here on show. Athletes getting ready.
And Lauren slid a little bit after that John Cleary event. She was in second place going in, so.
Georgia Welshman with probably the biggest, deepest breath you have ever seen in your life. But she did well on the John Cleary shuffle as well. And she said her quads were lit up after that, not her lower back.
Well, and I'll tell you, quads being lit up is something you can deal with much easier than lower back, especially when you know you have to snatch.
I don't know if you just saw that, but Maddie Sturt pushing ahead of a couple of athletes to get out quicker.
I like it.
I like it as well.
She's not going to pace this first run. Again, 1,200 meter run for these ladies to start. Should be in that kind of 4.5 to 5.5 minute range. Once the ladies come back in, they have 12 rounds of 4 strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups, and then 12 air squats, all while wearing a 14-pound vest.
Crowd waiting in anticipation.
And you can really see the stands are filling in. We had talked about earlier that I think the stadium seats just over 5,000.
Just under 5,000?
Just under 5,000, and there was something like 4,000 seats that have been sold for today. Super impressive.
All I can see is a lot of blonde hair.
There's a couple brunettes in there, but yeah, it is a sea of blondes.
Great shot of the outskirts of Wynn Stadium. The turn, the only turn that they will take before they hit the turnaround point at the 600 meter mark. And as you mentioned before in the previous heat, Tony, this run, hey, don't dawdle. You've got to get it done in a reasonable time, but it's not going to make or break.
Yeah, you can't dawdle the run, that's for sure. You could definitely waste some precious minutes that you're going to need back on the competition floor, but racing this or sprinting this first 1,200 meters and kind of taxing that cardiovascular system too early on could leave you pretty gassed for the task at hand once you get back in. 48 strict handstand push-ups, 96 chest to bar pull-ups, and 144 air squats, all while wearing that 14-pound vest. So a little too hot on that run, and you're going to pay for it when you get back in.
And Lauren Fisher, that athlete you mentioned before, with something we can measure against, 16 minutes is her target time. And it must be great for Lauren to come back into competition after that devastating blow on day one of the CrossFit Games in the team competition with CrossFit Reykjavik. To come back, hey, we had some ring muscle ups yesterday. Hey, boom, got through those. So
she
things
looked
are
great.
Good.
Yep. And even considering, you know, the injury that she was dealing with at the games, she did really well. That whole team did. So what we see right here is the time to beat from the previous heat was set by Emily Clements, and that's 17 minutes and 25 seconds. Emily did a great job. She was able to keep all of her movements unbroken, those strict handstand push-ups, 8 chest to bar pull-ups. So we'll see if any of these ladies can repeat her effort, maybe even better that time of 17:25.
And you'll hear the roar of the crowd once they do. And I reckon it's about 20 seconds until they do come in.
One athlete I'm going to keep my eye on, Jeremy, is Christina Livitatakis. She was the only female athlete yesterday to go unbroken on all 3 sets of 10 ring muscle-ups, showing that she's got great upper body strength and stamina. So it'll be interesting to see if she can go unbroken on all of her rounds of this Murph-esque workout.
And Marnie Sykes just taking a wrong turn there, but making up that time straight away. And athletes coming down the floor, not exactly sure where to go.
Some of these athletes look a little confused on the course coming back in. They need to find their lane. Their handstand push-up board will be at the end of that lane.
Grace Walton, what a run. Bottom of screen, CrossFit Dignus in Western Australia.
And Grace won that Cleary Shuffle, John Cleary Shuffle, so she's coming off an event win. She's got a little momentum right now.
Struggled a little bit on those ring muscle-ups yesterday. But opportunity now to put everything else to work. Caitlin Van Zyl as well.
See both Maddie Sturt and Lauren Fisher moving their chest pieces forward right there. Lauren, who definitely lost a little ground, she went from 2nd to 4th after the John Cleary event. She's got something to prove. She's got some points to make up in this event.
I'm going to call it right now. Keep your eye on lane number 6. Georgia Pryor, one of the surprise packets of Torian this year. She's going to be starting to make some ground up pretty rapidly after that run. So Marnie Sykes, Caitlin Van Zyl, Maddie Sturt, Lauren Fisher, Georgia Pryor now moving with that pack as well, and Christina Lividatakis doing the same. Sykes, Van Zyl, 1, 2. Fisher, 3. Sturt, 4. And now Pryor, 5. Gemma Hoke still in touch. Walton in the mix as well. Abby Carvel as well. Don't forget her in lane number 2.
Van Zyl kind of speeding up here, opening up a little gap between herself and Lauren Fisher.
And a no rep from Van Zyl from very experienced judge Graham Beath. Maddie Sturt looking like she's doing it really easy right now.
Graham Beath, no relation to Justine.
Still, Sykes, Van Zyl, Pryor still staying in touch. Keep your eye on her, she's coming. Caitlin coming out of team competition with CrossFit Urban, making the games the last 2 years. Marnie Sykes doing exactly the same, plus 6'4" team, and then CrossFit Selwyn team. The ladies coming out of team competition into individual. And this is going to be a great 5-way battle. Now, I told you, Georgia Pryor into 3rd.
Yeah.
She's coming hot.
Lauren Fisher's handstand push-ups still look so fast.
Great crowd in here at Wynn Stadium. Day 2 of competition at the Down Under Championship. Great to be back in the Gong. Thanks for your company, wherever you're joining us right around the world. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you, and great to have Annie, one of the original Nasty Girls, joining me in commentary. Georgia Pryor pulling up alongside Caitlin Van Zyl now. Marnie Sykes still in the lead, but only just.
You could see Georgia take a couple pauses on her handstand push-ups where Caitlin Van Zyl just went straight through, super fast, touch and go, if you will, on those handstand push-ups. Whew, this is going to be a tight race between these ladies.
Georgia Pryor having to jog a little bit faster in between rounds to catch up that time she's taking on her handstands. Marnie Sykes forgetting to do her last rep on round number 6, but that is all done now and back to the wall to commence round number 7. Your leader in the second of the individual female heats, Marnie Sykes from CrossFit Selwyn. Georgia Pryor getting ahead now of Caitlin Van Zyl. Can she get off the wall faster than Caitlin Van Zyl?
You see she pauses just for a second in between reps 3 and 4, but that's where Van Zyl's able to catch her. She just tap, tap, tap on those handstand push-ups.
Taparoo. Get in your home ball. Pryor now moving into second and chasing down leader Marnie Sykes. And I love it that these ladies are only about 3 meters apart in total.
Marnie, you can see on those air squats, she just juts those knees forward. She's probably even a little weight in the balls of her feet versus some of these other athletes who you can see they're cantilevering forward. They're letting their torsos drop down, shoving their hips back. Oh, Alice, I hope everything's okay.
Hey, it's tough being a young athlete.
It's tough being an old athlete.
No kidding. It's tough being old. I heard even about the athlete bit.
Yeah.
Tell you what, not the first time we've seen tears here on the competition floor. It won't be the last either. Something about doing this stuff that gets those emotions going.
Definitely.
Once that tap's on, that's it. We're just going to keep going until we run out. Georgia Pryor to the right of screen in the blue shorts, taking on our leader, Marnie Sykes. Benefit for Marnie. She knows exactly what she needs to do to stay ahead. She knows the exact time she needs to beat from the previous heat.
Yep. And that time was 17:25, and that was set by Emily Clements. Right now, Georgia is definitely on track to beat that time.
Sykes just having a look at her judge, confirming exactly where she needs to be.
Pryor starting to open a little lead on Caitlin Van Zyl, but Van Zyl is still so fast on those handstand push-ups. She can't slow down on these air squats if she's going to catch Georgia. And Marnie now is just opening up that lead. Still going unbroken on those handstand push-ups.
Maddie Sturt making her way back. Your current leader, 275 points, back to Gemma Hoke, to Grace Walton, Lauren Fisher, and Caitlin Van Zyl. Pryor in 6th, and Marnie Sykes in 7th. So a great result from these two ladies who's going to jumble this leaderboard. Oh, they're in sync now, the ladies. Looks like Georgia's fatigue starting to kick in a little bit more than Marnie Sykes.
Marnie looks fresh as a daisy right now. She's still jogging back. What Caitlin Van Zyl has going for her is those handstand push-ups. They're still really fast. But what the other ladies in front of her are doing better, they're just transitioning a lot quicker.
Sturt in 4th behind Sykes, Pryor, and Van Zyl. Fisher and Lividatakis, your next two. Marnie Sykes, her second last round of air squats. This has been clinical from Marnie Sykes. And Georgia Pryor, wow.
Whoa.
Holy dooly, hold on to your hats.
She's making a move.
Oh, I can only imagine the burn in those quads.
I love the effort right there from Georgia. She's trying her best to catch up to Marnie. I love the way Marnie kicks down from the handstand push-up. She really just pivots off of her foot, hops right onto the pull-up bar. She's done that every single round, and that's what has her ahead.
Sykes.
Sprinting down the floor.
Oh, and here comes Pryor. We got a race here, people. Marnie Sykes with about a 4-5 air squat rep lead. Pryor, wow, look at those air squats. That's incredible. Sykes. Great result from Marnie Sykes. Pryor. I did say she'd come, and she did. Van Zyl, can she hang on to third? She needs this result.
Easily.
Caitlin coming in third, 15.5 minutes. Great result as well from Maddie Sturts. Will keep her in the lead.
Lauren Fisher is on her last round, and she might not beat her previous time. She's right on the edge. 2017, Lauren had a time of 16:34. We're just over the 16-minute mark right now. Can Lauren of 2022 beat Lauren of 2017?
Yes, she can, and yes, she will. Oh, there you go. Improved.
10 seconds faster.
Hey, it's an improvement.
I agree. Wow, this is a fast heat.
That was like weekend at Bernie's. Let's just get some string on that hand to wave to the crowd. Peter Hansen doing well, top of screen, into her last round now. Julia Hannaford. Oh, look at those squats. Hannaford, the blue shorts. Oh, bouncing out with ease.
She's even got a little pop at the top on some of them. I think I saw her feet float up in the air.
The Ocean Fitness proud, Julia Hannaford.
Oh, she's trying to figure, how do I get this vest off me? Somebody help me.
That's the hardest part of the event. Gemma Hoke. Hoke sitting in second. A little bit of damage control now. And Grace Walton really starting to slow down on these squats.
There's plenty of time between now and the time cap, though.
Hoke done.
You got to wonder if that effort on John Cleary Hill smoked her a little bit.
Georgia Welsman just taking her time, trying to rest as much as she can at the top of every squat. 1 round left. Lucy Clark coming.
I like that little rhythm she set with her arms, kind of swing them forward, open them up.
Alice Scott, top of the screen as well.
She's still moving.
A little bit emotional earlier on in this event. I can see why. Oh, Grace Walton, she is running on wooden legs at the moment.
She was running a little better with the sandbag earlier, I think. No offense, Grace. Yes. Grace Walton, who won event 3. She's in well under the time cap. Great effort from Grace right there.
Ellie Hutchins and Georgia Welsman now. Georgia with about a 2 rep lead.
Look at Ellie, same thing. She's going so fast. Her
squats
feet
as we see in the Nasty Girls video.
Yeah. Except for I got to bounce my butt off a ball. I'm not going to lie, it was a cheat. Here comes Alice Scott down the floor. She only has a couple more rounds left.
Abby Carville as well. Started off well. And the handstand push-ups are just a struggle. Lauren Fisher down there to give her a little bit of a hand. I tell you what, every single rep is going to get applauded. Alice Scott doing it tough, but tough as nails.
To be not just that physically strong, but that mentally strong at 17 years old, super impressive, Jeremy.
Oh, so good. I don't even know what I was doing when I was 17.
Wasn't this?
Actually,
Wasn't handstand push-ups in a 14-pound
I can't even remember back that far anyway.
Well, that was like, what, 1922?
21 to be exact. Carvel, Scott, on the far end of Wynn Stadium.
Whatever was going on with Alice Scott, whether that was emotional or physical, it really looks like she kind of shifted gears. She's picked up pace. She looks like she's moving really well again.
Carvel on the left. Alice Scott really struggling.
Did I speak too soon?
It hurts. Lucy Clark now. Her last 12 air squats with that weighted vest. Still 2 minutes on our clock. Alice Scott, come on. Minute around and you'll get this done. Lucy Clark all done. About 21:21. Unofficial time, of course.
Alice Scott with just about 90 seconds to that time cap.
Not exactly sure what the issue is. It doesn't seem to be movement related.
I know, she's kind of moving quick at some moments and then seems to be upset at others.
I'm upset at the event.
Imagine if you were doing it.
60 seconds left now.
Still going unbroken on the pull-ups.
Alice doesn't look like she's going to get completed here. But Carvel will. And about 40 seconds to get 12 air squats and a short run down the floor. Carvel from Fitness Alley, one of the local gyms here in Wollongong. So plenty of support for Abby. Alice.
Good for Alice.
But Carvel finishing up under time cap.
Every rep counts. If Alice can just eke out a couple more. Good on you, Alice.
Great job from Alice Scott. And
she worked all the way through.
Wonderful effort from our individual females in our second heats. But juggle coming up on the leaderboard and coming quick.
A little bit. That was a great move from Marnie. She was sitting in 7th place going into that event. She picks up an event win and 100 points. That'll move her forward. She's got a lot of good ladies right in front of her, though, and Georgia Pryor, Caitlin Van Ziel, Lauren Fisher, Grace Walton, Gemma Hawk, and of course your leader right now, Maddie Sturt. Maddie Sturt, who more than bettered her time of 2023 back in 2017. There was a fantastic race that whole time between Marnie Sykes, Georgia Pryor, Caitlin Van Ziel, Maddie Sturt, and Lauren Fisher at first, but it was Marnie Sykes who just absolutely destroyed that workout. Everything unbroken, everything fast. Her transitions are definitely a huge part of what got her that event win. She didn't pause. Fast squats. Georgia tried to make a run right at the end, pushing Marnie, but in the end it was Marnie who picked up the event win, just over 15 minutes on that. Great job from all these ladies, great effort. Maddie Sturt finishes a little later in the pack, but will hold on to her lead. First place right now. Great job. We're going to reset the floor. We have the team event 4 coming up. And before we get started with the team event 4, we're going to throw down to Jeremy Austin, who has an event winner from the prior event.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have as much fun as I can.
I know where you are. You're going to be ploughing up the leaderboard after that event. Now, what I'm going to get you to do is sign our plates.
2
We're going
minutes,
to be giving
athletes.
away our Alpha Fit plates later on after we get all of our athletes to sign them. So if you could do that before you go, that'd be great. That's going to wrap things up here for individual female and male competition. We'll be back here at the Down Under Championship in just a little while.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Welcome back to Wynn Stadium. Underway once again. We haven't got time to breathe. Individual teams underway. The ladies, last time we saw these ladies was on John Cleary Hill, and it wasn't pleasant.
No. Now we have the elite teams taking on event team 4, some synchronized chest to bar pull-ups, while one of the other team members has to hold a handstand. You can see a lot of these teams struggling with setting the tempo, the synchronicity on these chest to bar pull-ups. Imagine some of that is just the overall fatigue from those first 3 events thus far.
Heat list for heat number 1 of event 4 for the individual elite team, the elite teams. The Ninja Worm, Tribe Whites.
Can worms be ninjas?
Sorry?
Can worms be ninjas?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The Star Swole sisters have been very good in competition all of yesterday and today on John Cleary Hill for the John Cleary Shuffle. Probably one of those events that really tested the athletes in a really short time domain.
Definitely. This event has some synchro chest to bar pull-ups, some strict handstand push-ups, good old warm squats. And then here's the thing, the athletes will go out on an 800-meter run carrying a little piece of rope, and then they go back up the ladder of worm squats, handstand push-ups, and synchro chest to bar pull-ups. So quite a bit of work to get done in this 22-minute time cap. A lot of these ladies over halfway through their chest to bar pull-ups. One of the caveats to these chest to bar pull-ups is you don't get to rest if you're not synchroing those chest to bar pull-ups. You have to be in a handstand hold while the rest of your other two team members synchro their chest to bar pull-ups. So really, there is no rest station in this event for all of these athletes. It's just when and where you rotate through. You can see the ladies from BTS CrossFit were kind of back to the regular kip, maybe not quite as fast or efficient as this butterfly kip that you see the ladies from the Star Swole sisters doing, but can be a little easier to keep the pace, especially if you're fatigued and you're struggling with that butterfly kip. The synchro has to happen when both ladies or both athletes touch their chest to the bar. So again, that can be really hard depending on what your butterfly technique is or how fast you're able to cycle those. And that's why we see those ladies from BTS CrossFit resorting to the more traditional kip.
I told you the crowd would be building today.
Oh,
I cannot wait for tonight. Saturday night, normally at CrossFit Games, is the night. We had a snatch ladder, we had a sandbag clean ladder.
oh, that was so fun. I know a lot of people back home were saying, well, that sounds stupid. And I remember I was texting him back saying, just wait. Just wait.
Just wait.
I think it could be cool.
Be patient, Grasshopper.
Yeah.
A lot of work to get done from the elite teams.
Here's the other thing, Jeremy. Yes, you're not doing kipping pull-ups or chest to bar pull-ups when you're in that handstand hold, and that's great. It can be a bit of a rest for some of the athletes, but don't forget, they're then going into strict handstand push-ups. So shoulders will fatigue from holding yourself in that handstand, and then you got to turn yourself back upside down and try to nail a couple handstand push-ups.
All right. You're doing this event. What are you doing? Are you doing the handstand hold or are you doing the pull-ups? And why?
I'd probably be doing, that's hard. Handstands for me can be a rest spot. So that would be good. On the other hand, I'm a decent puller. But here's the thing, I have shorter arms. So no matter who I'm with, to try to sync up with me can be a little bit harder because my turnover rate is going to be a bit quicker than a lot of other athletes. So harder, again, to synchro up with somebody.
I'm doing the handstand
Where
hold.
are you?
Oh, I'm handstand hold all day long.
Drinking coffee while you do it?
Yeah, just one arm, have a sip, and yelling at everyone else, hurry up and doing your pull-ups. Actually, take your time. This is relaxing for me.
Relaxing, yep.
Give me one air squat, though. We are out of business.
So you mean 80 worm squats wouldn't be your thing?
No. We don't want that in our life.
Why is one end of the worm still up while the rest of the worm is down? No, because Rookie has refused to squat the worm.
He can squat
He's just
down.
all-
He just can't stand back up.
Oh, so you could get down, just not up.
It's called gravity. It just takes you down there.
No choice.
Ladies from CrossFit Wollongong. Getting their handstand push-up started. Plenty of support for the Wollongong gyms down here competing at the Down Under Championship. And if you're joining us for the first time, thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world, on Facebook, on the website, downunderchampionship.com, or on YouTube. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you, and a few guests coming in today as well. We had Don Fall yesterday. He was a great chat. We actually got a little bit of feedback on the broadcast, which was thank you so much for getting Don on the broadcast and hearing from what the CEO had to say and the direction of where CrossFit's going now. And you and I were both privy to a very long interview, and he told us exactly where it's going. And for me, being an old school person, just like you, got a pretty good feeling about where things are going.
Definitely. You know, I think the nice thing about Don is he has the perfect blend of somebody who knows business, somebody who's worked with a lot of successful businesses, but also is very down to earth. And that's the thing with CrossFit. You know, I think there's a delicate balance that a lot of us as not only athletes but affiliate owners are looking for, and that's between the business and professional side of it, but not wanting to lose kind of that down-home garage feel to it. And I think Don seems like he's going to ride the line of both of those things quite nicely.
And our first team to move forward. Peak Fitness, Huskerson.
For teams that have never worked with the worm, just getting it to the shoulders, never mind squatting it, can be a real hard ask. And you can see these ladies right here. They got it to their shoulder. Good job.
Shelby, Emily, and Caitlin. For Peak Fitness, Huskerson.
You can see it.
See, I'd be the one not being able to stand up. Don't worry about the squat portion. And you talk about communication with the worm, and we have seen the worm over and over and over. And people now are starting to get this bit of equipment in their affiliates, because even for competitions like this or your local throwdowns, they're getting worms, which is just not very nice at all, but something you've got to practice.
It's a
as a team.
necessity. If you're going to be competitive, you have to have a worm. Because as we're seeing right now, a lot of these ladies are struggling just to get that worm to their shoulders. That's not because they're not strong enough. It's not because they're tired. It's just because they've never used it, and you don't understand the coordination and kind of the technique that goes into getting that worm up to your shoulder. You can see the ladies from Ultra Instinct have kind of found a rhythm on that. Oh. But Tribe White right there, one of their ladies kind of falling down. It is definitely the equalizer, this worm. They thought the handstand hold and chest to bar pull-ups were hard. I bet a lot of these ladies are wishing they were back on the wall or the pull-up bar at this point. This worm is no joke. About halfway through the 22-minute cap for this event. We saw the ladies from Peak right here. They were the first to the worm, but they've definitely been struggling not only to get it to their shoulders, but just to squat it. If you don't know what you're looking at here, you are looking at event 4, the Ninja Worm. And this worm is taking over on these ladies. We've got 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups while one teammate is holding a handstand hold. Then 60 strict handstand push-ups. One athlete working at a time while another is holding the handstand hold. 60 worm squats for the gents, 50 for the ladies, an 800-meter run, and then we're gonna go back up that ladder, 50 worm squats, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups. Quite a lot of work to get done in just about 22 minutes. We're already 13 minutes into the time cap, into this event, excuse me. You can see a lot of these ladies struggling with the worm, and again, it's not just the technique, but it's the communication. If everybody's not moving at the same time, half the worm goes up, half the worm stays down. It's going to be really difficult. The ladies from Ultra Instinct, they're resting right now. They've definitely been able to figure out how to get that worm up to their shoulder, and they're squatting it. It's just so taxing. You can see the ladies right there from Tri Black. Good communication. Lady in the back is saying down, up, and that's really what you need to be doing, communicating so everybody's moving together. Oh, this worm is just burying a lot of these ladies.
I thought the John Cleary shuffle was grueling.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's just add 20 more minutes to it.
You mean let's go from one sandbag to your shoulder and a lot of leg work to one big long sandbag to everybody's shoulder and coordinate some movement.
That's right. Everyone can suffer at the same time instead of one at a time.
Sounds much more pleasant.
Oh, brutal. Still plenty of time on our clock. No teams yet leaving the competition floor.
All of these ladies chipping away at the squats. Some of them doing a little better job, a little more effective job than others. One of those teams is Star Soul Sisters. You can see them right there in the middle of the screen squatting the bag. Well, for a lot of them...
this is a grueling test.
Yeah.
And probably not what we expected.
And you can see, Jeremy, it's not just once you get the bag to the shoulder and you start squatting it. It's kind of where the sag lies within that bag. Because if somebody moves at the wrong time and there's too much kind of slack in the line, let's say, somebody's going to get buried by that bag.
Star Swole Sisters thought they were done. No, you got to move your worm first before you can do anything.
Because
so they put it down just to pick it back up again.
Because don't forget, when they get back from this 800-meter run, guess what they're doing? 50 worm squats.
That's just nasty. Rob Forte, what were you thinking? Star Swole sister Michaela Couchman, one lady we have seen a fair bit on the competition floor here, Bronte Cox and Jessica Y. And they're probably asking themselves why.
Why would we come back in from this run?
Why
Why are we doing this to ourselves?
We are just going to keep running.
Why wouldn't
You
I
can't-
just go grab a beer?
They're going to run straight to the brewery next door.
Exactly.
Ultra Instincts, Paige Brady, Emma Wright, and Amy Renata. Instinct Fitness from Wellington. Not really in too much of a rush to head outside. Peak Fitness Huskisson.
And they were the first
They
ladies.
don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah, they were actually the first ladies to the bag off of the handstand push-ups and pull-ups. Took them a little while, though, to figure out how to get that bag to the shoulders, how to squat it efficiently.
Shelby, Emily, and Caitlin starting their trek to the 800-meter mark. Just saw images of outside and that afternoon sea breeze we've seen here over the last couple of days. Things starting to get a little bit overcast, if not a little bit drizzly outside. And I'll tell you what, how cold it's been in the afternoons here with that sea breeze. It's been, it's like 10 degrees Celsius. So I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but it's cold.
I think it's like in the 50s is basically what it's been. Well,
It's November.
I don't like that. I bet these ladies are kind of liking that right now. After all the work they just did in here, to be outside away from the worm and in the fresh air.
Athletes heading around the turnaround point at 400 meters. It is the Star Swole sisters, Kayla Couchman, Bronte Cox, and Jessica Y. And Ultra Instinct about to hit the turnaround point as well. I tell you what, the really difficult thing for me when you get to turnaround point is that slow down walk type thing, and then you've got to get going again.
And then it's
You've
so
got
tempting to continue the slowdown.
You got two other team members with a rope pulling you along. You don't have that opportunity.
Yeah. We were watching a team earlier, one of the intermediate teams, and they had done the worm and they were out with their rope. And as they were running back into the building, the guy that was on the front of the rope said, "We will finish this workout." So talk about pulling your team in on that rope. And guess what? They finished the workout, and I'm sure his mates were quite happy. He was so determined.
Finish him. The three teams out on the run course. The first about to come back in, the Star Swole sisters, Peak Fitness Huskisson and Ultra Instinct. The other two teams are out on the course.
And right there you see BTS CrossFit, who really struggled on the chest to bar pull-ups the first portion of this event. They seem to, now that they finally are at the sandbag, they seem to be doing not so bad on those squats. Just like you said, Jeremy, there seems to be a good amount of wind out there, and that can definitely make it hard to run.
The Star Swole sisters. Oh, and getting a round of applause like there's no tomorrow, because that has been grueling.
It's like they're close to the time cap. This could be one of those moments where you're hoping, could we just time cap this? Do I really have to pick that bag up again? Good on these ladies. Right back to it. They are determined to get at least a few reps done.
Oh, the Star Swole sisters having a
Oh.
battle.
Look at the sprint in from Ultra Instinct.
Oh, Emma Wright doing everything she could to get that Ultra Instinct team down the floor here at Wynn Stadium, because every checkpoint is going to count.
Exactly.
And we've just seen absolute carnage here on the floor. But the Star Swole sisters.
It'll be interesting to see as we get into the deeper heats how these other teams handle that worm. Definitely looked like a lot of these teams had never really played with the worm before, but a lot of them did a good job of figuring it out throughout the workout. And then, of course, our volunteers impressively just pick that bag right up, bring it back down for the reset. Heat 2 coming up.
You look at the volume of work that these athletes have just done, and you look at it on paper and you go, oh yeah, okay, we've just seen it, and it's just brutal.
Well, again, I think John Cleary had a bigger effect on a lot of these
I think
athletes
so.
than maybe they would have thought. We started off with 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups. And while a lot of athletes did really well at the 60 synchro chest to bars, one of those athletes was having to hold that handstand hold, and then lo and behold, you're back upside down having to eke out 60 strict handstand push-ups. But the meat of this workout was definitely in this worm. The 50 worm squats was absolutely burying a lot of these athletes. If there was a lack of communication, somebody didn't move at the right time, pretty much left that worm on top of a lot of these ladies. But it was the Star Swole sisters, even with a little mess up forgetting to advance their worm forward, that took the heat win, getting all the way back in after that 800-meter run with the rope to get back to the worm. Ultra Instinct also with a fantastic effort sprinting back into the stadium.
Heat 2. Elite teams for the women. And if you think grind, for me, you think Australian Army. The ladies did very well in event number 1, Randy, yesterday, but the triple threat from CrossFit Raw Iron. The Rec Gym, Kira Wee as well with the Herring sisters. April Herring. A number of competitions here on this floor. It's like home for her.
See those ladies racing down the field for the start, only to turn around and come back to the rig. We've got 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups while one team member is holding a handstand. That'll go into 60 strict handstand push-ups. One athlete working at a time, one athlete resting, but one athlete holding a handstand for those as well. Then we'll move into 50 worm squats, and as we saw in the previous heat, that is the meat of this workout. Athletes will run 800 meters holding onto one piece of rope, come back and make their way back up the ladder of worm squats, strict handstand push-ups, and chest to bar pull-ups. So far, we've only seen one team make it back to the worm from the heat previous. We'll see if these ladies in heat 2 can get a little deeper into this event.
Great crowd in here, day 2. The Down Under Championship. And event number 4. 2 events yesterday, 1 already this morning out on the field. John Cleary Hill. And 1 event that was very tough on a number of competitors, even though it was a short time framed event. We've got 2 more tests coming, this being one of them. And then some heavy barbells to finish, and plenty of people piling in here. We had about 2,000 people yesterday come through the doors at Wynn Stadium, which is great for the region and also the Oceania region to have this event back to its former glory.
And Jeremy, you have to wonder if the effort these athletes put forward on that John Cleary shuffle is what's kind of devastating them on that worm. I mean, again, we went from kind of a smaller sandbag to a longer, more unruly sandbag that all three athletes have to coordinate, and legs are taxed, lungs are taxed, backs are taxed. So you have to wonder how these athletes would fare on that worm had it been one of the first implements they used or the first workouts they did in this weekend.
Funny you say weekend, but it's the extended weekend. We have the Friday in there as well. We just call it a weekend.
I thought you said you Australians don't work on Fridays.
Yes, we don't. Some of us don't anyway.
You weren't working yesterday.
Oh, no, I wasn't doing anything. Drinking coffee, chatting to people. Chatting to you all day.
Lucky you.
But great to see 200 affiliate owners getting together here on Thursday here at Wynn Stadium for the Affiliate Summit. GM of Global Affiliates, Gary Gaines, and CEO Don Fall out here. I'll tell you what, they had a busy schedule out here.
But they made themselves so available to the affiliates, to the fans, to the
us.
spectators, to us on the broadcast. They were phenomenal.
They're probably sick of us by the time they've left. So Don's left already. Gary on his way to the airport now.
I'm sick of you.
Oh,
Not even
I'm
close.
not even surprised.
Not even close.
But Thanksgiving back in the US, something that probably wasn't thought of in the schedule.
Well, all we have to do is eat.
Oh, how good.
That fits in my schedule no matter when it falls.
A special treat in your room last night.
Oh,
Oh, we have a young lady that's just joined us.
speaking of special treats,
How about we introduce this young lady? She's got a little bit of fitness under her belt. And her name, for those who don't know her, is Tia Claire Toomey. Hello.
Well, hello. How are we? Oh my gosh, what a view.
what have you?
We literally have the best seat in the house.
Yeah, this is where I've sat for the last 10 years and watched you throw down.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. You're a little bit, is it right here or were you a little higher?
No, we've been here the whole time.
The difference is, what I've heard is there were never these seats.
No, there was never these seats, and it's such an incredible atmosphere. I was saying to Robin, some of the guys yesterday, just how incredible of an atmosphere it is for a Friday.
Oh, so good.
The turnout is actually way better than some of the other semi-final events I've been to. And
that's
I'm just like, wow, this is amazing.
You had, I think, were you in one of the boxes yesterday? So you had that finish line.
Oh,
view.
yeah, I had
Looked awesome.
the best seats in the house, which I'm very fortunate about. But I can only just imagine what it's like for these athletes out there. It was pretty incredible when you're out on the floor in front of thousands of people at regionals and stuff. But this is on another level. It's really cool. They've done a great job.
Ricky was saying these fans could see their ugly faces. They're so
Yeah,
close.
I know. How considerate
Pretty
of
faceless.
him. It's like, Ricky, look in the mirror. Nah.
So, you come in here on the competition floor. Your first experience, I said to you yesterday that you had this big love heart shaved into your head.
I
going to show. I don't know if you've seen it.
I want to see the photo.
It is
I
amazing
had quite the
footage.
hairstyle.
But I said at the time on the call, I went, Tia must really love CrossFit. It was probably the worst
that
of all.
joke.
But she ended up loving CrossFit, and look what she's done with it. So it's great.
Do I really love that CrossFit that much?
It might just be a strong like, maybe not love.
I mean, CrossFit puts a lot of pain in my life. No, but it was, when I very first went out, I've wanted to have this side shaved hair. And, it took me 8 months to finally, get the courage to go and do it. And did it and then started CrossFit and everything like that. And I loved it. I had tracks all the time. So whenever I was competing, regionals, I had the heart. Weightlifting competitions, I had stars. I went all out. Sometimes I wish I had it still.
Hey, bring it back. Shane won't mind. He'll be right.
Oh, I don't know.
Never mind the mullet. Let's go for the shave shapes.
Go home with a mullet. He'll love it.
Look, Shane has had he makes the bets, and for some reason, he always does something with his hair. So, he made a bet about growing his hair and not cutting it until he actually, clean and jerks, a weight that he failed at a competition or whatever. And he got injured during that time. And so it just grew out and out and out. He had to wear a headband and everything. And then now the mullet situation, which I'm glad we're over that. And, you know, Saxon became a part of the team and then beat Justin. So, yeah, I've had a conversation with that guy.
Okay, very good, very good.
You got to
Now-
keep it interesting.
Yeah.
So you've had a number of interviews on this competition floor, normally with Kayla Banfield.
Yeah.
How nerve-wracking is it being an athlete getting interviewed?
You know, at the time, it's not too bad because you're like kind of exhausted. So, you know, once you're breathing heavy and, you know, people are asking you questions, you're just a little bit more relaxed. Yesterday, when
know.
I was
Tables were
asking
turned.
questions, I was so nervous. I called Peter Alex, and I was like, I don't even know where Alex came from.
Right.
I don't even know an Alex.
You don't even remember your own name
Oh
when
my
you're doing that.
gosh,
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, my
It's funny,
goodness.
they put a camera on you straight away and say you're live, and your brain just goes, no, I'm
Freaked
not
out.
working anymore.
As soon as she was, and I even said, hey, okay, Peter, we're going to do a rehearse, like we're going to do this right. I'm going to ask you to come on over because he was sitting down right next to me. So I was like, get up and go over there. So we had like a whole play come out. And then as soon as they go 3, 2, 1, go, you're live. I was like, oh, Alex, wait, what? That's not even right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, this is incredible.
So I have to ask you, before you guys had to pull out of the competition,
Yeah.
had you done any work with a worm, the three of you?
No, however, Brooke and I have dabbled with the worm before. The reason we hadn't actually hit a worm, actually we hadn't trained with Ellie yet because we were over in Australia a little bit earlier than she was. And then she only just got over here a few days before the competition started. We were planning on meeting up on Thursday to, you know, get together and, you know, just like kind of go through the plan and what we were thinking and, you know, what we think would work well for the three of us. Obviously, we're very confident in our own abilities, so I think it would pretty much like come second nature to us. And Brooke and I, we tend to synchronize everything in training anyway.
Right.
So that's kind of, you know, just something easy. But we have a worm in at our gym back in Nashville, but it's a 4-person worm, so it's a little bit heavy, and you know, it's just Brooke and I.
You'd be all right with 3 of you on it.
Oh, for sure. You know, we're just like making sure that we're communicating. Like, I think honestly, when you're on teams, that's the key, right?
Yep.
You've got to communicate. You've trusted that everyone's put in the work. They've, you know, done absolutely everything that they've needed to make sure that they're fit and they're strong and they're healthy. And it's just about staying calm, staying composed, and especially with the worm. You know, we've obviously seen that at the games a number of times, and it's the teams that kind of fumble a little bit that are just breaking down their communication.
Well, and I think like you're saying, you can really see the teams that are doing better, somebody's calling. You know, so besides just communicating between each other, you need somebody, a leader, that's kind of calling the movement, that's keeping the tempo.
Yep. You know what I'm loving? Is I'm really loving the fact that the broadcast is showcasing the whole field. You know, we tend to, like, you know, focus on either the person that's winning or we think that's winning and doing a good job. And here, you get to actually see, like, what everyone's doing. And I really think that that's quite entertaining. And it's really great for people back home that aren't here. They're finally able to actually, like, see what all the athletes are doing, you know?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. And people watching from all around the world, all around the country, Create Fit in the blue-black just to the right of screen. There are current leaders in this heat. They were the first to the worm. Star Strength Pink, who are just picking up their worm in the center of the arena, getting going. Rec Gym Kirawee. Now, you've competed against April Herring. She's back on the competition floor. So that must be exciting to her, especially competing with younger sister Tess.
I know. Isn't it so special?
So cute.
I actually got goosebumps when I seen them all marshalling yesterday. And it's so crazy. I haven't been to Australia. Well, I came to Torian Pro, but Torian Pro, you know, I'm confined in the gym leading into the competition. I'm not seeing anyone. I go to the competition, I'm so dialed in, so focused, and I'm not really, you know, entertaining the idea of socializing at all. So coming here and actually seeing, you know, old friends and faces that were in the sport when I very first started, it's just so great. And it's really awesome to see just like new blood coming into the sport as well, you know. The community down here at Down Under is definitely growing significantly.
Like the female field getting to Torian next year. I was talking
Oh,
to,
it's going to be
I was
good.
talking to Gemma Hoke just after the John Cleary Shuffle event, and she's one of those who is possibly going to put a hand up. There's Emily DeRoy, there's Bailey Rogers.
So many.
Jamie Simmons is going to be coming back. There's there's Cara, there's Ellie. Like the field. Maddie Sturt's killing this competition right now. Like, and I said, I actually said to Laura Clifton, because she's going back individual as well.
Oh, wow, amazing.
And I said, how many spots do you reckon? And she goes, maybe, like, possibly even 7. So wouldn't that just be, why don't we just take all 17 spots available for Oceania women?
I mean,
there we go.
I'm up for the challenge if you girls are too. You know, I definitely think it's really incredible that we get an opportunity to actually showcase how incredibly strong, fit, and just dedicated we are to the sport. You know, there's so many affiliates here where we are only a small country per se, like when you're looking at the, you know, comparison to the US. But I'm telling you now, it's really such an incredible experience. And I mean, everyone said it, everyone knows it. The Torian Pro is in a league of its own when it comes to the actual semifinals.
Create Fits. Their team name is called Jamits, and Star Strength Pink. Adi Karnowitz better grab hold of that rope before they run out of the stadium with her. But great to see Isabel Gosling back on the field, Emily Atten as well.
And these ladies are a good portion through this event, which did start with 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups, while one athlete is holding a handstand hold right into 60 strict handstand push-ups. It was the 50 worm squats in the previous heat that really threw a lot of ladies for a loop, and you can see this heat's doing a little bit better. Their ladies will go out on an 800-meter run holding one piece of rope, come back and go back up the ladder, 50 worm squats, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and then finally 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups to finish.
You don't compete here. I know how devastated you were, because we had a chat about it a couple of days back, and we had an inkling a couple of days out from that announcement that things weren't right. I know you're disappointed about not competing, but has it been a better experience because you've been more accessible to a lot more people?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the reality is when I'm on the competition floor, even though it was meant to be team, I'm still going to want to be out there giving it my absolute best. And, you know, I want to win. You know, I know the girls want to win. And we'll have an absolute ball, but we're going to want to put our 100% best foot forward. So, you know, in order to do that, we need a rest, we need to recover, and a likelihood of meet and greets, you know, getting around and, you know, going and saying hello to so many different people that have, you know, come out here, traveled from so far. I mean, I met some people from Singapore that came from Singapore, like crazy.
Wow.
And I would never have been able to have that opportunity to actually go and see those types of people. And so, you know, for me, not competing and being able to interact and be immersed within the community itself and actually, you know, meeting so many different people is really, really cool. I want to point out, on our screen, we have some ladies down there. I think they're in lane 6. You'll notice with their worm, it's not evenly distributed. So there's a lot of weight on that middle athlete, but versus the two that are actually on the ends. And
Annie and I were discussing that earlier. If
Really?
I was on the worm, there'd be this big sag wherever I was, because gravity will take me down. It's just me standing it up, so there'll be that distribution. I get it.
well, so what's interesting is like the height differences too.
Yeah.
You have ladies that they've just dropped the worm now, but they actually have a really good height between all three of them. So you can tell that the worm, you know, it's a little bit more controllable. Whereas versus some of the other girls, there's some that are a little bit shorter than the others. And it just makes it a little bit harder because the height of the athlete can really hinder how efficient they're going to be with the worm itself.
Definitely.
And people don't realize that until you're actually under that worm. I know I got to experience that back in 2015 over in Spain. And when I was on the team for the Invitational, I was behind Kevin Manuel.
Oh,
And
how
I
Kev's
was
about
like,
this tall.
all the weight was coming down on me, and I thought I was, you know, completely letting the team down, but it was just 10 times heavier for me.
fun.
And it was just so funny because, like, he was trying to take as much as he possibly could, but the difference
Right.
is so crazy.
Right. It's just physics say it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's just not
I'll tell
natural.
you what, but Kev Manuel, I actually spoke to him about a month ago, but one of New
Really?
Zealand's finest exports. He's
Yeah.
such a true gentleman.
He really is. He's not just an incredible athlete, but just an even better human being. We've had some incredible athletes, actually, that have come out of this region.
Yeah,
you know,
we have.
talking about such, a great opportunity for next season and so many athletes potentially going to the games for the very first time. My goodness, like we were talking about Chad McKay, you know, like just
Right.
the absolute greats that have come out of this region. Man, I mean, it's so great to see them still a part of the community and everything like that as well.
Who were the athletes that you were watching and kind of chasing when you were first coming up?
Well, it was really interesting. I didn't really know very many people when I very first started. I didn't even really know it was a sport, and it wasn't until, 6 months into the CrossFit world that I learned that there was like a sport behind it all. And actually, Rookie was one of the reasons behind that, because I actually attended my very first competition was one of his, and it was a team workout. And we had some of those athletes go there, and then people, my friends are pointing these people out, and I'm like, wow, what do they do, And they're like, oh, they go to the CrossFit Games. I was like, oh, what does that mean? And it's so funny. And then, like, I happened to make regionals the next year, and it was from that moment that I just admired what they were able to do and everything like that. And I was just like, I mean, honestly, when I seen Chad's calf muscles, I was like, damn.
Chad McKay,
He's a giant.
he's a massive human being. Jam It from Create Fit back in first, just ahead of Star Strength Pink. Isabel Gosling waiting to pick up
Come
the
on,
worm,
ladies.
and
Yeah,
Emily
there
Atten
we go.
and Adi Karnowitz are just going, no, we're not ready yet.
Look at that. Oh,
But we've got still a couple of minutes left on our time cap. But the experience of Isabel, Emily, and Adi are probably going to get through these worm squats a lot quicker than Jam It. And teams, as you mentioned, are just struggling with this worm.
yeah, they're trying their absolute best, but sometimes this worm is just, it's a nasty piece of equipment.
And you think about how taxed their legs are from that John Cleary event.
yeah.
Midlines are taxed.
Triple threat coming in from Raw Iron and now Rec Jim Kirawee. All trying to chase down Jam It. I tell you what, taxing is a tough one.
They're doing a great job. It's so cool watching the athletes, hey, like they've just trained so hard for this.
Yeah, you go back and you talk about those previous athletes that have been here, and I spoke to CEO Don Fall about this in particular down the Oceania region, and Ed Morrison, our country manager, and said, people who are doing CrossFit these days, they don't know our history well enough. We need to get out there and we need to tell the story, because we had dinner the other night and I said, okay, who won the CrossFit Games in 07 for the ladies? And everyone went, we don't know. And obviously Annie knows because she put her hand up straight away. But just knowing that thing and knowing our history down here and who made regionals in 2018.
like Danae
and
Brown.
Yeah.
Having a baby and then coming back and winning regionals, like how incredible is that?
pulling out of the games, and then you go way back, and then we go, okay, who made the games first? And you go back to the old Megan Smith type athletes. Megan currently at Mount Everest, like going to base camp, like that sort of stuff. But people forget.
awesome.
But as you
Pip
mentioned, like,
Malone and Sammy Wood.
well, Pip Malone's okay because I commentate with Pip every regional, which is great.
Right.
But yeah, like those
Sammy
athletes,
Wood
people
and-
just Sammy Wood, but people just forget.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Well, it's not that they forget it, because the people that are aware of it, that have been a part of it for that long,
Right.
they will remember.
It's the newer ones
It's just the
coming.
newer people that have not been immersed in the sport for as long, and I'm guilty for it. That's what I really love about the Rogue Invitational. They do a great job of bringing in the legends, and we get to
Legends, yes.
see them. I'm pretty sure back in 2019 when it very first started, I cried when they took the floor, because for me it was just like, it was, a piece of history that, finally people were getting recognized, and our sport is so young. So in time there will definitely be, a Hall of Fame per se, but, we cannot forget the people that, built that foundation. And, as we're getting the new generation now coming in as well, it's just that much more incredible that we're spreading the news, remembering the legends of the sport that started it all. And, especially CrossFit, it's just so easy to always, have that community. Like, it's just what we're built on, right? So,
What do you think? Commando Steve Willis.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Legendary back in 07, 08,
Yeah.
09. And
Last time I seen him was actually at the Women's Health Awards back in 2019 before COVID.
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Apparently he's making an appearance down here this weekend. We're just
Oh,
not sure
amazing.
where, but he better stop in.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he loves this type of stuff.
Oh.
And we're in his neck of the woods, right?
Yeah, he's Sydney-based,
Yeah.
so
Annie, how are you finding the Australian language?
I love it. And luckily I have Rookie here to kind of
AKA?
teach me all of the lingo, and when somebody says,
we're
says something,
trying.
Well,
oh,
to
they
be
were really
fair-
fanging it. I was like,
Yeah, yes. Oh my God, I know the guy in the wheelchair fanging it this morning. Yes. Oh my goodness. Isn't that awesome?
It
I
is.
actually got a photo with him
Yeah,
downstairs
Riley's
just
doing
before.
a great job on the floor.
And I was like, yeah, we seen you fanging it around the corner, bro. Like, that's awesome.
it was so inspiring.
But we would not know that you wouldn't understand that,
Right,
So, like,
right.
Brooke, Saxon, they'll, like, if it goes quiet and they just look at me, I'm like, oh, you don't know what I said.
You don't say that in America, do you?
Yeah. Gotta fix that one.
No, but it's been really fun, and everybody here is so incredibly welcoming and
Yeah.
friendly. It's
Well, we
great.
get so excited when we have celebrities come to Australia
yeah.
from
Well,
America.
that's what Noah said yesterday. He just goes, I can't believe how happy and like welcoming
Right,
people
right.
are, and everyone just wants to talk to me and get photos, and
Yeah.
he goes, I'm loving it.
Sometimes we get forgotten about down here, But you know what? I actually met Don yesterday myself. And I am extremely excited because how he is so different to anything else that I've experienced in the past. And it makes me really excited for the future.
What did I say?
could
Not
not agree
half an
more.
hour ago, I
Yep.
said the exact same thing.
My
Such
gosh.
a great feeling from him.
Yes.
And you know what? I was like, he's either a very smart guy and, making people feel that
Charismatic
way, or
and-
he's just so genuine,
Yeah.
And honestly, like, I feel like I'm a pretty good people reader, I pick up on that type of stuff. And, I'm extremely excited. I think this is going to, really just skyrocket our sport
I agree.
and this, community as
Well,
well.
and I think the best thing about him is that he is extremely smart, and he has
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of business sense and experience.
Yeah.
But he's also very down to earth, very easy to talk to,
Mm-hmm.
and that's community. That's CrossFit, right?
Oh,
So-
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, ladies,
Yep.
but we've got to get going for heat number 3.
Oof.
Event number 4 for the elite teams. And our team leading LSKD Gold.
Yes.
They were so good on the John Cleary shuffle earlier. Chrissy Hollard, Bryony Chalice, and Emily DeRoy.
You want to know a little fun fact about old Bryony?
Go.
So she used to train with us.
Oh, she did
She
so,
actually
didn't she?
started. So she started at our gym back at CrossFit Gladstone when we owned that affiliate, and once we moved over to America, I think she moved down to Noosa and stuff. But she, she does like Proven and does all that type of stuff, and it's like so cool to see her grow because she went to the games this year.
She sure
on
did,
team.
EXF team, and did very well. And every time we had a production meeting, they said, who do you want to focus on? And the gymnastics skill one with the parallel bars and also
Yep.
the pegboard, I said EXF hands down, and they went, are you sure? And I went, yes. And they
Yep.
went through, absolutely smashed it.
Oh yeah.
So I thank them for that because it makes me look good.
If you are just joining into our broadcast, we are on event 4 for the teams. And this event, 22-minute time cap, quite an effort for these ladies that are on the field right now. They have 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups, You can see some of the ladies doing those right now while one of their members holds a handstand. Then 60 strict handstand push-ups, 50 worm squats, an 800-meter run, and then they're going to come back up the ladder with 50 worm squats, 60 more strict handstand push-ups, and 60 synchro chest-to-bar pull-ups. We have yet to see any of these teams get back to the rig, either on those handstand push-ups or chest-to-bar pull-ups. Will we see it in this third and final heat?
Lion mode, another team we need to keep an eye on. Blake and White, Abby Ashton, and also Amy Alessi. They're in lane 4. They're in the purple crop tops. And LSKD Gold in the purple shorts just to their left and our right on screen.
Team-wise, Tia, of all the events that are going to take place or have taken place this weekend, what are you the most upset you don't get to participate in with Brooke and Ellie?
That's a tough one because I think all of them were really, really good for us. I think that they were right in our wheelhouse. It would have been really cool to do Randy with the girls because, like, that is literally their forte.
Well, it's Brooks with the world record at 221 back in 2015.
Know.
Right.
And then Ellie is just in a powerhouse when it comes to snatches as well. But I'm really looking forward to the heavy snatches.
Tonight.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm like,
And
that's going to be
hopefully,
epic.
fingers crossed, Brooke comes walking into commentary with us to help us call that one.
Oh,
so
yeah,
hopefully
absolutely.
we can get her in.
I'll get her in here for sure. No,
come in too.
She loves chatting with you guys. She was telling me all about it yesterday. And it made me envious, hence why I'm here. Nah, I'm just joking.
I want more airtime.
No, it was, it's so cool, yeah. No, Brooke is absolutely loving it down here in Australia.
But as I said to her yesterday, are you going to move down? And she goes, oh, there's a chance. But then she sort of went, oh.
Look, we just got to get her mum over here.
Oh, okay, we can do that.
And, and once we do that, we are set.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
So she's moving to where? Queensland? Yep.
Oh, of course. There's no other state. Sorry, guys. Sorry for everyone else in Australia. But, yeah, Queensland, it is. I'm very biased about that one.
Look at that LSKD Gold in the middle, but already onto their handstand push-ups. They are only 5 points shy of a perfect score so far in this competition. So no surprise, they are off and onto that bag already.
I actually don't mean to brag, but the girls do proven. And I didn't even realize who it was at the time until I actually physically seen who it was. I was like, damn, girls, go for it. I knew they were competing, but I didn't realize until they ran on the floor.
Well, Bayside getting to the worm first. But LSKD Gold with Chrissy Hollard at the front. Now the first two girls you see on screen, Chrissy Hollard and Bryony Chalice, both doing worm squats at the CrossFit Games on the biggest stage there is, only a few months back.
But look how efficient they are, you know?
Emily
And they're
DeRoy just going no
communicating.
hands. Okay, this is easy, Mum.
Yeah, right? I know.
And she's
She
one
has
young
both hands
up
off the bag,
and comer
actually. Yeah.
that we really need to look out for.
Oh, yeah, she did great at Torian this year. And you know what? I spoke to her before the event, and she was so nervous. And I was like, darling, everyone's nervous. If you're nervous, they're just as nervous. So, embrace those emotions, embrace those nerves, and just go out there and actually, let go.
Yep.
Just absolutely let go and have fun out on the competition floor. She walked away after that weekend. She was like, that's the best time I've ever had in my life. And I was like, that's so great. She really got a fire for competing at the Torian Pro this year.
But you think about the young girls coming through that Torian Pro, you've got like Georgia Welsman, you've got Georgia Pryor, you've got Georgia Otto, like Gemma Hoke, there's Ellie Hutchins, Grace Walton. There's all these young girls coming through, and you just go, well, we know Oceania's in good hands when you eventually decide to sort of get a little bit unfitter.
Yeah.
That's not going to be anytime soon. But
when I start to actually, pull the trigger, when Shane finally says no more.
Oh, so it's Shane's decision.
So it's funny.
Here we go.
Early on, because I only ever thought, okay, like I did the CrossFit, I found the weightlifting through CrossFit, and I was like, I'm going to the Olympics. And that was really the only goal. So when I accidentally made it to the CrossFit Games in 2015, I was like, this is literally it. Like, I don't care to go again, but I came second. And I was like, that is not what was meant to happen. I just didn't want to come last. So after that experience, I was like, well, I have to go and back it up. You know, people think it's a fluke. So I went and backed it up, and then, oh my God, everything just like it was history from there. But it was, you know, probably up until like 2018, 2019, where Shane was like, all right, like, you know, those years prior was like, hey, you can snatch 100 kilos in competition and you can retire whenever you want. You could literally walk off the floor straight after that snatch, and we're good, we're golden. And I was like, okay. And then I never have had an opportunity to snatch 100 kilos on the floor. So, you know, it was so funny. And now it's like, Shane's like, yeah, look, honestly, like I don't even care. Like we're good to stop whenever you want to. And I'm like, well, let's keep going. Yeah.
Keep that ball rolling, and rolling out the door of Wynn Stadium is LSKD Gold. 2 event wins and a second place on top of the leaderboard right now, 295 points. Christy Hollard, Bryony Chalice, and Emily DeRoy. Bayside getting to the worm first and dropping their worm now on the competition floor. They're going to have to move it.
Yeah, the girls
Jade
have quite
Williams,
the lead.
Samantha Jones, and Lauren Lovick. They are moving their worm forward now. And the last thing they want to be doing is picking up that rope and running anywhere. Well, Bayside with an interesting way of moving the worm down the floor.
But look at this, the Star Strength gals, who were the only team, only female team to finish Nasty Girls last night, right in the nick of time. They're off on their run now as well.
LSKD Gold to the right of screen, about a 200-metre lead. Guys just hanging out, having a coffee on the park bench, wondering what these girls are doing running down the street with a rope between them. But should have seen some of the people driving or riding their bikes and walking their dogs when the guys in the vests are running up and down.
Really?
And then the girls ran past them. They just went, this is just weird. But anyway.
I mean, they're the kind of looks I have in training. So welcome to my world.
Yeah, you get it.
There was a little girl with a bike, and I was joking that she was going to try to sell it for $10 to any of the athletes.
Oh, man, that would be nice.
Christy Hollard to the left, Bryony Chalice to the right, and Emily DeRoy, one of our youngsters from Townsville.
Yeah, they're doing a really good
Hey, there's
job.
something about Queensland and fit athletes, isn't there?
There must be the water up
There's got to
there
be
or
something in the water.
Never mind that Icelandic water anymore.
Yeah.
No. Can that idea. We're taking
It might
over.
be a biased opinion, but yeah.
Turnaround point for LSKD Gold. Now, you've competed inside Wynn Stadium for many, many years. Did you ever think they were going to go outside?
No. Well, we've never had to go outside, you know. When it was the 333 repeat, we were on the True Runners, or, you know, one of the runners.
Yep.
And, you know, like we've never actually gone outside. So the fact that they've applied that, you know, that's really cool. I wonder next year if we're going to go on the beach or something, you know, like, you know, just really kind of bring that whole, like, Australian experience, you know. But the logistics behind that is probably quite the nightmare.
Well, I wonder if even if they didn't let you in the water, but at least a run on the beach to that lighthouse.
That would be
because
cute.
soft sand running is not easy.
Well, it's so funny. So we had, before we got down to Wollongong, we took everyone, all of our proven coaches and whole team with the media guys as well, and we went and Shane taught them how to play touch football. Now, Annie, I'm not sure if you've ever played that before, but I am not even joking. They are all so sore. Their hip flexors from running in the sand. Oh, wow. They're all complaining.
Yeah.
They're like, I can't stand up.
It is a
so
different
fun.
beast if you've never run in the sand. Yeah.
LSKD Gold, your leaders, not just on the leaderboard, but in heat number 3 of event 4, the Ninja Worm. And they are about to come back into Wynn Stadium with a very hefty lead over Star Strength Gals. Great to see Sammy Drescher back on the floor again as the Top End Trouble team move their worm forwards, and LSKD Gold left of screen now come back in, getting chased down.
I just seen Sammy downstairs, And she just told me she had a baby,
Yep,
a
she
year
sure
old. I was like, where did that time go?
Yeah.
I felt extremely bad that I didn't even know about it, but how awesome is that? She reckons it's the best thing ever. Oh, it was so amazing.
There is a little something, I think, after you give birth. Right about a year after I gave birth, I think I felt like I was maybe the strongest or in some of the best shape I'd ever been in.
Really?
Yeah,
That's so great.
that mom strength.
Yeah, I would have no idea what that looks or feels like, but anyone that I've ever heard, that's become a mom and, just apply that to their life is just, it's nothing that they can ever compare to, you know? So it's very cool.
Jade Williams, Lauren Lovick, and Samantha Jones back into Wynn Stadium. Cheerleaders are still LSKD gold.
They're so efficient,
Yeah.
They just they know exactly what they got to do.
I spoke to Christy a lot before the CrossFit Games, knowing they were going to the Games and getting an idea of what their team was, and she said they do so much worm training.
Yeah.
So Henry Carlisle's here on the competition floor as an individual. Moses not here. But the two girls obviously have a great communication. And Emily DeRoy, so much taller than the other two girls.
She is a beast.
The Star Strength girls who are just about to pick up their bag again, this could be a great move from them. They're sitting currently in 6th place, but they're only 55 points behind LSKD Gold, so they could make a move, gain some points on this event. Again, if you're just joining us, we're looking at 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups that these teams have to do, 60 strict handstand push-ups, 50 worm squats, and then you can see some of those ladies out right now on an 800-meter run. And then they're going to go back up the ladder of 50 worm squats, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and we've yet to see somebody finish with those 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups. LSKD Gold kind of on track to at least get back to that pull-up bar.
Coming up to the 14-minute mark. LSKD Gold getting set. Christy Hollard communicating well with that arm not in contact with the worm. Star Strength gals in the background doing all they can to catch LSKD Gold as Bayside now pick up their worm. Had a little bit of trouble late and having a bit of trouble now.
You can definitely see these athletes are having to run against the wind on the way back in, and
Get blown away out there.
yeah, that's not always fun. It makes
Someone out there with a
running-
small dog that's like a balloon.
Oh, I seen the cutest little dash hound, only 10 weeks old this morning.
Stop it.
I felt I was very annoying to the owner because I just wanted so many photos. She was very patient with me, but all I'm saying is I'm so sorry, but I didn't do anything about it. I just stayed there. Dog was
just kept
I'm
apologizing.
so sorry, but I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
So anyone, if you're out there like listening, I loved Lucy this morning.
Lion mode back, coming down their lane to start their worm squats. And the worm is done for LSKD Gold, and the girls taking a few deep breaths, the head going back.
Moving on to those 60 strict handstand push-ups. One athlete has to be holding the handstand, another one can be working, and the nice thing about this piece of the workout is one can be resting.
Yep.
Now, if you're going to pick two athletes in the entire field to be doing strict handstand push-ups, I'd be picking Christy Hollard and Bryony
There you
Chalice
go.
every single day of the week.
Rookie, what about me? Nah.
I said competing this weekend.
There you go.
Too soon?
Save.
Oh,
Save.
It still hurts.
savage.
Everyone asking me, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm
even
not
getting,
okay."
I'm getting messages
Oh
going,
man.
Is she like, how bad is her back? And blah,
Oh,
blah, blah,
it's bad, but you know, I think more
we're not
my
talking
ego.
we're not talking surgery bad.
No.
Just
I hope not.
just maintenance.
Still,
and,
technically, I still don't know what the problem is.
Okay.
We're figuring it out.
yeah.
I've definitely been putting that off. Sometimes, you know,
For
when
about 6
you get a
years?
scan
Yep.
and you're like, it becomes very real when you get a scan. And so I've tried to push that off as long as possible, which I do not recommend or commend. I'm not probably doing the best thing there, but I've tried to do absolutely everything that I can to kind of get it back. You know, just things that I've learned over the years that have really helped in the past. So I think we're at that stage of going and getting it scanned. But my ego is very much bruised.
Okay. So you're going to get those scans done here or back in the States?
Oh, no. So the reason I've been pushing it off is because, you know, it's very expensive over there. So I was like, look, I'm just going to wait until I get back home where I actually have, you know, better health insurance and everything like that. And so that's one of the core reasons. I also have, you know, someone I trust over here as well that has dealt with my back injury from, you know, back in 2014. So, yeah.
So you'll do it on this trip.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
LSKD gold moving on to the chest to bar pull-up, 60 required with the third athlete in the handstand position. Exactly what you want to be doing after you've just done 60 strict handstand push-ups. I wouldn't mind it, but
Just a few minutes from the time cap, I think these ladies could easily finish this
I
event.
think so too.
Yeah.
I might go and meet them at the bar.
were you going to go and do our
Pull-up
interviews for
bar
us?
or the bar?
The bar. No, the bar at the
Wynn
end.
Stadium
Oh.
bar, not to be
The-
confused with the Mr. Crown bar
I mean,
on Sunday night.
I'm totally keen to meet them at the bar Sunday night as well. But I might go and meet them at the bar after this workout.
Yeah, let's
Love
do
it.
that as well.
Love it.
I don't care what bar it is, but I'll meet them at the bar. Shots on me.
Oh,
Shoeies on me.
shoeies, shots. What else we got? Karaoke.
I
What's
mean-
your karaoke song before we go any further?
Ooh, I mean, I like to rap Shane into doing Shallow with me.
Ooh, okay,
Like A Star Is Born.
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Will you really?
I mean, I probably won't. Depends on how much I drink.
Wait, I saw
Okay.
some
If
of
I
your...
am smashed, 100%,
Yes.
I am running that shit.
And I saw some of your TikToks with him. He's such a good sport, huh?
So my TikToks, I had to include him because they're the only reason that they were funny. And so I was using
right,
him. And I
right.
was like, Shane, I need more views. Come on, we're going to do this one.
LSKD
That was awesome.
gold progressing, having a last break. They are not too far away from finishing event number 4.
Let's go, girls. Come on.
This is the third heat.
How they're looking is kind of how I feel like I felt after the first event at Torium Pro. You know, the one with the box jumps and the overhead squats and all the muscle-ups?
Oh, yes, I do.
What was that one called? King Arthur.
King Arthur, that was one of the nastiest ever.
Oh my gosh. Brooke and Saxon did it in training, and they're like, we are not envious. It is honestly one of the one of the worst workouts
rough.
I've actually done.
And that's how it started, huh?
You know, like if you remember what Ricky was like in his overhead squats at the very end, do you remember?
Oh, I remember because he was crawling across the finish line
It was. Now that we know he's okay, it was so funny.
at the time.
But
Well,
that
we were
is
going,
liter-
uh-oh.
Somebody
Oh.
get the medics ready.
Every-
We did, yeah.
everyone was
he
like, uh-oh.
I wouldn't have seen it, but in the tunnel coming out to
Oh,
the
yeah.
Torium Pro, the Pat Raft Arena, he was in that tunnel for about an hour.
Oh yeah,
Couldn't
it was
move,
actually
legs
not
up on
good.
a chair, like we were worried.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now that we know he was all good, you know, he did great. But I'm not even joking. It was how he looked is how everyone felt. Yeah.
He just didn't play it off as good as everybody else.
Here we
No,
go.
he did not.
Last 5 reps,
on,
LSKD
ladies, let's
gold.
go.
Our side on the wall in lane 1, and the Star Strength gals getting to their pull-ups now, and the LSKD gold girls,
Smashed it.
Bryony,
Let's go.
Christy, and Emily over the line. 20:47 unofficial time, but it won't matter because they are well out in front of everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Over a minute to spare on that. That was amazing.
I had nothing to do with their preparation, so I cannot claim anything, but I'm incredibly proud of them.
Well, guess who you're going to
So
be
awesome.
interviewing in about
I know.
3
I
or
better,
4 minutes
I
time?
know. I better probably bounce.
You should ask him about their training program, huh?
Yeah. I'll, so tell me, girls, what program are you on? That's awesome, Annie. That would be hilarious.
You all seem so fit. What method are you using?
Yeah, tell me. Can I get on that?
I need to get on that choo-choo train.
Tell me your secret.
She dropped a choo-choo train yesterday. It's now trending on Twitter, according to Jono.
Hey, I love it.
Jono messaged me saying it's trending on Twitter.
That's awesome. That's so great.
That and the turkey, right?
Oh, the turkey. Rob Watt, the turkey.
All right, guys. Well, I might actually head on
I'm
down
actually
to the
just,
bar.
I think just might have to hang for a little bit
Oh,
longer.
yeah?
Yeah.
I'm just so eager to get to the bar, have a few drinks.
Right?
It's Saturday.
It's about to be Saturday night
Wow. Well done.
in the wind.
That was awesome.
LSKD Gold, absolutely outstanding. And
So
listen
far-
to that roar of Wynn Stadium.
And so far, these ladies are almost perfect. They only have one second place finish. Otherwise, all first place finishes for LSKD Gold. It was really looking like this was an unfinishable event for all of these teams, but LSKD Gold proved that to be not the case. Great job from those ladies. Again, if you didn't see what these ladies had to tackle, it was 60 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and then kind of the crux of this workout and where LSKD Gold was really able to pull ahead of everybody else, 50 worm squats. And they were so smooth. They were so controlled on these worm squats. Once they advanced that worm forward, it was an 800-meter run. They came back into the building for another 50 worm squats. And again, they made up so much time on other teams on that second set of worm squats. Got themselves back to the wall for handstand push-ups and back to the pull-up bar. The only team to finish it so far. Great job from LSKD Gold. It will keep them squarely in first place as we go into the fifth and final event later on this evening, the Snatch ladder. Great job from those ladies. The men will be tackling event 4 in just a couple minutes here. They're resetting the floor, making sure the pull-up bars and handstand push-ups are set up. In the meantime, we're going to throw to a very special guest who's going to interview LSKD Gold and talk to them about their event win on event 4.
Girls, again, how bad was the John Cleary shuffle and the backup into this event?
My back is fried. That's about all I have to say.
I mean, you guys looked incredible. So efficient, so composed. I mean, professionals.
So 3 event wins now, and you've got a 1 second place. What's in store for the LSKD girls for the rest of the weekend?
I think in the snatch ladder, let's just see what we can hit and see if we can just continue the momentum and try and place 1 or 2 in each event now going forward.
Girls, that was incredible, very inspiring, and thank you so much for putting
10 seconds.
Kicked off. We have heat 1 right here. You can see that rig shaking from all these gentlemen doing 60 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups. That'll then take them into 60 strict handstand push-ups. This time we're going to see 60 worm squats because yes, these gentlemen are using the same bag that the ladies did, Jeremy Austin.
Of course.
800-meter run, and they'll come back through the ladder of 60 worm squats, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and 60 chest to bar pull-ups.
How good to have Tia Claire Toomey join us in commentary.
It's just a shame that she's not more talkative, isn't it? She's so shy. She
I know,
doesn't like to talk.
Can't get anything out of it, ever.
I think you can see it in the broadcast. That rig is absolutely shaking.
It's a Sean Woodland.
doing Sean Woodland proud. There is nothing but rig shakers on that.
Heat 4 of event for the Ninja Worm. And some of the team names, TBC and TDZ, named after the athletes in the team. And train hard, play harder. Karen Porter's gym did a great job yesterday and finished up pretty well with the John Cleary shuffle as well.
We talked to Jamie. What is Jamie's name from Alpha Fit? What's his last name?
Jamie Montisalvo is his name.
And he said,
actually, James.
That rig, without a doubt, will be shaking, but it will go nowhere. There is no reason for anybody to worry. And you can see it. It is definitely shaking. But like he said, it seems to be going nowhere.
We're about halfway through competition here at the Down Under Championship. I can't believe like half of it's gone already. What are your initial thoughts of the first day and a half of competition here, coming out here for the first time to the Wollongong area and experiencing Wynn Stadium for the first time?
You know, event-wise, I think it's been a brutal first 3 tests. I think this 4th test right here is also really going to be kind of devastating to a lot of these athletes. But what's going to keep them going is this crowd, and you can see that as we're heading into Saturday evening at Wynn Stadium, it is slowly filling up.
Oh, tonight will be epic. We're going long, we're going late.
And then we're going heavy.
Oh, boom, look at you. Read me like a book.
I've spent a couple hours with you in the last couple days.
A few hours. Or 24 hours a day.
Yep.
Poor soul.
It's okay, though. There's been a couple laughs here and there.
Oh, just a few. I'm actually laughing in my sleep now as well.
My son used to do that all the time. I loved it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And he wouldn't even wake himself up. He would just laugh like it was normal.
Wowza.
Great view right now of all those gents that have moved on to the handstand push-up portion of this event. One of your team members has to be holding a handstand, the other's chipping away at those strict handstand push-ups, and then actually one of them gets to have a little rest. See right there if you're just joining us.
The Carb OG's about to get cracking on the worm.
Yeah. We got 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups, which all of these gentlemen have already finished. 60 strict handstand push-ups, which a few teams are still on. And then 60 worm squats, which just 2 teams have made their way to. Then these gentlemen are going to set out on an 800-meter run, come back in to go back up the ladder of 60 worm squats, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and finish off with 60 chest to bar pull-ups. We only saw one of the female teams complete this event, and that was Team LSKD Gold. No surprise there, they are the team sitting in first place. Only one imperfect score thus far in the competition.
Rec Gym Kirawee just on screen before. All 3 team members facing the crowd instead of facing forward. And Team Dill, it's all about TDZ. You're going to have to change your pronunciation, Annie, from TDZ to TDZ.
TDZ. Oh, that's why you say that.
Z.
Took me a minute. I get it now.
Cool. Continue on. Rec Gym Kirawee in the grey shirts. The far right of screen. Now they're facing the other way. They've got that.
Well, you know, we saw with LSKD Gold, instead of completely shouldering the bag, they all gave a slight rotation to put it not just on the shoulder, but let their back take a little bit of that load as well, as what it looked like. And I have not used the worm, but I'm going to assume that is the way to go because those ladies won the event. had no trouble with that worm.
Tia's just messaged me and apologised if she talked too much just then. I'd rather hear from her than us.
Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. You know, again, I think a lot of spectators were bummed to see her not be competing this weekend. But one of the best things about Tia is how accessible she is, how wonderful she is about taking pictures and giving everybody a second of her time and chatting. And you know, while it's a shame not to see her on the competition floor, it's kind of nice to be able to see a more relaxed side of Tia and chat with her.
Well, if we rewind a little bit and we go back to the Touring Pro this year, we were under the impression that was going to be the last time we'd see her in competition in Australia. We now know that that's not the case, so people here, Touring Pro tickets, they're going to be like hotcakes next year.
They should put them up for sale now.
Oh, standing room only. Carve OGs. JT at the back. Alex at the front. Joel Munro back in competition again. Heading out for their run. Not too bad considering it's just over 8 minutes.
Again, it's important to note, Jeremy, the ladies use the same worms, meaning they were using the same weight that these gentlemen are using right now. The only difference is they did 50 squats versus the 60. But I love kind of the way they are pairing up the men and the women. And again, they're not competing against each other, but bragging rights to the ladies or the gents that finish these different events faster than the others.
Just a leisurely stroll. There's a guy on his bike rides past them. Give him a clip over the ears. Get out of the way, you idiots. What are you doing? Train hard, play harder. Lockie dragging his teammates out of You can't make us go. We don't want to. Oh, the leg burn must be massive.
He's literally pulling them down the competition field right now. Yeah, a lot of these teams having to navigate the natural traffic that's out on that beautiful trail that goes along the beach here in Wollongong. It's a great trail. We walked it Wednesday morning?
Yes.
Thursday morning?
I don't know, someday.
Sunday morning?
I can't remember.
What day is it?
All teams heading out. Bar 1. That's Ocean Fitness Black.
And we're just about at the halfway mark in the time cap of this event. A lot of teams already on their way back into the Wynn Stadium. It's like an electric bike right there.
And Luke Starr, coach of many athletes on the competition floor today, just giving a little bit of a boost on the way out. Luke Starr also competing in the Masters division here. Succumbed to a very nasty injury, the Touring Pro 2019, the same as Brooke Wells, in fact. bottom of a snatch, and that elbow decided it wasn't going to play. And Rekjim Kirawee going for a stroll now out there. They must be hurting.
Why run when you can walk?
If you power walk that, it's probably the same sort of pace as a slow jog anyway.
You
so
might
why
be
not do
right.
that?
You might be right. Again, it's pretty windy out there. If there's a headwind as you're coming back in, that can be tough to run into.
Carve OGs. Getting rid of that rope.
At this point, that whole trail seems to be Down Under Championship competitors, doesn't it?
Oh. If you look to the left portion of your screen to the far right, Ocean Fitness are really struggling. The lower backs are starting to give in, probably due to the fact that John Cleary was not very nice to them on the hill a little bit earlier on today. Lockie Park still doing all he can for train hard, play harder to drag his teammates back into Wynn Stadium. I think they just want to keep going the
Whether
one way.
whether they want
Just go
him
missing.
to or not.
Anyone seen them? They haven't come back in. I didn't want to touch that worm anymore.
Carvo G's are doing a good job of chipping away at the 60 squats.
I wonder what they're discussing down there, the Carvo G's on the floor, while they're looking at the worm. And
They are being, you can see them communicating a bit right before they pick it up and then start squatting. So
Ocean Fitness are all over the shop. They don't know what they're doing. Those worm squats have really broken them. They're all three of them, they were running the wrong way.
yeah,
As Rekjim Kirawee back into the stadium, Ocean Fitness there leaving the stadium. The last person, it's like the little caboose.
I was. You mean on the choo-choo train?
Exactly, on the choo-choo train. And they
You
pick
can,
up- they
you
pick
can
up a
see the
very-
reluctance of all the team members to get back to the worm.
They don't want to put down the rope because that means they have to pick up the worm.
Exactly.
Small worm down, big worm up. Carve OG still in our lead for Heat 4 of Ninja Worm. Now Ocean Fitness, they're the right of screen. They look like they've got into a little bit of a stride. Their brains have gone, okay, we know what we're supposed to be doing now. Bit of fresh air,
Definitely.
clear their head a little bit.
Yeah, they made up a little ground on that run.
Carvo G's still deciding what they're going to do in the center of the arena. TDZ getting to their worm. And Lockie's still dragging the team down. Ocean Fitness, our last team out on the run on the right portion of our screen. To the left, the Carve OGs, your current leaders. Now, keep in mind, the worm squats for the Carve OGs was the slowest portion, including the run. Once they get rid of those worm squats, everything else is going to be pretty easy.
Yep. You can see a lot of these athletes starting to feed off the crowd. It's what you need when you're staring down the pipe at 60 worm squats.
Fitness Ali. TBC left of screen coming in now, dropping the rope. And just not what you want to be seeing when you're coming back after doing all that work and your legs are fried and you've got to pick up the worm and do squats with it.
Oh yeah, you can see the gents right here from Rec Gym Kiraway, hands on their heads, they're trying to find a little air. Carvo G's though have finally finished those worm squats. They get to move back to the wall. Just like you said, Jeremy, that is what Carvo G's wanted. Look how fast they're going through those handstand push-ups.
Trying to work out if that's Joel Munro or Alex Buckley. It's one of the two because they're both on the wall. JT happy to sit there and just watch it.
Yeah.
Go, boys.
Oh, I think he just did about 25 to 30 of those handstand push-ups.
It was actually Joel Munro.
Oh, so happy to not have to use his legs anymore.
Hey, they're faster and easier anyway. Strict or nothing. Rec Gym Kiraway, bottom of the screen, grey shirts. Oh, and collapsing under the load.
Rob Forte might want to change his email address. There could be some hate emails coming his way after this weekend.
He might get more than Rotten Tomatoes thrown at him on the karaoke on Sunday night. Ocean Fitness back as the OGs. Alex Buckley taking a break. Joel Munro getting back to work again. A little bit slower this time, but still getting
he is
through
so
quickly.
fast. Don't forget, these gentlemen still have 60 chest to bar pull-ups to do after they finish these 60 strict handstand push-ups. They still have over 3 minutes on the clock, though, to get it all done. And it looks like they're closing in on their final handstand push-ups. So good chance Carvo G's will finish this event.
Rec Gym Kiraway changing positions on the worm. Trying to trick your brain a little so it's doing something different, but really it's not. Munro and Toole getting together on the chest to bar pull-ups. Buckley upside down. And a good chance to try and recover, get that heart rate down while you're upside down.
Yep.
It might sound stupid. Rocky Park, no problem here, shirts off. Business time, here we go. Train hard, play harder. Second team to the wall. Is it hair touching the floor or head? Lockie's just got to sit there.
I'm pretty sure it's cranium.
Just over 90 seconds left now. Tough going.
Yeah, it's going to be tight for Carvo G's. It'll be interesting to see if Carvo G's can beat the time put up by LSKD Gold, the ladies in the heat previous to them. They put up a time of 21:02. These gentlemen have just under a minute to try to beat the ladies' time.
Carve OGs, are they going to get finished? $60 chest to bars and they are running out of time. Working hard. And nothing worse than getting this far into an event like this and leaving 5 reps on the floor.
Just under a minute to go for these gentlemen.
Carvo G's. Only got 30 seconds left on our clock. The Carvo G's with that massive lead. They won't be able to get this one finished. The fatigue factor too great.
But remember, Jeremy, there's other heats. You still want to get every single rep possible that you can. Great effort from Carvo G's. Again, even more impressive to see LSKD Gold, the women's team in the previous heat, finish the event. They did have 20 less worm squats, but they were using the same worm.
There we go.
Yeah.
And they did have Christy Hollard and Bryony Chalice in their team, who are outstanding at handstand push-ups.
There you go.
There you go. And strict, for that matter. Alex Buckley, pretty busted up.
First heat of men's event 4 just took place. 60 chest to bar synchro pull-ups, 60 strict handstand push-ups. But as we saw, it was this worm that was so devastating for all of these teams. After that 800-meter run, having to revisit the worm was even worse. One team was able to get out ahead, and that was the Carvo G's. But they were not able to finish the event. Still a great effort from them. And we'll see if one of the teams in Heat 2 in men's event 4 can finish this event.
I'll tell you what, I know why there's a rope in this run.
Why is that?
Not just to keep the team connected, but to drag your teammates to the turnaround point and back. Because otherwise they wouldn't be getting there.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I reckon if they said, out we go, there'd be bodies all over the place. Yeah.
Definitely.
Our heat list for men's heat number 2, the Ninja Worm, which is the 4th event of the Down Under Championship. And Rob's gym, Reebok CrossFit Frankston. I wonder if Rob did a little bit of testing. But hey, you guys, can you just do this event for me? And
I'm not going to tell you why.
I'm not going to tell you why, just do this.
Right.
But RFX Athletic, very good job for them on the John Cleary Shuffle, event number 3. Earlier on today, that seems, honestly, like yesterday.
It does.
It's crazy.
We were outside, it was sunny.
I know.
All right, men's event 4, Heat 2 is about to take off. We have 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups while one member holds a handstand hold. And 60 strict handstand push-ups, 60 worm squats. The gentleman will grab a rope, head out on an 800-meter run, come back in and go back up the ladder of 60 worm squats, 60 strict handstand push-ups, and 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups. No teams in the heat prior were able to finish this event. Let's see if one of the teams in Heat 2 can do it.
Underway. Heats don't seem to be getting any easier. This is heat number 5 of 6.
Look at that rig, would ya?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to me. What do you laugh?
I'd say look at them biceps, would ya?
But yes, Alpha Fit rig, an outstanding piece of engineered excellence. Do you like that? Jamie Monty Salva started Alpha Fit way back about 10 years ago now. Because he got into the CrossFit space and I needed some equipment and I needed a rig specifically, so he built one for me. And now, Alpha Fit, as they are today, one of the best manufacturers in the world, and he's a wonderful engineer of this equipment, and great to have him involved in the CrossFit space.
not only brilliant when it comes to designing equipment, he's a very nice gentleman.
Yes, he
I've
is.
enjoyed getting to know him this weekend.
It's like Luke Spencer, Toby Crouch in the green shirts, Pat O'Kane making up their team from Reebok CrossFit Frankston. Having a little bit of a discussion on what they're doing next. But Toby and Luke about the same height, which makes things a whole lot easier.
Definitely. Not just for the worm, but again, even just for cycling those chest to bar pull-ups. You know, you have one athlete that has short arms, another athlete that has long arms, and cycling those chest to bars can get really tough, getting the timing down. So definite advantage to be same levers.
Luke Spencer's story, really interesting one. Really sad one, actually. Week before Taurian Pro, going to Taurian Pro semi-finals with the team, gets injured last minute. Has to pull out, has to pull on the coach's hat. Devastating, devastating. But gets himself fixed up. Here he is, down under championship.
Awesome.
In the team, raring to go again. Carvo G's in the previous heat, getting oh so close to getting the job done.
It's definitely that second round of worm squats that slowed down Carvo G's. We'll see if one of the teams in this heat can keep the pace on that second set of worm squats. Like you said, Jeremy, could it be CrossFit Frankston? I'm going to guess that with Rob Forte at the head of their team, they've done some worm work. All these gentlemen have moved on to the handstand push-up portion. At this point, one athlete has to be holding a handstand. One athlete is chipping away at the 60 strict handstand push-ups. And for once, one athlete can be resting. So a bit of strategy comes into play at this point.
Batman Robin and Jake Standen at the front of the team. We talk about blokes who can snatch heavyweight.
They're going to put on a show for us
Jake
tonight.
Standen finished the snatch ladder at the Taurian Pro this year in the individual competition and was absolutely outstanding.
Awesome.
Absolutely loves it.
Well, he's going to be in the spotlight soon. That's the next event coming up for these teams.
Le Boys. Wonder if they're French. But we see the same format. Athletes are watching and learning.
Yep.
No need to stay square. Let's get that 45-degree angle happening without pushing the boundary on the range of movement or the requirements
Exactly.
outlined by Rob Forte and head judge Dan Williams.
And we actually saw some of the athletes do this on the John Cleary event earlier today, where instead of carrying that bag completely on their shoulder, they kind of moved it over to their back, and they were able to hold on to it with one hand. And I think when you're working with odd object implements, you can get it kind of on more of your body. It's definitely a lot easier to support that weight.
The boys in the brown and black shirts. Oh, Matt Riley. One of our old school competitors here, regional level. Great to see Matty back on the competition floor. Talk about true competitors. Do you remember that chipper? Can't remember when it was. It was way back in the day, and barely anyone in the world finished it. It was one of the hardest chippers.
Was Brent Fikowski like one of the only ones that
Ben
finished
Smith finished it.
Ah.
Can't remember what year it was, but it was a long time ago. Matt Riley finished it here, and the place absolutely erupted because everyone knew how hard it was going to be.
Well, and that was the beauty about regionals back then, right, is that all athletes were doing the same test. I'm excited that CrossFit has moved back to that style format with the semifinals. It's fun to see other events get to program different workouts, but I think if we're talking about sending athletes to the CrossFit Games, I vote for having standardized programming. And again, that way you can compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges worldwide.
But the other reason I reckon is really good for doing that is to make sure you're getting the same type of athlete. You could have one set of programming that is completely based
biased
on, say yesterday, light barbell cycling and nasty girls, and then the next event is based around day 2, say, where it's a lot different, lot heavy loading, odd objects, heavy barbell stuff. So
Yep.
I
And we
love the
saw
fact that that's happening.
Yeah, and I think we saw that a lot more kind of in the early years when it transitioned to events that could do their own programming. Last year was a little better where there was, CrossFit had a little bit to say, but yeah, you can definitely bias an event towards a style of athlete.
Batman, Robin and JJ leaving the arena now. Darcy Hancock, Jake Standen, Bradley Spreadborough. Darcy Hancock we've seen the last 2 years at the Torian Pro as well. Great training buddies. Standen and Darcy Hancock. Carbon Method picking up their rope there in lane 1. Sort of picking up their rope. They're trying to pick up their rope. They've got it now. We're good.
And we're not even to the halfway mark of this event. Just over 9 minutes in with a 22-minute time cap. You can see some of the guys out on the 800-meter run right now.
CrossFit Botany, La Boys, Reebok CrossFit Frankston all leaving the arena roughly at the same time. Batman, Robin and JJ. The flowing locks of Jake Standen blowing around in that breeze like a big sheepdog. He's a strong sheepdog, I can tell you. And looks very hazy outside. We haven't been outside since we came in.
I think we've seen the sun kind of come and go a few times today.
And the judge holding his hat, so it must be very blowy out.
You can see right there with the trees. These gents might be nice though to get outside, feel the cool air, get a breath of fresh air before having to tackle that worm again. Again, when these athletes come back in, they face 60 more squats with that worm, and that has most definitely been the equalizer for all of these teams.
It's had crushed people before they leave, and I reckon that entire 800-meter run, all they're thinking about is going, I don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. Because the fatigue level is massive. We've seen that in the athletes that have left the arena. RFX still struggling. RFX back onto the shoulders Braden Dillon and Braden. Turnaround points. Wynn Stadium in the background. Blue skies out, but still a lot of cloud cover as Batman Robin and JJ have entered Wynn Stadium and are going to come past and pass RFX Athletic. Or will they?
These gentlemen have about 10 minutes to make their way back through this event, starting with 60 worm squats, which you can see they're all very excited to do.
I know athletes get excited to do events like this. And you want to be testing something similar before going into it because you've got the opportunity to test it. I know some teams in particular, they go, let's do half of it and we'll know exactly how it feels after it. No, no, no. That's not how it works.
And we just saw that with Carvo G's, right? It is the back half. It is the second set of these squats that is so devastating for so many teams. But Batman, Robin, and JJ looking solid on their first attempt at the second set of 60 worm squats, moving at a really good clip.
This floor will be converted very shortly, and you are going to see a lot of heavy barbells on it. And probably the event I am most excited to see, especially after doing it in the team competition back in 2012. Although I'm not that great at doing snatching, it was still classed as a snatch.
Some variation.
Head Judge Brad McKee back in the day was not overly happy with my technique, but he had to allow it because I met the standards.
And so is CrossFit, huh?
And so it is born. Batman Robin, JJ, bottom of screen on the left-hand side. Getting through their worm squats as RFX Athletic hit the halfway point and look pretty good on their run.
Did. RFX still on their run, the only team not back in the building. And we've got less than 8 minutes until that time cap. Batman, Robin and JJ doing a great job on that bag. And I love how the front man there just has a lot of that weight hanging right off the front.
Unbound Athletic getting to their bag. And great to have CrossFit CEO Don Fall with us. He's just sent me a message and said, great hanging out with you two over the weekend. Great to be in broadcast. And here's something I'm not buying anything of before I fly home. You can explain to everyone what that looks like.
I'm glad it's not a picture of Tim Tams.
Oh, jars of Vegemite.
Just jars of Vegemite. Well, Dave Driscoll from CrossFit Wanderlust Bali told me, he's an American, that he loves Vegemite, and he actually likes dipping funny things in it. And I said, define
funny things, please.
He said beef jerky. He dips beef jerky in Vegemite.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's different. Batman, Robin, and JJ. Jake Stanton in a rush to get this done. 16 and a half minutes down on our time cap. Event number 4, Ninja Worm. This is heat number 5, day 2. The Down Under Championship. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. And Annie, great to have you out here and experiencing. Very few Americans have been able to come out here and experience what it's like to be here at regional time. And here it is. And this roof's going to get lifted off tonight when event number 5 comes out, the Snatch ladder.
Yep, I cannot wait to see and hear the crowd.
Oh, you'll hear it all right.
Yes, exactly. But it's been such a blast to come out. I get why a lot of Americans haven't been out here. It is a trek to get out here, which means I have such a new respect for all of the Australian and New Zealand athletes, Kiwi athletes that come out to America for any competition. It's a brutal travel day.
Well, you think about it, the Rogue Invitational was only 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
The week before that, I was emceeing the New Zealand national teams competition with Bailey Rogers for 3 really tough days on the competition floor, and she did a lot of kilometres as I did. Then she jumps on a plane
goes to
Rogue and competes.
Amazing.
Oh, crazy.
It's crazy. And everybody has said, coming here is hard, but it's the going back. So it's going from here to America that's so tough. I'm ready for it.
Reebok, CrossFit, Frankston on their way back. Carbon Method getting to the wall as well. And the fast handstand push-ups are starting. Interesting strategy from Reebok CrossFit Frankston, sending Luke Spencer first, the tallest athlete. Thought they might have sent Toby Crouch or Pat O'Kane. But then again, it's going to come down to who has, there's Pat there. Super Dad Pat O'Kane. But Batman and Robin, and of course, don't forget JJ.
Sometimes it's just, who feels most recovered. So while he is the tallest or longest athlete, he might just feel more recovered at this point. So he's ready to do those handstand push-ups where some of his other teammates just might not be ready yet. Batman, Robin, and JJ are now finally onto their chest to bar pull-ups. Definitely in a position to finish this.
Coming up to the 20-minute mark. Khan Porter's dad just rocking past. Only a couple of minutes remaining. Batman, Robin, and JJ, your leaders, heat number 5.
Got just over 2 minutes to finish these 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups.
And just thinking about how impressive LSKD Gold girls were to get this completed.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, less reps, but same weight. But
exactly. 21:02, I believe, was their time.
Outstanding.
Absolutely mind-blowing. These gentlemen have just under a minute to try to beat those girls. Not that they are in competition with those girls, but...
It's always a competition. What are you talking about?
That's right. That is right, rookie.
R.C. Hancock. Back onto the bar.
Yeah, you can see them looking over at each other to try to make sure they match up those synchro pull-ups.
Oh, off screen, Luke Spencer staying on the bar and doing a rep. Toby Crouch had jumped off, so Luke Spencer doing another rep. That's not nice. Center of screen.
If you're not communicating, that's what's going to happen.
So Crouch, not Jay, but Toby and Luke Spencer. Carbon Method.
Saw the hand go up in the air for Batman, Robin, and JJ.
But they've only got less than a minute remaining to get down that competition floor. They won't need it. Bradley, Jake, Darcy. What a great finish. I'm not sure if any other team are going to get finished.
Less than 30 seconds to go.
Jake Standen looks pretty good down there in the end zone.
He looks better than his teammates do, that's for sure.
Brad and Darcy don't want a bar of it.
Few teams back on the bar for those chest-to-bar pull-ups, but no other teams besides Batman, Robin, and JJ will be able to finish event 4 for the teams. One more heat to go, one more chance for a few more teams to finish this grueling event. But in heat 2, it was only Batman, Robin, and JJ that were able to finish it. An unofficial time of about 21:20. Great work by those gentlemen. A lot of things to coordinate there, Jeremy. Chest to bar pull-ups, the worm, running with a rope.
Running with a rope seems to be one of the hardest things to do.
Yeah.
I want you to run with this rope.
Well,
nope.
Let's face it, for some of us, running is one of the hardest things to do, period. All right. Second heat set off with a 22-minute time cap, 60 chest to bar synchro pull-ups, 60 handstand push-ups. But the crux, the meat of this workout is this worm, 60 worm squats. And it's not just the 60 worm squats on the front side. It, as you saw, kind of destroyed RFX right there, but it is after that 800-meter rope run, the 60 worm squats on the way back in, that is so devastating for all of these teams. But Batman, Robin, and JJ had no trouble chipping away at the final gymnastics movements, including 60 synchro chest to bar pull-ups to take away the heat win. Will they be the only men's team to finish this event? One more heat to go. Can some of these superstar teams take down their time unofficially of 21:20? Event 4, the Ninja Worm.
Heat number 3 for the men, the final heats. The Down Under Dogs men at work, 4 and 5. But I tell you what, the Ariti team, the superstars, they've been really good this weekend so far. And don't discount the 6'4" Army Phantoms, because they have the Louis Foster power mullet.
How about Team Hustlemate? Very impressed to see James Newberry cycling that barbell yesterday.
Cycling, that's all he does these days is cycle.
Yeah, but not barbells. So very impressive to see him. I'm excited to see how teams like Noah, Chandler, and Saxon are able to handle this worm.
Oh, wow.
How about
Saxon out of the gate?
Yeah.
He's in a rush.
How about this Down Under Dogs and how they're going to manage the worm, considering Matt DeLugos is so tall compared to the other two athletes?
So, you'd be smart. You put Matt DeLugos in the handstand hold for the entire thing. There you go. There's the strategy right off the bat. No, they're not. They're moving Matt in there. Chandler and Noah having a break, communication breakdown.
Yep. Something with their judge.
Matt DeLugos looking pretty good just to the left of screen right now, but Noah Saxon getting back to work. And we've seen some pretty impressive fast times from not just men at work, but also the Down Under Dogs. Are we going to see something amazing in the next 15 minutes or so?
Well, and again, Men at Work had 2 event wins yesterday. Down Under Dogs start with an event win today. Can they back it up with another win to tie up the score between Men at Work and the Down Under Dogs? Going into the Snatch event, that would be pretty exciting, don't you think, Jeremy? If those two teams are tied for points.
Oh, just Write the script for me, Annie Sakamoto.
Write the script for you?
Can you write the script, please?
All right, well, then that means Matt DeLugos, Ricky Garrard need to chop through those chest to bar pull-ups right now, see if they can earn this team a win.
Great shot of the Alpha Fit rig. And talk about rigs. There's rigs everywhere. Big rigs.
Big rigs. Big rigs shaking.
These are your top 8 male teams.
Chandler chipping away at those handstand push-ups. Look how fast Ricky is on those handstand push-ups.
Oh, Noah. Seriously?
Obviously, the faster you are on those handstand push-ups, the less time your teammates have to spend in that handstand hold. The less time those shoulders are under tension.
The faster they get this done, the more time they can spend on the worm.
Oh, isn't that nice? I thought you were going to say the more time they could spend at the bar.
Oh, that's later.
Saxon also really fast on those handstand push-ups.
And Noah communicating while he's upside down, telling him exactly how many to do before he comes off. Give him a target.
And if you didn't get to hear our Q&A last night,
wow.
Noah mentioned that he's interested in going team once his individual career is done. And I think Noah would be a fantastic teammate.
Oh, we know how good the Noah Chandler Travis team is.
Well, if they can put a wig on one of them, and then just need one more girl.
That's it. The underway full senders getting to the worm just after men at work. Down underdogs in the zone. The Phantoms from 6'4". Underway with their worm squats. Only 4 teams so far.
Here's the difference, Jeremy. These gents are to the worm. They're probably a good third of the way through their squats, and we're only 4 minutes into this 22-minute time cap. So
this one's going to be quick.
Yep. Barring any catastrophes.
Now, the problem in being an elite team such as this, Matt, Ricky, and Khan. Khan said you want to rest. Matt says no. But you get to this position. What's your weakest link? What's your weakest point? You don't want to be that person that says, no, I'm done. I need a rest.
But you don't want to push yourself further than you can and end up suffering even worse, like unable to recover even worse down the road.
That's what happens when those elite team members, great individual team members, come together as a team. You need that communication factor.
Yep.
And maybe something that hasn't been really worked out with Saxon coming into the team so late.
Right. You can see right here, though, they really look like they're kind of aware of each other, what's going on. Noah, I think, great. He looks like he would be such a great team leader. Great communicator.
And you talk capacity. These athletes have got a lot of it. Their fatigue factor doesn't kick in until very late. The last 5 reps now from men at work. 2 event wins already. Dropping one back to the down underdogs in event 3, the John Cleary shuffle. And the cheer goes around Wynn Stadium.
Yeah, I don't think they liked not winning their 3rd event, the first one today.
I reckon that would have really annoyed them.
Yep. So they head out on the run. Not even 6 minutes into this event.
Wow. Who is going to catch them is the question. Can anyone catch them? 5 reps to go for the down underdogs. 5 reps for underway, full senders.
Oh, critical mistake for those gentlemen.
We've seen that before, though.
Yep. You have to remember that you have to advance
Ooh,
that
here we
horn
go.
forward.
Here we
Whoa.
go. The full senders from Underway in Melbourne are going to be ahead. Or are they?
So here's what we know, Jeremy. The team Reykjavik did really well in the run. They had to make up some points.
Oh, the
in
choo-choo
games
train's
this
coming
year.
down the tracks here in front of us.
Khan's team did great. Ricky can run. How does Matt DeLugos do on this run?
Oh, 3 strides and he's done at the turnaround point. He's like 6 foot 100.
Like we said earlier, there's definitely a little weather out there on that track. Some clouds have come over. There's been a good amount of wind
And
all day.
a few spectators down at the turnaround point as well.
But Men at Work has a nice hefty lead on the rest of the field as they come into that halfway mark.
Noah looking so comfortable out in front, relaxed shoulders. Saxon doing a little bit of work on that rope. Ariti. The superstars about to leave the arena. 6'4" Army Phantom. Can't wait to see what happens with the breeze out there on Louis Foster's mullets. Better be careful, tie that down. Blow away. Men at Work.
I love that shot at the top of John Cleary Hill right there.
Oh, so brutal.
It definitely left its mark on a lot of these athletes today.
And they're about 100 meters out from entering the stadium, which is on your left. You can see the big brown pillar to the left of the screen.
Nice piece of information. You know who's giving us these drone shots of these athletes?
Tell me.
Mr. Ross Forte.
Oh, thank you, Ross.
Father of Mr. Rob Forte.
Hustle made at the turnaround points. James Newbury, not surprising to see him out in front in this run. This will be easy.
He might do an extra lap just for fun.
Exactly. Men at Work about to step onto the floor again. Men at Work. How about men not at work? They're lapping this up. They're loving every second of this.
We're not even to the 10-minute mark, and these gentlemen have already entered the stadium.
They are going to go way under the fastest time we've seen today. By how much, we don't know.
Only one team has finished this event for the gentlemen, and that was Batman, Robin, and JJ in the heat before this with an unofficial time of 21:20. Important to note, Jeremy, one female team actually finished this event as well. The only other team to finish this, yes, they had 20 less squats total, but still very impressive, and that was from Team LSKG Gold in the women's heat.
Team is finishing up the run. It is the down underdogs to come into the stadium next, and you can hear the cheer from the crowd. Underway full senders left of screen coming in now. And wearing budgie smugglers on the John Cleary shuffle earlier on, which was an interesting twist. I wasn't ready for it. I should have been.
Well, what sandbags and steep hills say is budgie smugglers.
Budgie smugglers, absolutely.
It's the proper attire.
Down underdogs with some work to do to catch Men at Work. Underway full senders were quick on the first portion.
Oh,
Hustle made in top of the screen on the left-hand side.
you could see the
Newbury dragging them down the field.
you could see the first few reps for the down underdogs was almost more like a caterpillar. It was kind of moving uneven, but they've synced up now. They're moving much better.
Greater West coming back. Tim Good, James Portelli, and the meatball, Nathan Horner. Crowd really starting to fill in here. Going to be a late night here at Wynn Stadium. Ariti coming in. Just behind them, the 6'4" Army Phantoms.
You can see a lot of different ways these teams are shouldering the bag. Down underdogs. And also Team Hustle Made, kind of going for more of that, almost on their back. Upper neck approach, whereas Men at Work are with that more traditional shoulder.
They are taking this to task. Like, I've not seen 3 athletes that haven't worked in a team before work so smoothly.
Yep.
Normally it takes years.
And I guess, I think that that's probably all of their capacity is so high that really it just becomes communicating with each other.
Or not communicating, or not having to communicate with each other. I'm doing this many reps, and then you can do something.
Yes.
That's it. Noah about to jump up onto the wall as Greater West come into the arena, and Noah's handstands. I reckon it's 2 every 1 second.
Looks like it.
Chandler off the wall.
You can see how those gents are choosing to move. Whoever's fresh does the handstand push-ups. You move from the handstand push-ups into the handstand hold because you don't need quite the shoulder capacity to hold that handstand, or stamina, I should say, as you do to do those handstand push-ups.
Oh.
And then that athlete cycles off to the rest position.
Oh, 5 to go. Saxon's just going to keep going. A little bit of fatigue, but he's just going to finish the set off. 60 strict handstands in under 90 seconds. The full senders in second now. Jack Clark, Benny Newland, Lucas O'Brien, the boys from Melbourne are trying to stay ahead of the down underdogs. Chandler, Saxon having a relatively easy time with these butterfly chest to bar pull-ups. Noah in the background.
I think they just opened with a set of 20, Jeremy. Not bad after all the other work they just did.
Because they can. So why not?
20 chest to bar pull-ups. I have to be fresh as a daisy to get 20 chest to bar pull-ups, not to mention syncing them up with a teammate.
So Chandler now having to go another set of 20. Then he'll jump on the wall.
It's too bad he's not very strong.
So you look up the dictionary under strong and there's a photo of Chandler.
Yeah. You can see Saxon's shoulders starting to shake right there a little bit in that handstand hold, but they've got well over half these reps done.
Oh, it's going to be a fast time. Untouchable in event number 4. And I am so excited about what is coming.
Again, the time they are chasing down from the heat prior was put up by Batman, Robin, and JJ, and that's 21:20. We're barely at the 16-minute mark, and these gentlemen have less than 5 reps to go. Safe to say they're going to absolutely smash the time put up in the previous heat.
Chandler stops to pick up one of the boys' shirts on the way through.
Isn't he thoughtful?
Oh, thoughtful. Outstanding once again. Oh, and Chandler dancing for the crowd's pleasure. Thank you,
Third
sir.
event win for that team of 4.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Definitely some legs in that event, but towards the end, a lot of
what
shoulder.
look what they were doing just then. Discussing the event, Saxon sitting him down and talking about what had happened, how they strategized.
A debrief.
Oh,
Because they're not, they're having a powwow.
outstanding work from the Murica boys.
Murica.
Down underdogs, trying to chase down the underway full senders
Oh,
in second and third. $17 and a half down. Our final heat. Khan and Ricky. Two of Aussie's best. But the underway full senders against Hustle Made. Oh, underway with a slide from Lucas O'Brien.
what a race right there.
Wow.
Talk about full senders right there.
Oh, and sending it big.
So fun.
Oh, this has been a great event.
About 3.5 minutes to go.
You think the Men at Work boys finished 2 minutes ago?
Yeah. They've sat down, had a debrief and a sandwich while all the others are still finishing.
The down underdogs not able to back it up after their event win in event number 3, but they come home now. Ricky Khan and Matt DeLugas finishing off a very tough event number 4.
Solid finish for those gents, but I can guarantee they are not happy after that event win this morning.
Superstars to the right of screen, CrossFit Ariti. Some Go Khan banners in the crowd. Last couple of minutes. Ariti, the superstars, coming back down. Another quick break. Our final 3 teams in our final heats. Greater West in the black. On the far left, the very far left, 6'4" Army Phantom.
Just about 45 seconds left. Only a couple teams still working on those chest to bar pull-ups.
The 6'4" Army Phantoms under time cap by about 20 seconds. Greater West and the superstars from CrossFit Ariti still working hard to get done.
Don't forget, there's going to be quick turnaround before these athletes go into the snatch ladder. That's coming up in a little bit. Whew. That was a solid 22 minutes of work for most of those teams. A little less if your team Men at Work. They absolutely scorched that event.
Blistering.
You can see the volunteers quickly trying to transition the floor. Again, like I just said, snatch event coming up for both the individuals and elite teams in just a few minutes. Event 4 for the teams. 22-minute time cap, 60 chest to bar synchro pull-ups, 60 strict handstand push-ups, 60 worm squats, 800-meter run, and then back up the ladder. After not finishing first on event 3 this morning, we were wondering if Men at Work could pull out another event win. You could see right in the beginning there was some communication breakdown with them and their judge. But they were absolutely smoking those gymnastics movements. They did really well on the worm, which has been kind of the meat of this event. A lot of teams have suffered there. Set out on that 800-meter run well before the 6-minute mark. Again, it was that worm that was so critical for all of these teams. But Men at Work not happy with not getting an event win, determined to pick up their 3rd event win of 4 events so far this competition. Came back around, did a great job on the worm, coordinated all efforts on the handstand push-up and the chest to bar pull-ups, and were able to finish that event well under that 22-minute time cap. And a little energy left for dancing for Chandler Smith. Again, great effort from Men at Work. Not a lot of time for these athletes to turn around and get ready for the snatch ladder. What we're all looking forward to, Saturday night under the lights, big weights, big things happening. In between now and then, we're gonna have a short break, but first we're gonna toss to Jeremy Austin, who's got at the Fit Aid bar here in Wynn Stadium, I believe with Team Hustle Made, who had a great hustle to the finish with the underway full senders.
Probably one of the tightest finishes we've seen on the competition floor between you guys and the underway full senders. Royce, must be awesome to be back here in Wollongong on the competition floor again.
Yeah, 100%. Last time I was here, I was a little baby CrossFitter in my first year of regionals. So, I always remember the crowd just basically being like on top of you, giving you their energy. So, I'm glad to see nothing's changed there.
And Jack, for you, joining forces with these two absolute legends of CrossFit in the Oceania region, how does it feel for you to be alongside them this weekend?
Yeah, they've been crushing me on all the workouts, but I'm just trying to soak it all up because it's a great experience.
And you've been a Taurian as well. How does that experience compare to this?
Yeah, right up there. Just the same. It's great. Good to be out there.
James Newbury, sexy James Newbury, great to see you back here again. Your CrossFit journey started here when regionals first started here. You must be really happy with the way your career has progressed over the years. Not doing so much CrossFit these days, but still saying fit as a fiddle and still looking great.
Yeah, so I was back here in 2012. That was my debut rookie season here at regionals, and it feels like it was like last week to me. And I remember coming out, doing the 2K row, the pistols and the hang cleans, and I reckon those hang cleans are pretty close to my 1RM at the time. So it's 10 years later, and I'm stoked to be out here on the floor. the vibe is the same. It's bringing it old school, and yeah, dude, I can't get enough of it. I'm so glad I got roped into this last week, and the boys were happy enough to have someone who, you know, is probably hasn't been touching these things, but it honestly feels like I picked all this stuff up yesterday, and these guys are carrying me pretty well.
I don't know about that, but anyway, I'll get you guys to sign our Alpha Fit plates as well before you go. But we have got the Snatch ladder coming up here, and no doubt you guys in the crowd are going to enjoy every second of it. We're going to be back here in about 10 minutes' time to start off the Snatch ladder here. Day 2 of the Down Under Championship continues.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Day 2 of the Down Under Championship. 2 events down, 1 event remaining. And probably one of the most exciting events coming up. Event number 5, the Snatch Ladder. Jeremy Austin with you. And Annie Sakamoto all the way from the US. One of the original NASA girls. Great to have Annie all the way down in Australia and be part of this special event, the rejuvenation of the Down Under Championship. And we've just seen some amazing performances in event number 3 and number 4. The John Cleary Shuffle out on John Cleary Hill this morning, and athletes just finishing off event number 4. It was an absolutely brutal event, all except for Men at Work, who wiped the floor with it. An exciting finish between the underway full senders and also Hustle Made. And more exciting stuff coming up right now. We're going to lift, and we're going to lift heavy. This is regionals event 12.5. The elite men kicking things off. Weights starting at 80 kilos for the men, finishing at 135 kilos. That's 176 pounds. For those outside Australia, of course, and finishing at 297 pounds. And some of the heaviest stuff we have seen lifted in competition here at Wynn Stadium. Competition already underway. Athletes lifting their barbell. And the double under tiebreaker, Annie, probably something that we're going to see probably more prevalent now that the weights are a little bit heavier.
Definitely. And, you know, the good thing is these athletes have a choice, and maybe that's almost even a bad thing.
Choice? No, they don't.
Well, because they can, if they miss a snatch, they can either reattempt that snatch or they can immediately go to the double unders as a tiebreaker.
And you can hear the buzz around the crowd already. Placards on the floor. Give you an idea of what weights they are lifting.
Men's weights opening at 80 kg, which would be 175 pounds for everybody who doesn't work on the metric there. And then they go up in 5 kilo increments until we hit that 120 mark. Then they start going up in 2.5 kilo increments, all the way to 135 kilos, which is otherwise known as 300.
Boom. About 11 pounds each jump. Speaking of jumping, they've got to start with some double unders first. Just an annoying part of getting into this event.
I remember I jinxed myself so hard on this event. I said, people were saying, I don't know, the double unders are going to make you tired, or you're going to make you this. And I was thinking, no, actually, it'll be a nice little icebreaker. It kind of gets your mind off the snatch. The snatch is so technical. I was so nervous about snatching all of a sudden, I couldn't do one double under. I almost couldn't snatch because I couldn't get through the double unders. I was so flustered.
Athletes staying on the competition floor until they are not able to get a successful lift. And the heaviest weight we saw here on the competition floor, Annie, back in the day for the men, Big Chad McKay.
Yeah, Chad McKay.
Which was 120 kilos, 264 pounds. We're going to see way heavier than that today.
But they'd like to think so. These athletes have 50 seconds to get the double unders, and any attempts at snatch they're going to.
We think 20 double unders, that's not much.
No.
But your heart rate's just going to jack a little every single time.
I think it's more just annoying than anything, to be
so
honest.
Annoying. Thanks, Rob. But tipping the hat to the old regionals events.
Exactly.
Oh, everyone doing it really easy so far. Dylan Murphy and Jack Fleming out to a good start. Jake Wheeler now, crowd urging Jake on to get this 90-kilo barbell.
Oh, and he's an athlete where we saw he was really kind of struggling after that John Cleary workout, and then he was even sitting on his box at the end of the last workout. So interesting to know if that's just kind of some lower back or leg fatigue that kept him out of that 90-kilo bar.
Athletes probably appreciating this event a whole lot more considering what they've gone through. Dylan Murphy losing out the back. Cam Kuzla joining the pack, the top left of screen in the white shirt. Crowd urging all of the athletes on.
Not quite enough time to get some double unders in.
Jack Fleming, Shane Ashley Maroney. There's something about a clock and a timer. Pressure.
Definitely.
You're on the big stage.
Yep.
Everyone's looking at you. Not
Yep.
just specifically you, but obviously
This is
all eyes are on the arena.
the most nerve-wracking, but what can be the most gratifying when you hit, a weight that you didn't think you could hit with a huge crowd. There's nothing like that.
Jack Fleming, 120. Oh.
Oh,
Shane Ashley
so
Maroney,
that's the
115.
decision right there that we talked about. Do you try that weight again, or do you immediately go into your double unders? Fleming opting to go right into the double unders in case there's a tie at that 120-kilo bar. Now it's just how many he can get in the remainder of the 50 seconds.
So that bar Jack Fleming is on right now is the heaviest barbell that was lifted here in competition here in 2012. Big Chatto, if you are watching, it's been a minute. One of the largest athletes to compete, not just at regional level here, but also the CrossFit Games.
Didn't Chad McKay win the triathlon event that we did in 2012 at the Games? Did he win that event?
He would have gone close.
Oh!
Henry Carlisle. Not successful.
First athlete to hit
Isaac
that
Newman,
120
done.
kilo bar.
Henry choosing to pick that rope up pretty quickly. Well, really, if you think about it, 2 good opportunities to lift after you get those 20 double unders done, and that is it.
Yep.
So you're gonna make the decision. The first one doesn't feel good. You've got to really get after it. Now, the athletes haven't had that long to recover. If you think about the change between John Cleary and event number 4,
This has been a beefy
17.1.
day for these athletes.
That was a quick turnaround.
Yep.
But those athletes that have had a quick turnaround then had a longer turnaround just then. So it all balances out in the end. Oh, boom. Tell you what. Lap it up. Time in the sun, 122.5.
So that's about 270 pounds, which would have been the third to final bar back in regionals 2012.
Wow. How far are we going? What are the limits? Is someone going to finish this? Are multiple athletes going to finish this?
Of course somebody's going to finish this.
And the athletes coming into the floor, getting a bird's eye view of exactly what's happening and what they need to do.
$125 kilos.
Oh,
Easy.
it's too easy. Come on.
Too easy.
Might need some more barbells. Russell McCloy going for it with his doubles. Now you sit back and you're Rob Forte and you're wanting to do this event, like the entire event, you go, programming. What's going to get people excited on a Saturday night back at Wollongong in Wynn Stadium?
With the theme of all these regionals events too, right?
I wonder which one you're going to pick first.
127 kilos on the bar. Yep.
And, Isaac Newman, stop it.
Smooth as Vegemite right there, wasn't it?
Now, you talk about weightlifting shoes.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any.
Yeah, I was just noticed. I think those are the new, are they the new Fronings from Reebok?
I think so.
Not a bad choice then, huh?
Oh, Isaac Newman, seriously? Left Chad McKay in his wake. But hey, guess what? He's not finished. He's got more.
Without a doubt, he has more. This is the second to last bar that we saw at regionals. 130 kilos.
Newman stepping to the bar like a caged tiger. What's he got in the tank? Oh, he's got all of it in the tank. Come on.
Too easy, mate.
You are too easy, mate, all right? He's banging down these barbells, I tell you, Annie. 2 barbells remaining. Are you joking?
I think it's like you said, Rob Forte is wondering, did I push this enough?
I think it's Isaac Newman's forte, definitely.
Did I put enough weight on the floor?
I don't think he has.
For Sir Isaac Newman.
I don't think he has. He has not looked like he has struggled yet. And we're talking heavyweight here. This barbell coming up.
Well, and think about what these athletes just did in the event before.
290
Tons of
pounds coming
strict
right now.
handstand push-ups.
Crowd going
Tons of
absolutely
chest
bananas
to bar
here
pull-ups.
for Isaac Newman. Oh, close. Good choice, good choice. That one didn't look good on the catch. And Andrew Sambell standing there and applauding his competitor. An outstanding performance, 132.5. Oh, Isaac Newman. Hats off, buddy, hats off. Now we have a big gap. Annie Sakamoto back to Luke Fowler, believe it or not. Fowler looking very good under the barbell. 112.5 kilos. Pardon me, 115 kilos.
Easy for Luke Fowler.
No problem at all. This is how loud it is now. Imagine what it's going to be like when the team competition gets kicking. Ooh.
You mean when Matt DeLugos gets to the bar?
Or maybe even Chandler gets to the bar. Fear for the barbell. Please don't pick me up. Luke Fowler taking plenty of time. Zach Thomas losing out the back. Andrew Sambell, ooh, unsteady. Oh, Luke Fowler, easy.
Zach Thomas choosing to do those double unders instead. See
the first one not looking good at all. Bailey O'Brien about to step onto the arena. Luke Fowler, your leader, the far end of Wynn Stadium, closest to the rig, the center of the screen. Andrew Sambell next in line, and Matt Gilpin after him.
Andrew.
Bailey O'Brien, easy.
Oh.
Sambell, unsuccessful. Luke Fowler about to lift.
Easy for Luke Fowler. You got to wonder with Sambell, did he just grab the bar a little too soon?
A little bit of love for Andrew Sambell. We can do that. MTRS performance. Oh, elevator going down.
You know, I think, Jeremy, he was just a little quick to grab onto that bar. Had he given himself another beat or two before going to that bar, I think he would have had a better chance on that first attempt at the 120.
Fowler onto the third row, 125 kilos. Getting up there, 275 pounds. Gilpin. Ooh, spat out the back. Fowler.
Easy
yes,
for
sir.
Luke Fowler. And take a look, Jeremy. Luke also has just his tennies on.
Isn't it funny? I remember back in the day here on the competition floor, we all wore weightlifting shoes.
Oh, heck
all
yeah.
of us.
Oh, heck yeah.
And now, Isaac Newman just walked past us. Fowler, the far right of screen, the
Big-
only athletes in this arena right now on that third row and taking up as much time as he needs, 127.5 kilos.
Oh,
The 280-pound barbell a little bit heavy, but now a big gap. And you're going to enjoy this, Annie Sakamoto. Guess who's next in line?
next in line.
The turkey himself,
Oh.
Rob Watts.
My buddy Rob Watt.
Curtis Jackson with some sass coming onto the competition floor. Rob Watt sitting at about 6'4", massive athlete. Rob Watts. Oh,
Easy.
nice lift, Rob Watts. Geez, he gobbled that up.
That was bad. That was so bad. I was going to say he gave him the turkey on that one.
Jaden Fakatopi Stewart leaves us.
Looks like George Regas just entered the floor.
Rob, 120. £264 for Rob Watts.
So this would match Chad McKay's back in the day.
Back in the day.
Oh,
And that looked like, I don't think that was technique based, that was just nothing left in the tank. Great lifting, Rob Watts. Oh, we talk about heavy barbell lifting, Evan Morris. Oh, and look at the speed of Evan Morris's double unders. He wants to get to that barbell quick. If you think about warming up for an event like this, this is the perfect warm-up for an event like this.
definitely.
Getting that
I mean,
nervous
you just
system sorted
exactly.
out, having to
Yep.
lift exactly the
Yep.
same time every time.
Yep.
Oh, Evan Morris, seriously? Mitchell Case successful. Ludwig Hansen successful. Bailey O'Brien also moving on to line number 2.
And that means good old Zeke Grove is about to enter the floor, Jeremy Austin.
Zeke Grove. Oh, here's another one who loves it.
And you know, some of the ways I've always lifted the best is when you lift on an EMOM, and this is a great example of that.
Zeke Grove's power snatching is, of course he is. But there's that time when you're going to have to snatch to get your nervous system ready for a squat. Mitchell Case, oh, good save.
Heroic save from Mitchell Case right there.
Good save.
Oh. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do on this 122.5 kilo bar.
Bailey O'Brien choosing double unders over heavy barbell.
Sneaky Pete just entered the floor.
Of course he did. No one even knew. He was creeping in.
I got my eye on you now, Sneaky Pete.
And we have got some heavy hitters on the floor and about to hit the floor. Ludwig Hansen.
Oh,
unsuccessful.
just missing that 120.
Mitchell Case.
Oh,
that was almost power snatch territory.
Mitchell Case's 122 looked 10 times better than his hit at 120.
Oh, Jake Douglas. Oh, here's another.
Big biceps Douglas about to come on.
BBD. Big biceps Douglas. Hey, did you see that? The barbell's shivering. It's scared.
Kind of like the rig was shaking earlier. Now the barbell's shaking.
Mitchell Case, one of our youngsters, touring pro 2 years in a row. Just turning around and having a chat to his judge as he does his doubles.
Here goes
Mitchell Case.
Jake biceps Douglas, easy and smooth
seriously.
at that 80 kilo.
Remember, Jake Douglas has got the heaviest lift in the world on competition floor, and it happened right here in the clean and jerk in 2019.
Love it.
Mitchell Case.
Oh, out the back.
That was close.
Good move from Mitchell. He's going to grab his rope.
Ludwig Hansen also leaves us. Harry. They call him the giraffe. He's got a long way to go for Harry. Clint Cole. Clint Cole, the Frenchman. 120 kilos. He's got to get moving. Oh,
beautiful.
wee.
That was beautiful from Clint Cole.
CrossFit Games competitors, part of the team, Harry Debenham. Curtis Jackson still in the game as well. Jay Crouch. The pattern is full. Maverick, the pattern is full.
Is that a Top Gun reference?
It is, and the entire field of remaining male athletes are now here in front of us.
Clint about to attempt that 122.5. Right behind him was Jay Crouch, and he kind of sat in the bottom of that overhead position at that 80. I like it.
Yeah.
He wants to warm up. He wants to feel good down there.
Clint Cole, 6'4" Army. Oh, nice. Patient at the bottom of the lift.
Oh.
Curtis Jackson not able to get that. Harry Debenham. Oh, how has he done that? And that is a PB because the reaction, I don't know how he stabilized that at the bottom.
That was so impressive.
I think you'll notice.
Do you think he's going to go for this next bar at the 122, Jeremy?
Oh, I don't know. He might just keep doing double unders. Now, you know what? Back in the day, the thing that stopped Harry Debenham getting to regionals every year was double unders.
Really?
I used to beat him in workouts with double unders because he couldn't do them.
Good job. You just jinxed him.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I did.
Good job, Jeremy.
They've left him again.
I hope his family comes back and listens to this.
Clint Cole.
About to hit that 125.
125. 275 pound, easy as you like. Clint Cole.
Absolutely beautiful.
Harry getting spat out the front, and I'm not sure how many double unders he's going to do. I think he's done. Or is he? No, Harry's decided to walk. Not Not too
Great
long
job.
left on the clock anyway.
If you're right, if that was a PB, that's still just huge. They had 120 kilos out here Saturday night.
Zeke, easy.
Still pretty much power snatching those barbells.
Clint Cole, 127.5.
Can he catch up to Isaac Newman's 130?
280 pound. I know a number of athletes in this field are going to catch that weight, if not finish this. Zeke Grove being one of them. But Clint Cole. Oh, wow. That looked better than the last one.
I was just going to say, I think 125 looked better than 122, and 122 looked better than 120.
Well, that's the idea, isn't it? Get better as you go along. Even
As
if it gets heavier.
Yeah.
Perfect your technique.
I like it. Jake Douglas, frogman, jumping those double unders.
Oh, Jake Douglas. So strong. Bottom of screen right now. Oh, beautiful position, Jake Douglas.
The whole back row right. Oh, Regis just missing the 122.
Oh, he's unsure. Yes, George. Clint, let's go get this. Clint Cole, 286 pound. 130 kilos.
Oh! Great effort from
Great job,
Clint
Clint Cole. George Regis leaves us as well.
That puts Evan Morris at the top of the charge at the 122-pound bar.
We are down to 6. Now, don't be surprised to see Zeke Grove go all the way through to the 135-kilo barbell. Jay doing it easy. Evan Morris.
Oh.
Brisbane boy. Oh, I love the patience in the bottom of the squats. CrossFit 505 on the Brisbane affiliates.
Ooh.
Sneaky Pete.
Sneaky Pete.
Evan Morris on to the third row. The hardest row. We have 5 remaining.
Easy 115 from Jake Douglas right there.
An easy 122.5 from Zeke Grove as well. Evan Morris pumping himself up. Oh.
Yes. The extension on Evan Morris right there was absolutely beautiful.
To sit in the bottom and not panic, knowing you can overhead squat this, you've just got to get it in the right spot before you overhead squat it.
Brilliant.
Just perfection, Evan Morris.
All right, 2 athletes on this final row. Zeke Grove joins Evan Morris.
Zeke Grove, he's got that look about him. Evan, what's he got? Slipped out of his hands and he doesn't have time to have a crack at it. Zeke Grove going for the 127.5 kilo barbell right now. Oh, and he's pumping himself up too. This is his realm. He's the OG here on the floor.
Jake Douglas with no trouble at 122.5.
Oh, see,
Oh!
he's going to go again. He's got time.
Yep.
He just needs to reset. Reese Michelle
Finish
is
that,
out.
Zeke.
Crowd getting behind Gold Coaster, Zeke Grove.
Oh!
Oh. He knew it.
Great effort from Zeke.
We are down to 2. Jake Douglas, Jay Crouch. We're going to see Jake Douglas finish it.
You know what I noticed about Jake? Even though he's a bigger athlete, his grip looks more narrow.
Way narrow and great mobility.
Exactly. I mean, I love that. It's an easier pull off the ground with that more narrow grip. If you can be comfortable in that overhead position.
Oh, seriously, Jake Douglas is finishing this. I'm going to call it right now.
I'm wondering if he's going to blow a bubble on the bottom of that next one. He's got some gum in his mouth, and you can see.
Let's see if he can multitask. Bubblegum, double unders, and then snatch. And Jake Douglas is one of those athletes who's on the cusp. He's on the bubble of making the CrossFit Games.
Yep.
You come 5th at the CrossFit Games.
Yep. At the Torian Pro. Yep.
Sorry, the Torian
Yep.
Pro. And the fire just ignites.
Who wants to see this snatch ladder done completed today?
127.5 for Jake Douglas, Snake CrossFit from Tamworth.
Beautiful from Jake Douglas.
Now you talk about bent arm snatch position. It's not ideal. But Jake Douglas is doing it so easy.
Yep.
Jay Crouch. Oh, wow.
Way to make that right elbow work for you, Jay Crouch.
Oh.
Just 3 more bars left for Jake Douglas. Can he do it?
Number of athletes bypassing Chad McKay's old record of 120.
So far, there's only been 1 athlete to hit this 130 kilo bar, and that was really early on in Isaac Newman. Can Jake meet and or beat Isaac? We're about to find out.
Oh, that extension and pull. He's going to have another
Look
go
at
at
the
it
smirk,
as well.
too.
This crowd's not going to let him go straight to double unders.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
Oh, wow! What is happening here in Wynn Stadium? It was like he waited for the crowd before he stood up.
They lifted him up.
2 to go. He's equaled Isaac Newman.
What's going to happen?
I know what's going to happen. We're going to do some double unders first. I think Jake Douglas just needs to take a little bit more time on setup.
I agree.
Because I think he's only got 1 attempt at this, not 2.
I agree. And he had that first one, had he given it just 1 more second before he grabbed that bar.
132 kilos.
Easy.
Oh, Jake Douglas. Biggest smile you've ever seen.
I love his smirk.
291 pounds. The crowd wants it. Gives it to him. Right now, Jake Douglas.
Oh.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh.
Oh. What a crowd pleaser Jake Douglas is, huh?
Outstanding work from Jake Douglas.
And he throws a heart to the
Oh,
crowd.
he loves lifting and loves CrossFit.
Imagine that, huh?
Imagine it.
I imagine at this point he loves the crowd too. That was such a fantastic effort from Jake Douglas. The fact that he had the time and the wherewithal to hit that bar 3 times, 3 attempts. Beautiful effort from Jake Douglas. Again, I love how narrow his grip is on that snatch. The mobility that that gentleman has, especially considering how built he is, how thick those biceps are, super impressive. Again, we said earlier, nobody had ever outlifted Chad McKay's 264 pounds, otherwise known as 120 kilos, and we had at least 6 athletes surpass that here today. 2 of those athletes in Isaac Newman and Jake Douglas, who both hit 130 kilos. Both athletes just missed that 132.5 bar, just barely. So impressive though from Jake Douglas. 3 attempts on that finer bar. Luke Fowler right there, who was also able to make it up to that 3rd row. A lot of athletes with some amazing performances. Zeke Grove being one of them. Jay Crouch making it to almost the 3rd row. But how about Harry Debenham PRing his snatch out here tonight? Unbelievable. That right there was Clint Cole, who almost made it to that 130 kilo bar. And then of course, Zeke Grove, who made it to the 125 kilo bar along with Evan Morris. Spectacular. Oh, and Zeke just missing the 127.5 kilos. 2 solid attempts. The crowd was behind him. And then Jay Crouch, who's right now the competition leader at 125 kilos, just missing. The best though for sure was Jake Douglas. Not 1, not 2, but 3 attempts at that 132 kilo bar. Definitely a crowd favorite. Great job. And Jeremy Austin should be down on the floor at the Wynn Stadium bar with Mr. Jake Douglas right now.
Thanks, Annie. And Jake Douglas, I think we're going to get this Wynn Stadium crowd behind you. What an amazing performance. Wynn Stadium, let's hear it. Jake Douglas. You have 1 attempt at that barbell. You turn around to the clock, you look at it. Nah, I've got a bit more time. You have another attempt, you miss. You grab your rope and then you go, nah, we're going again. What was going through your mind at that stage?
I just thought I'd try and put on a show, to be honest. So I got that far, why not? Go for it. The crowd was awesome. Amazing.
When you think back to 2012 when we had this event on the competition floor, the heaviest weight lifted was Chad McKay with 120 kilos. A lot of athletes got there. Did you think you could get towards the end?
Yeah, I finished this. I tried it in training and I finished it, and I was confident. I thought I'd finish it today, but I think Hill just got the better of me from this morning. It was tough, man.
So you finished 5th at the Torian Pro. The CrossFit Games spot is so close, yet so far. The strength of field changes to the CrossFit Games ranking. You must be pretty happy about that, and you guys must be pushing hard to make sure we get more Oceania men, not just women, to the CrossFit Games to 23.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's our responsibility to do that, you know. Like the guys that aren't quite making it or whatever, the guys that make the games need to perform, and then us coming back through in the quarterfinals and stuff like that need to push for it, you know. So yeah, I'm excited. It feels like it's in our hands a little bit.
Oh, well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. We've got more lifting, big heavy lifting coming up, so stay tuned for more action. Day 2, the Snatch Ladder coming up of the Down Under Championship. We'll be back soon.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
All right, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Down Under Championships. It is Saturday night in Wynn Stadium, and we are on event 5. We've moved over from the elite men to the elite women, and it is a snatch ladder with double unders. So as the women enter the floor, they'll do 20 double unders. They have as many attempts at a snatch as they want at that barbell within 50 seconds. If they miss, they can opt to either try that weight again or immediately go into double unders, which will act as a tiebreaker should any other athletes hit the same weight. We just saw not one, but 2 men hit 130 kilos in the elite men's division, and that was Isaac Newman and Jake the Biceps Douglas.
He just spoke to me and said, can you guys stop saying that I've just got big biceps? I'm really fit as well. And then he goes, nah, just kidding.
It's like we were talking about. I'm so impressed with his mobility. If you look at how narrow his grip was, to be that muscular, that built, but still have such incredible mobility, super impressive.
Shoulders are thick as, I won't say it on air, but
boulders. Boulder shoulders.
A brick outhouse.
I do like that you guys say that. I do like that term. All right, when we look at the ladies that are coming up, Lauren Fisher is the only female of these elite women who has done this event at a regionals, and that was in 2012, of course. Lauren hit 115 pounds. Important to note, Jeremy, that the first bar is 110 pounds. So the second bar, she will surpass what she did in 2012.
Tell you what, the crowd's getting warmed up as well.
Just for reference, the starting weight back in 2012 was 105. The next weight was 115, and that is the bar, the last bar that Lauren Fisher cleared back then. I have a feeling we'll see a few more barbells out of Miss Fisher this weekend.
I love the slow build of the snatch ladder.
I do too.
Oh, Nanda Stoltz. Let's just have a
you,
bit of a forward moonwalk onto the competition floor.
You might as well have fun. It's Saturday night, right?
That's right. Georgia Otto kicking things off. CrossFit Balcutta Legion. And Nanda Stoltz from CrossFit Newstead in Brisbane. There's Georgia. We saw Georgia for the first time, the Torian Pro this year. Another one of those youngsters. They're all named Georgia for some reason. Georgia Otto, Georgia Pryor, Georgia Wellsman. There's Georgias everywhere.
It's a common name here in
that's it.
Australia.
Nanda, no issue with that one at all. Emily Clements, who did so well in event 4.
Yeah.
Oh, she was impressive. Oh. Talk about taking the weight of the world off your shoulders. Must have been like with that vest on.
Yep. And actually, speaking of that event 4, super taxing event on the shoulders, 48 strict handstand push-ups, 96 chest-to-bar pull-ups while wearing a 14-pound vest. I'm sure that's going to come into play on some of these snatches, Jeremy.
Did you hear the interview with Jake just then? He said, I've finished that ladder before.
Yeah.
I've done it.
Yep.
He goes, the fatigue,
yep,
it killed me.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens with the ladies.
Emily hitting that first bar, that 50-kilo bar, quite easily, though.
Candice Thorpe entering the famous Wynn Stadium. Another West Australian athletes. Wollongong have the best spectators.
I was just going to say, you can tell it's Saturday night here in Wollongong.
When there's a guy in a full yellow suit rocking past. You know, he's a good friend of Luke de Jong's. He's up touring,
Really?
He's up at the Touring Pro all the time.
Love it. Nanda hitting that 70-kilo bar without any trouble. Oh, sorry. Having trouble reading that one.
I think it's a 57.5
Yep,
kilo
you
bar
might-
for Nanda.
Ah, there he is. They found him. Look, the cameraman
There
found
you
the
go.
guy. We're not crazy. There is a man in a yellow
There is a
suit.
guy in a yellow suit here.
Thank you, Will. We don't want the crowd to think we're crazy.
Oh, we are. Don't worry about that. Georgia Otto still looking good out in front.
Daisy McDonald had just come on the floor. She's at that 50-kilo bar.
Georgia Otto, nice.
Yeah.
If you talk about midline position, we talk about midline position in CrossFit all the time, and if you're not sure what midline position is, you're going to dissect your body in half. There's a halfway point, there's your midline point, and you want to make sure that barbell is exactly in your midline when you go to stand that bar up, because it's going to be a whole lot easier to do.
Yep. And the midline is something that has been very taxed from these athletes, specifically on that John Cleary event earlier today.
Georgia Otto, the second row. It's always a good thing to tick off. Some athletes, it's finishing the second row.
Yeah.
Oh, Georgia Otto. Look at that position at the bottom, that mobility, flexibility. Nanda.
Ah, Nanda.
Oh,
Great lift.
beautiful lifting.
Funny, she took a little extra time before that 62-kilo bar. I was wondering if she was struggling, but she had no problem on that 65-kilo bar.
Morgan Gray about to enter the arena. That's great looking hair. I'd have to say they're
Beautiful.
extensions.
Yeah. No. Maybe.
Haters will say it's photoshopped. It wasn't funny. We had Clint Cole come in just before, and a couple of reps looked pretty ordinary. And then he hits one, looks a little bit better, hits the next one, hit a little bit better, a little bit better. And they're getting into that position and getting every muscle group warmed up enough
I think like we were saying, there's definitely a neurological warm-up that happens as you start to hit more and more bars. But the other thing that probably starts to happen is the nerves start to kind of wear off a little bit. You know, you come out and the nerves are just so high on those first couple bars.
Well, you go back to the CrossFit Games last year with this event, and all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
This is a little bit different because this is when
there's a lot going on. There's a lot of people
This is when
lifting.
your own nerves get the better of you, not just because everyone's looking at you. They're looking at a lot of athletes, not just you.
Yep.
So it's up to you to tell your brain to just, hey, switch off for a little bit.
Yep.
Corcoran. She has impressed me as the young athlete coming out of Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne. Oh, nice position. As you'd expect from Benji Schwartz.
Ooh.
Georgia Otto again. Oh, lovely.
Daisy McDonald, another athlete that looks really good.
Nanda with the tongue out.
That was your foot. I apologize.
2, 1, rotate.
Lisa Hemrick coming up to the floor now.
3, 2, 1, lift.
So far, all of the ladies that have entered the snatch ladder are still on the floor. Georgia Otto leading the charge right now.
And from her first lift to her last lift, they have improved every single time. Now we're getting to that sort of area where it's a lot of the athletes are going to bottleneck, and it's going to come down to that tie break of double unders after you hit. Once we get to the team competition a little bit later on, the double unders are removed, but you've got to get 3 lifters done in under that minute mark.
Georgia just needs to finish that.
Georgia Otto looking at the clock. Oh, just a little in front.
Yep. I love it. Nanda's having so much fun out there. Look at her. That's how you enjoy Saturday Night Lights right there, Nanda.
Nanda's been here before. She knows what this is like.
Oh,
yeah,
look at her.
she wants it too.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm an OG. Give me some love here. Oh. Oh, she might have even had a little bit more time. She might have gone for another lift.
So Nanda leaves us, as does Candace Thorpe on that last one.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Emily Clements is also gone. That leaves Daisy McDonald, the front of the charge right now.
Daisy McDonald, part of the Wolfton team at the Torian Pro this year. One of those athletes that had stuck a hand up and said, "Hey, here I am, part of a team, but good individual in my own right."
And so far, Daisy has looked beautiful on all of her snatches. Okay, Daisy.
Oh, come on.
So fast out of the bottom. Oh, great effort from Marlene Fleck right next to her. Barely missed the first attempt at that 67-kilo bar and got it on the second. Great job to Marlene.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Bridget Corcoran leaves us. Carrie Freestone looking good. All right, Daisy, what do you got for us? times like this, you sometimes talk yourself out of the lift.
She's got this. She just left it out in front a tiny bit. Oh,
too much outside.
Overcompensated the other way. Bummer for Daisy McDonald right there.
But that position under the bar, amazing.
She's another athlete with with a more narrow grip on that barbell. Again, the mobility put her in a great position to do that. Marlene right behind her also leaves us.
Morgan Gray all out on her own.
As Monique Sims joins us.
Daunting when you're in the second row and you turn left and right and everyone's gone. And you
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
where did my friends go? But Glenister successful in the background. Morgan Gray. Lisa Hemrick going again. No time for her. Mackenzie Woodhouse. CrossFit Morph. Cheers are getting louder.
Yeah, well, hometown girl Morgan Gray is our leader right now at the 72 kilo bar. She's from CrossFit Wollongong. I love her setup position on these snatches, Jeremy. You'll notice she has a nice low hip, really able to use those quads and legs off the ground.
Oh, DJ going off.
DJ.
Boom.
And Nell having a little fun there with the DJ.
Morgan, business time now. A little bit of a
Easy
sticking
lift.
point.
Yeah.
Those
not
blades
bad.
getting hit on the way up as well. Peter Hansen. 6'4" Army. Woody Fitzharris making the second row. Oh, business, I'll tell you. Yes, sir. Enjoy yourself. Courtney, not able to get it, bottom of screen. Morgan Gray, top of screen. Courtney wants some more noise in the house. Morgan Gray will provide that.
Courtney just missing that 67.5 kilo bar. Oh, good effort from Courtney Fitzharris.
Talia Jordan. Oh, always happy to be here. So I don't think it's the overhead position. I think it's the stand-up of the squat for Morgan Gray. It's going to stop her. The last one she caught halfway up. Got to a little bit of a sticking point. Opportunity now. Local girl done good. Beck Glenister getting the barbell up.
Great fight from Beck Glenister on that one.
Oh, yes.
First athlete entering the third row of barbells, and that would be Morgan Gray.
Love it.
Successfully hitting the 77 kilos.
Abby Carvel has been sitting in front of us for the entire weekend so far. Another local girl in Fitness Alley.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this is her family right in front of us too, Jeremy.
It could be. We'll know in a sec.
Yeah.
But Morgan Gray, another one of those athletes staying at home.
Exactly. Benefit to that, right?
It's got to be easy. Hey, we're doing a big competition in your town. Okay, I'm in. Talia Jordan looking really good. Morgan Gray leaving it till the very last second to lift. Oh, yes.
Get up.
Good girl.
Yes.
But the patience at the bottom of a number of athletes
Yep.
on the floor. Amount of times you lose it out the front because you're trying to stand up too quick. It's Morgan Gray and a few gaps back to carry Freestone. Freestone's not mucking around with her lifts at all. She's getting going straight away. As soon as those double unders are done. That one's shooting
Just
out the back.
losing it off the back.
Carvel successful. Lucy Clark coming onto the floor as
All
well.
right, Morgan.
Morgan Gray, this crowd's going to go off if she gets this one.
Oh.
She really talked herself out of that before she stood it up. Julia Hannaford. We talk about girls who love lifting heavy barbells. Ocean Fitness. Morgan Gray, great work from her.
Hit that 80-kilo bar. Love the smile. In front of the hometown crowd.
Oh.
Doesn't get much better than
It
that.
doesn't. Lucy Clark choosing a power snatch. Hannaford doing it easy. Oh. Abby Carvel, that looked a really good overhead position. Kenzie Woodhouse looking good as well. Monica Sims. Almost surprised herself with that one. Ladies looking on intently.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Georgia Welsman joins the competition floor. Welsman successful, Hannaford successful. They're at the top left of your screen, Mike Sims. Just rushing, trying to get to the bottom of that one. Kenzie Woodhouse. Looking good. Monique Sims again, no. Brain went, no thanks, not tonight.
Brain wins.
Peter Hansen.
And here comes youngster Alice Scott. We saw her kind of have some ups and downs in event 4. Great to see how she goes on this event.
We've got some heavy hitters coming. Grace Walton, Christina Lividatakis, Gemma Hoke, Lauren Fisher, Caitlin Van Zyl, Maddie Sturt, Peter Hansen, smooth as silk. Mackenzie, great save. That one looked like it was coming forward. Speaking of which, here comes Grace Walton.
Exactly.
She does love a heavy barbell. Part of the CrossFit Dignus crew over in Western Australia. Costa Illick, affiliate owner over there. Grace winning the Chasing Better Throwdown last weekend. Lawrence Dunn going across the country. Sweeping that up as well. Peter Hansen. Peter Hansen, nice
lift from Peter right there. Oh, Mackenzie just leaving it a little out front.
Probably a little short as well.
Will she take that second attempt? She will.
Oh, yeah, Mackenzie, like it. That was better.
That's how you do it. Just in the nick of time, too, Jeremy.
Wow. Talk about pressure. Marnie Sykes joins us. Oh, she was so relieved with that event win. Now Mackenzie, is she going to learn her lesson from the last time?
Take an extra moment.
Lift once. Oh,
Ooh,
Marnie Sykes
Marnie.
missing. A very light weight for her.
This is where we see that fatigue maybe being a factor in a lot of these athletes.
Hansen lifting, successful. Woodhouse not able to get that bar. Kenzie Woodhouse again, second attempt. Oh, that one. It's funny how many athletes pull it short and then overcook it.
Yep. It's often what happens. But Mackenzie finishing that 75 kg bar. Great effort from Mackenzie.
Ellie Hutchins, welcome. Plenty more action coming up tonight from Wynn Stadium. Once we finish off the individual females, we'll get into team competition. It's getting a little bit more hectic with 3 athletes each on the floor.
Here goes Peta at that 77.5 kilos. No problem for Peta.
Sweet lifting. Peta Hansen. Georgia Pryor having a boogie. In the background, Christina Lividatakis. It's all business at the back there.
Yeah.
Serious face. Georgia Pryor, massive future. Christina's got a smile on her face now, it's okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
Peta Hansen, row 3.
She hits this bar, she'd match the heaviest put up so far by Morgan Gray.
We go back to 2012, Kylie Limbeck, now Thompson, competed as part of the Commonwealth Games team in weightlifting. Hit 77 kilos back in the day. This one from Peta Hansen, 3 kilos more.
Oh!
And there it is, an equal new record with Morgan Gray. Sorry, Kylie, if you're watching. But then again, it's a 10-year record, so that's okay. Talia Jordan moving on to the third row is Christina Lividatakis, the Zimbabwean, training out of CrossFit Cross-Axed in Brisbane. Joins us for the first time.
Christina currently sitting in 8th place. It would be huge for her to make up some points. Here goes Peta at that 82.5 kilo bar. Oh!
Oh, the pivot.
Oh,
Yes, good girl.
Way to make
Talia
it
Jordan
happen,
as well.
Peta.
How about that barbell spinning on Peta Hansen? Talk about control. Gemma Hoke.
Gemma Hoke, who currently sits in 2nd place.
Peta Hansen, this will be the tester. When you think, you look at Peta Hansen.
Not a big girl.
Not a big frame at all. But how good is a strong, empowered woman? I tell you.
Yep. It shows you it's not always about size.
I don't want to get massive from CrossFit.
Yeah.
Enter Peta Hansen. Georgia Welsman, good lifting in the background. Peta Hansen, pressure is on. Oh, even better than last time. Oh. That catch position, amazing. Sorry, Mike Bergener, the receiving position.
And at the same time, Talia Jordan goes out, just missing that 82 kilo bar.
Abby Carvel goes out as well. Hannaford, our next best. Apologies, Lucy Clark and Lauren Fisher hits the floor. We're talking about snatch technique.
Yeah.
Oh.
And again, don't forget, in 2012, Lauren hit 115 pounds. So assuming she hits the second barbell, she will better her score from 2012. You think it's going to happen, Jeremy?
Oh, she's power snatching this, so I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
She's going way deep. Lucy Clark. Next barbell.
Great lift from Alice Scott at 72 kilos as well.
Hannaford doing it easy. 2 rows complete for Julia Hannaford. Ocean Fitness. Caitlin Van Ziel. Caitlin sitting in 4th on the leaderboard. 4 events down, 3 events remaining. Needs a good result here. Oh, Grace Walton in the background.
Just barely missing for Lucy Clark.
Hannaford.
Juliana
easy.
Hannaford,
Oh.
no problem with 80 kilos.
The barbell had to ask her to stop going up.
Oh!
Oh, again.
Great
another
effort
one.
from Lucy Clark.
Maddie Sturt, last athlete on the floor. Lucy Clark with 1 double under as a bit of a tie break. Hannaford. The only athlete in the 3rd row to the far right of screen. Blue shorts, black shirts.
Trying to tie Peter Hansen, who not that long ago hit this 82 kilo bar.
And with a twist at the bottom.
Style points is what they call that, Jeremy.
Grace Walton is still power snatching. Alice Scott missing. Hannaford, yes. Sykes in the background, yes.
Alice Scott just missing 77 kilos. So she leaves the competition floor.
Hannaford moving on now to the 85 kilo barbell.
This would set the new record so far. She just easily matched Peta's 82 kilos. What do you got for us, Julia?
Sturt, the last athlete on the far left top of screen. Hannaford on the far right, all on her own in row 3. Grace Walton's about to join her because she is monstering this barbell. Hannaford. The crowd is going to tell the story here.
Yep. No problem for Julia Hannaford.
Easy does it. Julia Hannaford, 2 barbells remaining.
She jumps ahead of Peta Hansen. Second to last barbell for Julia. And like you said, Grace Walton now joins her.
I've got no doubts Grace
row.
is going to finish this. Julia Hannaford could be our first athlete to finish, male or female, in the individual competition. And you said to me earlier, you said, I wonder if Rob got the weights right. Yes, he did.
Well, not for the gentlemen. Not for the boys. Nobody finished.
That's what I mean, but he got the weights right. He left something out there for them to hit.
Right, exactly. I thought you said, did he get them?
So it's obviously when he tested this, he tested all the events and had this last.
Yep.
But Hannaford, the opportunity to break her own record here on the competition floor.
No problem.
Oh, she's
87
pumped.
kilos,
She
which
is really pumped up.
Over 190 pounds, one barbell to go
Oh.
for Julia Hannaford.
The pressure. This is when the heart rate starts going up a little bit more. Oh, hang on. Can I get this last barbell?
1,000% she can get that barbell.
Tell you what, the amount of phones that are out here at the moment recording this.
Grace Walton at that 82.5 kilo bar now.
Hannaford. Have a look at Grace Walton first at 82. Can she get that? Far right of screen. Oh,
No
seriously?
problem for Grace Walton.
Come on. Hannaford. The crowd will urge her and help her stand this up. The roar is going to be deafening. Barbell had other things.
Look
in
at her,
mind.
right to it. She knows she only has about 10 seconds. Great effort from
Julia
Julia
Hannaford.
Hannaford.
Outstanding lifting. And still, the ladder remains unsolved.
Grace Walton with just 3 barbells to go.
Grace looking really good. Ellie Hutchins moving on to the third row. Georgia Pryor, Christina Lividatakis, Gemma Hoke, Lauren Fisher, Caitlin Van Zyl, Maddie Sturt still to come. Grace Walton. Oh, bit of a stumble on the way up.
With a little smirk on her face, though.
She goes, oh, I know I messed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I think she's got more in her. Oh, Georgia Pryor just sending that one out the back. Georgia Pryor will leave us. Walton with 2 bars remaining. 7 athletes remain on the floor. Sturt, good. Van Zyl, good.
Power snatching.
Fisher,
Lauren Fisher
Hoke.
quick under that bar.
Lividatakis and Hutchins,
No
great.
problem for Hutchins at 82 kilos.
Walton, better lift that
Ah.
time. Yeah.
1 bar to go for Grace Walton. Can she be the first athlete to clear this snatch ladder?
Zane, sit down, buddy. We can't see. The last barbell for Grace Walton. The crowd's been wanting an opportunity to yell a little bit louder. Are they about to get it? Hutchins, 3 bars away from finishing as well. Lividatakis coming onto the third row. All eyes. Grace Walton. Can she do what no other female or male has done today and finish the snatch ladder? Hutchins gets hers.
Yeah. Oh!
Out the back, she's still got time. She's got 10 seconds. She just needs to be patient with the lift and the receive. Again, it eludes us.
Whoa!
But Grace, great lifting from you as well. Ellie Hutchins, 2 bars away from finishing. One of those up-and-coming athletes who has a big future as well. Grace Walton. Ellie Hutchins. We saw how good she was at the Taurian Pro this year. Hutchins, 87.5 kilos. Sturt missing on her first attempt at 72.5. Hutchins not pulling
Leaving
high
it
enough.
just out in front.
Lividatakis 82.5 kilo, yes.
Oh, with the
bit of
gi
a
dab.
Boom.
The good old gi, Mayero's dab.
That's it. Hey, do it when you do 3 more.
Ellie just missing that 87 kilos.
Ellie Hutchins with about 12 double unders completed. Lividatakis with 3 bars remaining. Hey, you want a good test? This has been a great test. No one able to finish the ladder yet. Lividatakis and Hoke Fisher in the 3rd row, staring down the finish. Can you imagine how loud this place is going to get? This ladder gets completed. Hoke left, Lividatakis right.
So fast under that bar.
Oh, and Gemma Hoke. Wow.
Lividatakis was so quick underneath that bar.
Lauren Fisher.
Maddie Sturt missing her first attempt at 75 kilos, but then makes it. Oh!
Lauren
How
Fisher.
about that bottom position? That was...
Lucky she likes squatting.
Yeah.
We have 5. Lividatakis, Hoke, Fisher, Van Ziel, Sturt.
Could we get all 5 on the last
Oh.
row at one time?
Seriously. The crowd would lose their mind. Lividatakis is going to... Oh, Lauren Fisher.
Fisher's out at
Smart.
82 kilos.
Experience. Lividatakis, yeah. Hoke with a miss. Doing it easy, Hoke on 82.5, missing 85. Gemma Hoke needs this.
Oh! You saw that left arm kind of buckle for a second. She locked it back out. Great effort from Gemma Hoke. Maddie Sturt is out at that 77 kilo bar.
Christina Lividatakis, coach, just went past and said her previous PR was 82.5 kilos.
And she's now at the 90 kilo bar.
She's smashed it. Lividatakis.
Give a second, Lividatakis.
Can she finish? We have 2 athletes remaining. Christina Lividatakis, the Zimbabwean native, and Gemma Hoke, Kiwi born. Ooh, it's heavy.
It's almost like it's mental for these athletes. The way they're hitting that 87.5 kilo bar.
Gemma Hoke.
Oh, right elbow
overcooking
on that one.
Is she going to go again? No, she's not. The last bar eludes them all. Christina Lividatakis. Hey, stoic on the way in, smiling on the way out.
Well, we wondered if, for a moment there, we wondered if Rob Forte had chosen the right weights for the snatch ladder. Had he underdone what these athletes could do? I guess not. 1 bar left for a couple of these ladies and for Jake Douglas this evening, but that's exactly what we want to see. We want to know that there's a little bit more left that these athletes could do. Awesome, awesome effort from all of these ladies and gentlemen on the snatch ladder. We opened up at 50 kilos for these ladies, which is 110 pounds, just 5 pounds less than Lauren Fisher hit in 2012. She was actually able to get to the 82 kilo bar this time in competition. But the big show was Morgan Gray finishing at 80 kilos. Peter Hansen at 82 kilos. And then 3 ladies making good work at 87.5 kilos. The second and to final bar, and that was in Julia Hannaford, Grace Walton, and Christina Lividatakis. all so close to finishing this Snatch Ladder, a repeat event from the regionals in 2012. And you know what this means? We're gonna have to see this event one more time. Great job to all these ladies. Final event for this evening. Go home, get some food, get some rest. But don't you guys go home. We still have the elite that are gonna tackle the no clear this Snatch Ladder. It was so close to being Christina Livitakis. It wasn't tonight, but it should be our very own Jeremy Austin down on the floor with Christina. He's not down on the floor, he's up here with me.
That's Tia Claire Toomey.
Well, how fitting considering she's a fairly good snatch.
Well, you really put on quite the show. Did I hear that your previous PR was actually 82 kilos before today?
Yes, yeah.
Wow. And you just got 87?
And a half.
And a half. 87 and a half. Tell me, what was your strategy going into this workout?
Just do the best I can. I know I can hit 90. I feel like it's in me. Yeah, just lift big. My legs are sore. Try forget about that.
Yep.
But yeah.
Okay, and did you find that the double unders affected your lifting at all, or did it help?
It definitely affected it. It's a different kind of jump, obviously, to snatching, but I practiced this event at home and I felt what it was going to feel like, so I feel like I kind of knew, what it was going to feel like, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, Dylan, great job. Thank you for coming to the bar with me, and keep up the great work.
Do I get a drink? No,
you know what? Sunday, tomorrow night, it's shots on me. No worries. Let's go.
Shots on Tia! Woo!
Not everyone. I'll go broke.
Thank you.
And thanks, Christina Livitakis. I'll tell you what, if you're going to hit a PB on the competition floor, here we go.
No better place to do it.
Do it here. The individual males and females tick the box. They're done. The lifting continues, however. Day 2, the Down Under Championship, is going to continue long into the evening. And as Tia said, shots on her tomorrow night. We'll be back in just a little while with more action here from Wynn Stadium. See you soon.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Welcome back to Wynn Stadium. Saturday nights, the Snatch Ladder heavy lifting under lights. Can it get any better? The individual males and the individual females concluding, and not one athlete able to clean up every barbell on the competition floor here at Wynn Stadium. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. We've seen some amazing performances so far, both records from 2012. Chad McKay at 120 kilos and Kylie Limbeck, now Thompson at 77 kilos. Those records broken on this competition floor. But we have got some more heavy hitters coming up. The elite teams about to hit the floor very shortly. And heat 1, the females up first. And this is event number 5. Expect some good stuff out of Ultra Instinct. Very proficient lifters. And if Morgan Gray's response from the crowd is anything to go by, CrossFit Wollongong is going to get a fairly hefty cheer. Arbourside coming through late in the piece. They'll be lifting heavy through Laura Clifton. And what can LSKD Gold put over their heads? Your current leaders in the female team division. The last event coming up for day 2 of the Down Under Championship. And it has been great to be back in Wollongong and WIN Stadium again. A great crowd coming in. 2,000 yesterday. About 4,000 have come through the doors today. Event 5 is the regionals, 12.5. The snatch ladder, women's weight starting at 50 kilos, finishing at 90. And the double under component that we did see in the individual competition, that has left us. So 3 lifters have got 45 seconds to get through. So Annie, with the double unders removed, they've still got to bust chops. You know what that means. They got to fang it. Yeah, they do. They've got to bust chops through their 3 team members. That is correct.
Now, the only difference here, too, is if one team member doesn't make it, they're done, but the other team members can keep moving on, and it will be a total of all 3 of their most successful lifts.
Anticipation of the crowd. I think they've all gone to get a refill.
I went to do the opposite.
What goes in must come out.
Amen. So the heaviest we've seen lifted from any of the elite men so far is 130 kilos, and that was both by Isaac Newman and Jake Douglas. For the ladies, Christina Livitatakis, Grace Walton, and Julia Hannaford all hit 87.5 kilos, but nobody has cleared the 90 kilo bar. So can one of these ladies, can somebody clear this ladder? We're about to find out.
Talk about sass. Ooh, righto. Let's get this
Love
thing
it.
going, eh? Places to be.
Yeah.
People to see. Things to do. After all, it is Saturday night, 6:30 p.m.
That's right.
If you're tuning in from the US, it's probably the middle of the night. Should be
It is
asleep.
indeed. It is indeed.
A fairly conservative start weight-wise.
Yep.
And the jumps have probably been a very good distance between each other. There's 5 kilo jumps. And as we get heavier, we go to 2.5 kilo jumps.
All the ladies from BTS easily clearing that 50-kilo bar in less than 30 seconds.
Look how happy they are with themselves.
Yeah.
The sass is gone now. We've had a lift.
Yeah.
We're good.
Here's the thing to remember, though, Jeremy. It does seem conservative, but think about what these athletes have done leading up to this event.
A lot of fatigue coming.
Yep.
And they're probably going to feel it more tomorrow than any other time.
I would imagine so. All right, the ladies from Peak have now entered the floor. They have 50 seconds to get all 3 athletes through this 50-kilo bar. Team Peak, that second athlete missing the first snatch. Great move to have their third athlete lift and then switch back over. And they've now all cleared that 50-kilo bar. Hometown team of CrossFit Wollongong about to come on the floor. One of the members of BTS missing that.
That's an interesting.
Two of 3 missing that. All 3 ladies from BTS are missing that 70-kilo bar. Remember, they have, great make.
Great for people watching right around Australia and New Zealand. We're getting a little bit late in New Zealand now. It's about 9:30 p.m. But they're probably going to be hanging on for the next couple of hours until we get through this. Wanting to watch the athletes that have come over to compete. But for Australia, if you're not doing anything, it's great Saturday night viewing. Grab a cold beer and sit on the lounge and calm your farm.
That's right, Tanya Wagner. He just said, calm your farm. So just 1 athlete left from BTS CrossFit. And Tribe White has entered the snatch ladder.
And the Instinct girls are getting ready. Emma Wright, I'll tell you what, she'll be going deep into this snatch ladder. Congratulations to Emma as well. And Luke getting married a couple of weeks back. I was over in New Zealand at the New Zealand Nationals. He was on his bucks in a nice little pink tutu on the competition floor.
Excellent.
Yeah,
is that what you do when you get married?
Apparently that's what you do.
Love it.
You're right, Abby Carvel's family is right in front of us.
Not only is Abby Carvel's family, so is Abby Carvel.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Star Swole's sister is about to enter the competition floor.
CrossFit conditioning. Lots of athletes from Star Strength on the competition floor.
And the 1 member of BTS CrossFit is still on the snatch ladder, making points for her team.
The Swole sisters. Oh, looking great. His first barbell's not too heavy.
$50 kilos, which translates to about 110 pounds. Like you said, Jeremy, not super heavy, but considering the fatigue factor these ladies are dealing with, I'm sure it feels closer to about 120 pounds.
Or heavier.
Yeah.
BTS, another one in the bag. Peak Fitness.
The best
Huskisson
part
as
about
well.
making these lifts, you know, for this lady from BTS is you're not just doing it for yourself, you're earning points for your team, and that's a great feeling.
Try black. I remember doing this event back in 2012 as part of the team, and I was always going last.
Because you lifted so much?
No, because I wanted to give everyone else the opportunity for time to lift more.
Definitely some strategy as far as this event goes as a team.
We had an Olympic weightlifter in our team who nearly finished the entire thing. So he would always go first to ensure we got that one in the bag. So a lot of strategy coming down to it.
Definitely.
BTS, not able to get that one. Mesomorph. Mesomorph, first barbell done. All three in under 30 seconds.
BTS, one more effort at that 72, just missing it again.
Oh, the Oz Army girls.
Our leader right now, Peak CrossFit, having no trouble at the 72 kilo bar.
And I really like this format where your team continues to keep going, even though
Again, you're not just putting weight up for yourself, you're putting weight up for your team. And that's huge incentive. Oh, a muscle snatch.
we like that.
Because, Jeremy, why not?
If you can, you should. Jam it, they said. Let's call our team name that. Create Fit from Melbourne. And that's what we want to do with this barbell. We want to jam it over our head.
And both Peak CrossFit and CrossFit Wollongong making their lifts.
Jam it again. All three lifters through. Mesomorph through to the next barbell. The Swole sisters have still got three competitors moving into the second row. Triple threat about to enter the competition floor.
Oh!
Oh, yeah.
And you saw her teammates right alongside her. That was absolutely epic. 77 kilos for Peak CrossFit right there. First athlete to enter that third row of barbells. And again, all three Swole sisters moving on to the 70-kilo bar.
Oh, the roof is almost lifting off here. Oh! The collective. Oh.
She's only 15 seconds in. If she
But
wants
yeah, that's
another
a good
shot.
thing, not having any other team members with you. You got the time.
You don't have to do any double unders. She's got some time. Oh.
Swole sisters, all three, still intact.
Both CrossFit Wollongong and Peak.
Massive support here.
I love it.
Not just great support, but very loud, very vocal support. Emma Wright. I did mention her earlier. Oh, wow. Righto.
That'll do.
The weightlifting clinic starts now.
Yeah. One more member from the Star Swole sisters right here to clear the 72-kilo bar.
This is massive. Oh,
And she does it.
With a lot of time to spare. Mesomorph. Miss.
As does Tri Black on that 70-kilo bar.
Emma Wright, so much time. And she's got so much time when she gets into the receiving position. Amy Renata and also Paige Brady watching on intently. Oh, yeah. It's like they're cued to smile once they stand up with the bar. So much tension on the face and they stand up and say, oh, yes,
Yeah.
I'm happy now. Swole sisters going at it still.
2 of 3 members through on the Swole sisters.
Michaela Bronte, Jessica from Swole
Yep.
sisters. Oh, she surprised
She might have
herself.
surprised herself right there, it looked like. I mean, this is huge, Jeremy, to have all 3 members still on the floor.
Emma Wright, Ultra Instinct. Instinct Fitness from Wellington, New Zealand. If you're tuning in from Wellington, good evening. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, the Swole sisters out the back. Emma Wright will move on. 4 bars to go. The Swole might see all 3 go out here.
Oh, we've got about 20 seconds to get at least one of them through this 77-kilo bar. And it doesn't look like they're going to make it.
All 3.
All 3 out. I mean, that's
Swoles.
kind of fun, though, right?
That's
They made
great.
it through all 3 barbells.
Now,
They all 3 got
there
through.
is a big gap from Emma Wright from Ultra Instinct all the way back to Jamets. Emma. Oh, yes.
That receiving position.
3 to go.
So clean.
She's also one of those athletes with great mobility overhead and a little bit of a narrower grip as well.
Again, if you can handle that narrower grip when you're overhead, it's a huge advantage. Much easier pull off the ground.
triple threat.
And the gap is widening between Emma Wright and the rest of the ladies on the floor right now.
Nice looking deadlift. That's all they've got time for. Emma Wright, 85 kilos. Come on, Wynn Stadium. We need to hear you here. Just the pull. Isn't it funny how athletes mimic the extension pull before they go to address the barbell? Hey, brain, this is what you're supposed to be doing.
Exactly.
Second attempt, Emma Wright. And now the brain, she's got time. She's got 10 seconds to lift this bar. She needs to give this absolutely everything. And that one just proving to be a little bit heavy. Emma Wright, well done, 82.5 kilos in the books. Triple threats. Two athletes still in. And Rekjim Kirawee. I'll tell you one young lady who's going to do very well in this has just entered the arena as well. Sammy Drescher from Top End Trouble. She saw me at the back and she goes, I'm not 6'2". I thought I'd offend her and she goes, I'm 6'3".
No, she did not.
Yes, she did. And she is 6'3" and she's about to pick the barbell up. Star Strength Pink. Emily Atten, 80 Karnowitz now. 80. April Herring getting her barbell done on the right of the screen. Getting back to Star Strength Pink, they're going to do very well out of this, a triple threat. And there's a PB right there. Because I heard a mouth to a judge, that's a PB. We don't call them PRs over here.
Personal best.
Personal best.
I know.
Okay, good. Glad you're catching on.
You don't call them pounds over here either, do you?
No, we don't. We don't call it Fahrenheit either. We don't measure in inches or ounces.
Oh.
Tess Herring looking beautiful in the center. And there's Sammy right there. She's so strong. And now she's a mum, she's even stronger. Triple threats. Hey, don't use all your energy up in the hugs. We need some more. We got more lifting to do. You got row 3 to commence for the triple threats.
Emma Wright is the only athlete that has hit this row so far from Ultra Instinct.
80 Karnowitz. Very proficient weightlifter and weightlifting coach. Expect things out of, big things out of her. Emily Atten, seen her at Torian this year. And Isabel Gosling make up the team, Star Strength Pink. The triple threat continues their threat on the floor and to these barbells. 80. Great position overhead. And wonderful to see Isabel Gosling back on the competition floor here in Wollongong.
Oh.
Isabel, power snatch for days.
Just missing that 80.
The triple threat.
Down to a single
Down
threat.
to a single. The Herring sisters are still in for Rektim Kirawee. Sammy Drescher, top end. There you are. Thanks, Sammy. Continue on. We'll
Next
see you
bar,
we'll see
please.
you in row 3.
Yeah.
Oh. I reckon the tongue out helps.
Yeah. So that matches Emma Wright's 82.5.
Star Strength Pink still with 3 athletes.
If all 3 athletes can get through this bar, that would match Star Soul Sisters. There must be something about having star in your name when snatching. Yes. That matches the Swole Sisters.
Tess Herring, the youngest of the Herring sisters, April, Beck, and Tess. All great competitors. But Tess entering row 3.
Oh.
Triple threats on the right. On the left, Star Strength Pink. Emily Atten, yes. Missed her first lift, but got the second. They've still got 40 seconds. 80 Karnowitz. 80, easy. And watch Isabel Gosling power snatch this last barbell. They've got 30 seconds. Plenty of time. On the raw iron, triple threats. Does not continue. Isabel Gosling bows out.
We lose 1 from Star Strength Pink, but 2 of their team members come forward to the 3rd and final row, and that 80-kilo bar.
Triple threat, great job. Tess Herring, Rektim Kirawee. Oh, Tess looking good.
Look how long her arms are, too. Very impressive.
80.
Oh,
That's it, done.
way to hang on to it.
But 2 of the taller girls in the field as
Yeah.
well, Emily Atten and 80 Karnowitz. It's a long way to go. And speaking of tall girls, Sammy Drescher in the background. You're not going to get much taller than 6'3", are you? Laura Clifton. Moving on to the barbell now. CrossFit Games competitor last year. Sammy.
No pop problem for Sammy there. No problem for Laura.
Emily Atten done. Tess Herring just waiting, giving herself more time to prepare.
Smart move.
80, she's going to need every ounce of strength here. Tess, unsuccessful. 80. Still 30 seconds before the rotation will happen. Emily will be the only athlete to progress forward. Laura Clifton hot on her heels. Holly Heine moving on with Laura for our side. Laura, easy. She's going to clear this thing. Emily Atten, great lifting. The tongue goes out. Drescher misses.
She's got time, though. She's got a good 25 seconds.
Drescher to go again. Top right of screen. Oh.
Just like we've seen so many times. You leave it a little out front, and then you send it too far back.
Overcook the next. And we got an 87.5 kilos, 2 barbells remaining.
Oh, Laura Clifton, no problem at that 85.
Oh, yeah! Well, that's what we want.
Star Strength Pink moving on to the final barbell.
Stop it.
But you know, Jeremy, Laura Clifton is just grabbing those barbells, no hesitation.
None
As soon as they say rotate, she's going to grip it and rip it.
Crowd is going to go absolutely bananas here. Emily Atten a chance to clear. Laura Clifton wasting no time. Oh, righto. Let's do that. Oh!
Yes! First athlete to clear the ladder.
Hey, Laura.
Absolutely electric.
Hey, Laura, what you got?
Yeah.
This is what I got. I got 90 kilos in the bank.
Good on ya.
Oh. And missing the 77.5 kilo bar.
Yep.
Oh. Outstanding. Star
That's
Strength
a
Pink.
Big move for Star Strength Pink. You think about how far all their ladies got.
Laura Clifton. I want to see a power snatch. Oh. She's making a run at the CrossFit Games next year as an individual.
Zero hesitation.
Ah! Give me another barbell.
Atta girl, Laura Clifton.
Another proud Kiwi, Laura Clifton.
She could probably do a couple more reps right there.
Just keep lifting till everyone else catches up. Alessi, good. Bryony Chalice. Emily DeRoy and also Christy Hollard. LSKD gold. 3 athletes still on the floor.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Emily DeRoy,
We've only
very
seen
strong.
a few teams make it past that 75 kilo bar with all 3 females still out there. LSKD has been so dominant so far in the competition. Can they be one of the teams that sends 3 athletes to the front row?
3 teams left. Christy Hollard lifting, failing. Emily DeRoy starts. LSK versus LSKD gold versus lion mode on the floor.
Third attempt for their third. Oh, so close.
Yet so far. 1 inch.
Third attempt though, valiant effort.
Christy Hollard. For one of the smallest athletes in the competition field.
Brilliant effort.
4 athletes left. 3 teams left.
A little wobble in those shoulders, but she got it. Huh.
Amy Alessi.
Oh. Good bail there.
She's
from
whipping her
Amy.
hair back and forth. Throwing the barbell into next week as well. LSK versus LSKD Gold. Peak Black Slims.
So far, Jeremy, Emily DeRoy has just been power snatching pretty much these barbells.
No.
Interested to see if she'll actually have to drop that hip below the knee on this 80-kilo bar.
Well, you think...
Barely.
You think young athletes... I don't know if I can count on my hands how many athletes have thrown that bar so far back they haven't been able to catch it.
Right.
Oh, Bryony Chalice just did it just then and buckled in the middle. Time ticking away. LSK done. One team remaining. Hey, we've still got time.
Oh! Great effort.
One athlete.
One athlete.
That's it. Emily DeRoy. Now, this is the stage where everyone is looking at you.
This is when it's fun, though, Jeremy. Yeah, look at her. Baiting the crowd.
All her fellow competitors yelling at her as well.
Okay, Emily.
What do you call that? Like
Okay.
a little bit of a jig. Happy dance. It's been the longest minute of all time.
It's because she's lifting so soon.
Oh, she's asking the cameraman to get out of the way. Get out
Amen.
of my line of sight.
Good for you, Emily.
That's where I look.
I respect that. Yep. She's got an approach.
Tension in the place.
Oh. So fun to see all these other females rooting her on. They want to see her clear this ladder.
I want to see her do it too.
Wow. Great effort from Emily DeRoy.
Body says yes, brain says no, but some great lifting from our female teams.
Two ladies, though. Two ladies, not just one. Two athletes have now cleared the ladder. What will we see in the men's heat? Very impressive efforts from all of these ladies right here, including Emily DeRoy from the leading team, LSKD Gold. Such a fun event. What could be better than being on the floor with your mates, lifting some heavy weight on a Saturday night under the lights here in Wollongong in the Wynn Stadium? And these ladies put on a show. Those Star Strength Pink and Star Strength gals getting so deep into that ladder. So many valiant efforts on that bar. And you're not just lifting that bar for yourself at this point, you're lifting it to make points for your team. And that is exactly what two of these ladies did, finishing the ladder, snatching the 90 kilos. For all you Americans out there, 200 pounds. That was absolutely epic. Laura Clifton, too bad we didn't have another barbell or four out there for Laura Clifton. She absolutely smashed that snatch ladder. Such a fun evening. here in Wynn Stadium. So many impressive saves, so many near misses. The elite ladies teams are done for the evening. They only have one more day of competition. Can LSKD Gold maintain their huge lead over the rest of the teams and finish out on top of the Down Under Championships? We're gonna toss down to Jeremy Austin, who is standing with one, possibly two of the ladies that just cleared this snatch ladder and the 90 kilos.
Thanks, Annie. And seriously, Emily, what's that all about?
Well, I'm not known for my cardio, so I had to do something with the team.
Wynn Stadium, what do we reckon about that lifting we've just seen? So you go into this, you miss the 77.5 kilo one, like straight off the bat, and then you've just got yourself together and gone through and done something that only one other person has done, male or female, in the entire ladder.
Yeah, just had to fix it so I could keep going. I didn't know that, so that's cool.
So you're in a team with Isabel Gosling and Adi Karnowitz as well. Tell me, was the experience of Isabel and also Adi's technical prowess as a weightlifting coach, did that help in getting you through this?
Yeah. So I actually compete against Adi in weightlifting, so it's been handy having the two of us there because we're able to like fix things quickly and keep moving as a team. And I think Izzy, that was almost a PB for her as well, so we're bloody happy.
Great to see her back on the competition floor as well. Emily Adden, congratulations on a great lifting performance and clearing the ladder first. We're going to be back with our male lifting coming up very soon for the team competition. So don't go anywhere. More action live in the Down Under Championship, Day 2, Saturday night here at Wynn Stadium. Hey, as if you were going anywhere on your Saturday night anyway, because we're not moving. We haven't. Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto with you. Day 2 of the Down Under Championship, live from Wynn Stadium, back in the Gong, and back to the place where it all started. 2012, the first time we were here, and we saw this event, 12.5. We're going to kick things off for the final session of lifting for the male teams.
And we wondered before that female team event just went, did Rob Forte pick the right weights for these barbells? Did he overshoot and underdeliver?
I don't think so.
Two ladies said, no, Rob, you did not.
But some great lifting and, better song to lift
I was
to
just
than this
gonna
one.
say. Is there anything else that could pump you up more?
Mesomorph, our first team to enter the floor.
This is your moment. You got to seize it.
And Emily Atten and Laura Clifton were just outstanding. Laura, way more in the tank.
I was just going to say, I wish we had about 3 more barbells for Laura.
And then, Emily, I'm not known for my cardio, so that's what I'm here for.
And the boys of Mesomorph, all clear the first bar, the 80-kilo bar. They'll move on, and Ocean Fitness Black steps onto the floor.
Things on the floor right now.
Easy power snatch.
Just black and white.
I get it.
What a great test. Time constraint, having to focus.
You know, I think it's easy to think that you got to be fast. There's time. There's time for all 3 lifters to lift. You don't have to hurry. You just need to be smooth, and you can't dilly-dally.
Dilly-dally, I like that.
That's American for not fanging it.
Correct. You got it. Seriously, you're going to get back and your husband's going to go, what the hell happened to you?
Welcome to the floor, RFX Athletic. Let's see what you got on a Saturday night in the Gong.
RFX stepping up. And that first barbell fairly easy. And it's funny, you go, the first barbell is really easy, it's at 80 kilos. It's like, oh, hang on. I was way heavier than the ladder started 10 years ago, but the progression of CrossFit, the progression of athlete, the level of training, it's increased so much.
It's about 10 kilos heavier than the original barbell in 2012.
It was, and daunting. Walking up to that first 70-kilo barbell, going, I can't snatch, but I can clean and press without touching my body, which constituted a snatch. It wasn't pretty, but if you took a start and finish picture,
all the points were hit.
All the points were hit.
The bar started on the ground, the bar finished overhead.
Don't worry about the middle stuff. No one needs to see that. Move along. Train hard, play harder. CrossFit play. Looking good. What if Lachlan's finished dragging his team around up and down that run
Boy,
today?
Did he. See what happens on the barbell for those gentlemen. We've only lost 1 gent from the floor. That's one of the members of Mesomorph, otherwise Ocean Fitness Black, RFX, and Train Hard, Play Harder still have all 3 members on the floor. And in comes Star Strength Amaranth to join the party.
Tell you the level of proficiency
I was just going to say
of Olympic lifting in CrossFit has increased significantly in the last 10 years.
Yep.
Mine has not, but everyone else's in the world has.
Well, the level of the elites most definitely has. I think, like you were saying, 2012, we saw a lot of variations of a snatch, I'll say.
Clean press, I call it.
Bastardizations might be a better a better way to describe it. But now we're seeing
I wouldn't go that far. Come on.
such
Give me a
prettier
break.
lifts, so much more technique.
I was trying.
Give me a second here. We see TDZ coming on the floor. Jeremy,
TDZ, I like that.
who's getting her lingo down?
Not to be confused with TDZ.
Who would ever say TDZ?
Who would? Mesomorphits, one athlete left. Starting the second row. Oof.
One of the boys from Ocean Fitness Black missing a lift on that 110 or 100 kilo bar. Oh.
Train hard, play harder. 3 athletes progressing steadily. RFX unsuccessful.
It looks like the boys of Mesomorphit might be done. Ooh. It wasn't pretty, but RFX got that lift in the nick of
it
time.
was actually a no rep completed after the 50 seconds, unfortunately. But you can tick it off as a PB on the competition floor if you want.
There you go. Here comes Rec Jim Kirui. All 3 of them easily clearing that first 80 kilo barbell. I almost thought that sign said nothing is possible, but it's nothing is impossible. Great sign to be holding, especially during this event.
Love how the athletes come out and absolutely punch that first bar. Jaden has a party coming out on the floor just then from CrossFit Botany and absolutely punching that barbell until it fell out of his hands.
Final member clearing the 105 bar for RFX Athletic. And right behind them, Train Hard, Play Harder, all 3 gentlemen from their team still lifting.
Ooh, Lockie a little bit short on that one.
I think I have a habit of jinxing a team when I say that.
Stop saying it then. You can feel the tension again slowly building. The murmur in the crowd.
Here come Carve OGs. End to end on that barbell, but he was easily able to hit the 80 kilos.
Carvo, geez. Alex Buckley looking real good under that one.
Yep. The last member of RFX stepping up to this 110 bar and just missing.
Did you see who was just on screen? Jake Standen. Batman Robin and JJ. But Jake Standen. You want someone to go deep into this one. Jake is your man. Carson Hancock goes all right as well.
Oh,
Jake. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh, get on the phone. Give me a call.
That's a good old Steph Curry move right there.
I'll tell you what I got. That is definitely going to make the highlight reel, I tell you.
Here comes Carbon Method CrossFit.
TDZ, great catch. And starting the second row, both TDZ and also Rick Jim Kirawee starting the row with 2 team members. Now that's impressive.
Well, I hope we didn't call too soon.
Time ticking away. Another snatch deadlift.
Yep.
Seen a couple of those this evening.
Sometimes you just know as soon as that bar leaves the ground, it ain't going up.
No, you know from the previous bar what's happening with the next one.
Unbound Athletic on the floor now. Making easy work at the first 80-kilo bar.
Oh, now, here's a name I'm going to throw out for late in this event. Royce Dunn.
Ah, good old Roycey Dunn.
I reckon the crowd's got louder.
Both gents from TDZ moving on.
Tell you what, Snatch, one of those movements, you don't get it completely right, you're not getting the lift.
It is an absolute love or hate movement. There is nothing in between on a snatch. You either love it or you hate it.
Hate it. Clean and jerk, though, on the other hand. There's ways around it. The snatch needs to be technically perfect.
Precision.
TDZ.
Oh, push up against that bar.
Jim Kirawee
Push.
waiting an eternity. That's a long time to be sitting in the bottom of a squat.
Sir.
Solid. Oh, there's some great lifting positions in the background.
Some great hair in the foreground.
Oh. Not even the power mullet's going to get that barbell moving. Yeah.
Redemption at the 115. Fantastic.
Oh, Jaden has a party, I tell you. CrossFit Botany, absolutely
that was beautiful.
Destroying this ladder so far. Luke Spencer in the background. Reebok CrossFit Frankston as well. Oh, this third row is going to be difficult to get to.
So close for both the gents there. Wreck Jim Kiraway. Oh! Stand it up! Atta-way.
What a great finish position.
Les boys have entered the stadium floor.
Rick Jim. 20 seconds. Tell you what, the time seems to be ticking away a lot faster. Too much to get into the final row. Now, I want you to keep your eye on Jaden Azzopardi, CrossFit Botany. He's moving to the 120 kilo barbell.
I love
What do
how
you
he
think?
gets that bar up into his hip. Beautiful lift.
So we've got now plenty happening on the CrossFit floor for our snatching. And if you thought CrossFit was just pull-ups, air squats, and push-ups,
Yeah.
we got something for you here.
Doesn't get much better than this.
It's like a rugby team. There's a position for everybody, and there's a movement for everybody in CrossFit.
Exactly. All the boys from Batman, Robin, and JJ still on the floor, moving to the 115 kilo bar. And we have our first athlete entering the third row.
This is great. You ask the crowd to yell, and they yell.
Oh, just barely lost it.
$125 kilos. Urging the Fitness Alley crew here to give him something.
And they gave it to him, and he gave it right back.
He did, blowing kisses to everybody. Oh, Jaden Azzopardi, are you joking? What is that?
I just love how high and tight up into his hip he gets that bar right before turning it over. Hustle Made, Team Hustle Made with James Newberry has now entered the floor. They've cleared that 80 kilo bar. Oh!
Now, if you overcook a lift, that means you can get it into the right
I
position.
was just going to say that. It should be a big confidence booster. Oh,
that one too.
great effort.
Gone the other way. Everyone's gone short and then overcooked.
Yep.
That was the opposite.
Yep.
Azzopardi now. The 127.5 kilo bar. His position when he receives overhead is ridiculous. Not this time.
Almost too fast for himself on that one.
So much time. Ooh, Jake Standen missing at 122.5, but he'll have another crack at this. He will lift before Jaden Azzopardi and gets it that time. Jaden Azzopardi, CrossFit Botany, what do you got for us?
Great effort. So no gent yet to clear that 127.5 kilo bar.
Getting spicy. Darcy Hancock and Jake Standen, Batman, Robin, and JJ. As Ariti, the superstars, enter the competition floor. Standen, what has he got for us? Someone with lifting shoes on.
Overcook. Plenty of time though, he's got about 20 seconds.
Oh, Carl Porter pacing up and down. He's ready to enter the floor too. And no good, and we'll run out of time. Hancock will continue.
And the 6'8" beast of Matt DeLugos has entered the competition floor.
We're going to have about the whole minute before the lift hits.
Not if he power snatches it. Oh, that was better than the 125.
Oof.
Speaking of almost power snatching it, Toby Crouch about to hit the 120 bar.
Ricky's going to like this event as well. As is a guy about to enter the floor, Chandler Smith, and Noah Olsen, and Saxon Pantrick. Oh, Toby, so
just
close.
Missing it.
Tell you what, the frame of the athlete doesn't justify what they lift.
Nope. And we saw that with the females. We saw that for sure with the females. Long, tall, short, small.
Emily Hutton is taller than me.
Yep. Ah, 130.
Here we go. Two more. Noah doing it easy on the left. Flipping the bird to the barbell, probably not a good idea. That's karma. It'll come back and bite you.
Spinning out on that competition floor.
Things getting hairy. Darcy going for it now.
James Newberry hitting an easy 105 on them runner legs.
Oh, Darcy Hancock, you're joking. It's almost power snatch territory.
Yep.
One to go.
Yep.
And the barbell down at 125 looked so bad.
Yep.
Whatever you've done in the last couple of minutes, it's working.
Oh.
Nathan Horner, the meatball in the center of the arena. Can he get it? No.
Here we go.
All right, Wynn Stadium.
135 kilos.
Oof.
Yes, he did. And like you said, Jeremy, the way that 122.5 looked, I really didn't think he had it in him. Absolutely zero hesitation at that 135.
Yeah, whatevs. We got that.
Look how casual he looks right there. Sir, you just cleared the ladder. How about a smile?
No, it's business time. Now, big drop off. 6'4" Army Phantom. Cameron Louis getting ready to lift. Top end of row 2. Saxon still looking pretty comfortable under that bar. Louis Foster.
Royce Dunn having no trouble with the 115.
Now you think about Chandler, Saxon, and Noah coming out here on the competition floor. They're having to convert the other way. It doesn't happen too often.
Right.
So they're probably going to go by feel rather than what the barbell loading is going to be.
You know, one of the easiest ways is If you know that it starts at 175, every 5 kilos is a 10-pound jump, every 10 kilos is a 20-pound jump-ish, enough. So if you can just remember that, you know about where you're at.
But it's probably even better if you take those numbers out of your head and you lift by feel.
Yep. Matt DeLugos, still power snatching.
Jack Jeffrey right of screen getting it done. The youngster from Cross Victorian, and now Royce Dunn. He'll have no problem with this.
Correct.
It's almost like a Christmas shirt. It's nearly Christmas time. Underway full senders. Benny Newland. He doesn't mind a barbell. It's just power snatch, 115. Okay, cool.
Funny, they decided to take the Budgie Smugglers off for the snatching event, huh?
Oh.
Or maybe they're still on under there.
Well, they probably might be. Royce mentioned his first time on the competition floor at regionals was right here. Still 3 from the underway full senders.
Yep.
Lucas O'Brien about to attack the bar. Jack Jeffrey.
Saxon having no trouble at 105.
Ricky doing well. Royce.
Solid
easy.
catch for Ricky.
Noah now 105.
So fast under that bar. Oh.
Hustle made, about to move forward onto the third row. Nariti, the superstars are out. Chandler. Oh, righto. Royce good for his lift. Saxon. Efficient. Benny Newland looking good as well. Noah, tick the box, move it on. Khan, easy lift for Khan Porter.
If you didn't see it, Royce Dunn there had no trouble at the 125 kilo bar. But he will be joined in the second row by 2 members of underway full senders.
Jack Clark and Benny Newland. 10 athletes on the floor. Hustle made. Only Royce left. Underway full senders, Jack Clark, Benny Newland. Chandler in the background, easy does it.
One of the better snatches I've seen from Mr. Chandler Smith. That looked good.
DeLugos as well, easy. Royce is done.
Ricky
Saxon
looking good at the 120.
Yeah, Ricky's looking really good. Khan Porter now and Noah Olsen. Oh, I have to say, Khan's looking a little bit better than Noah, even with heavier weight.
Khan looks really solid in his catch position right now. I'll tell you, the one who looked kind of the most wobbly on that 120 was Matt. And I think he needs to start to drop that hip a little bit on that catch. Get a little lower if he can.
Interesting to see the down underdogs all men at work. Who's going to get all 3 to the last barbell?
Ah, there we go, Matt.
Better.
Way to get under it.
Royce Dunn. Oh, Royce a little bit in front, but the benefit of having no other teammates.
Yep, he's got time. He's got to commit under.
Oh, Ben Newland. Love it.
Khan, that bar looks so easy for Khan Porter right now.
Royce, 30 seconds.
Oh.
He's still got time. This is what Royce wants. He does his best work with the roar of the crowd.
Finish that pull. There it is.
What is it about that platform and the tongue out? It's catching.
I guess you have to go down there to find out, huh?
Jack Clark, some great lifting from him from the underway full senders. The Lugas, good.
There's some long limbs lifting some heavy weight right there.
Ricky looking great.
Ricky's still power snatching that bar. Khan just looks so
Royce is getting better. He's got one to go.
There we go, Royce.
Now Benny Newland and Jack Clark for the underway full senders. 2 athletes.
It's a big move for them, having 2 moving on from that 130 bar.
And they had a good finish in event number 4 as well. Fighting it out with Hustle Made over the line. They would have beaten them.
Big points right now for
big points.
Underway full senders. Here we go. Can one more gentleman clear the 135? Matt making easy work of the 127.
Royce Dunn waiting. Oh, the lifting is off the charts tonight.
Royce Dunn.
Oh, it was there, Royce. One more attempt for him.
He's got it. Noah just missing the 125. Finish that pull, Royce.
Come on, Royce.
There it is. Oh. Noah hitting the 125 just in the nick of time.
Ben Newland moving to the last barbell now. Oh, DeLuga's missing.
Chandler Smith making.
Benny Newland.
Second. Oh.
Superstars. Half a chance.
Oh, Con Porter just missing.
Khan going again. He's got time. Oh, DeLuga's going.
Attaboy, Matty DeLugos.
Khan's got 5 seconds. He's got a grip and rip.
Oh, Saxon just made his lift.
No time for
gripped.
Khan Porter. Oof.
So, men at work. Down underdogs lose a member.
Oh, 2 from 2.
And men at work lose a member.
Oh, yes, sir.
Chandler.
Ricky.
What you got, Ricky?
No doubt he's going to nail this.
Oh. He's been looking better and better.
The nod to the crowd.
Oh! Almost lost it behind him. In his hometown. 1 barbell to go for Ricky Garrard. Chandler Smith made the 130 for his team. Here goes Saxon's second attempt. Oh, both him and Matt missing. So Chandler moves on to the 132.5, and Ricky Garrard in his hometown.
Well, they've been smack talking all week. And now it's coming down. Ricky gets first bite.
Whoa!
Chandler, the look over.
Oh, but Chandler's going to buy himself with some extra
time. Yes, he is. Wollongong absolutely erupting.
With the pose to boot.
And how about the nod from Chandler? Gives him the nod.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy, we're good.
Let's see it.
Oh.
Your turn, Chandler.
Here we go, the final lift. The final few seconds of day 2 of competition at the Down Under Championship.
300 pounds! No problem for Chandler Smith. Yeah! Big hug from Ricky Garrard and Chandler Smith. What an epic moment for the Down Under Dogs.
Oh,
the
they're
men
going
at work.
up. They're going up.
Oh!
Come on, there's more. Oh, exactly what the crowd wanted to see here in Wollongong. Oh, talk about goosebumps.
Saturday night
can't
can't get any
crowd is
better.
coming in.
Oh.
All the other competitors are gonna mill in here. This is going to be epic. Lift till you miss. Ricky will go first. This crowd on the edge of their seats. Talk about community. This is what it is all about. Ricky Garrard.
Hometown crowd.
Bite
in
of the
gong.
cherry. Here it is.
Oh.
Still got 45 seconds. This is the last event on day 2 of the Down Under Championship. Ricky, one final attempt to get this thing done. The hometown boy coming back to compete. Oh, so close.
All right. Toe-to-toe right here. Chandler Smith.
Here we go.
Who's going to win this trash talking session?
Chandler, yes!
Oh.
Absolutely off the Richter right now.
I cannot tell
Benny
you.
Newland.
Oh.
All 3 athletes clearing it, having a crack. Benny having one last chance.
That was absolutely stupendous.
Here we go, Benny Newland. Here we go, last rep. It's the last 20 seconds of event number 5. It is absolutely electric in here.
The entire crowd is on their feet.
Oh. Oh, out bloody standing.
I don't think we could have asked for more on a Saturday night.
Welcome back down under to the gong. Here we are.
Absolutely one of the best lifting events I've seen.
Oh.
That was too much fun. Great work from all of those athletes right there. You know, we've seen some trash talking. It's all just for fun between Ricky Garrard and Chandler Smith. How absolutely perfect that they ended at that 135 kilo bar together. Everybody was behind them. Saturday nights are meant for lifting, and lifting is exactly what we got here in the Gong, in the Wynn Stadium. So many memories made in so many years past, but most definitely this will be one of the most epic moments ever to go down here in Wynn Stadium at the Gong. Chandler Smith and Ricky Garrard going toe-to-toe on the snatch ladder. Congratulations to Chandler Smith, who won that. Men at work getting deep into the snatch ladder. You see Noah Olson right here, the 120 kilo bar. Royce Dunn, he had a couple cracks at the 135 kilo bar after making that 132.5. Unfortunately, Royce missed it twice. Just barely though, leaving it just a hair out in front. Great to see Royce on the competition floor again. Matt DeLugos, we expected big things from Matty, and he did deliver, as did teammate Ricky Garrard. here in his hometown of the Gong, Wollongong. Look at his teammates right there. And the smile on his face and the pose. Great job from Ricky Garrard. But when all was said and done, it came down to this man right here, Chandler Smith, making easy work of the 135. And after the boys were baited by the crowd to take some weight off one of the other bars and add it to that bar, they went toe-to-toe one more time. Ricky just missing, and Chandler coming out the victor. You can see how hyped the stadium was here in Wollongong. What a way to end the night and the second day of competition. 5 events done for these elite teams and individuals. Just 2 to go tomorrow, Sunday, the last day of competition here at Wynn Stadium. We say goodnight to you, but before we say goodnight, we're gonna throw down to Jeremy Austin, who has a couple of winners with him in the Wynn Stadium bar.
And we're talking about competitors, true competitors. There was a bit of smack talk out the back here in the warm-up area a couple of days ago. You got anything to say right now?
It was really, really cool to go out and see Ricky hit a personal best. Let's give it up for Ricky. That was pretty dope. So that's kind of the game with this whole thing. Like, we're never really going against each other, but we're pushing all of each other to go to the furthest limits that we can. Like, him being his best helps me be at my best. So I actually ended up setting the personal record too, because I saw him do it and I was like, that looked pretty cool.
Ricky, I've been here a lot of years. I don't think I've heard Wynn Stadium here in Wollongong any louder.
Oh, mate, if that doesn't go viral, then I don't know what we did wrong.
So you finished the ladder. We add some more weight, all the athletes around. We saw the same thing happen at the Capital event at the CrossFit Games this year with Rebecca Fusilier. Just amazing to have everyone so close and supporting all the athletes that are here.
Yeah, it was unreal. I did the Zach's format in training last week, and I actually missed the 135 at the end. The video on my Instagram was after that. So today I made it count, and that was my goal, and that's what I focused on all week, and manifest that I was going to hit it, and yeah, it paid off. And to have everyone there, all the crowd, everyone, all the athletes coming in, like, man, I'm still shaking now, and yeah, you can't beat it. It was so fun.
Good to be back, hey?
Oh, mate, it's unreal.
Chandler, did you expect something like this when you got on the plane to come down here?
No, this has definitely exceeded all my expectations. Like, I knew that you guys were really passionate about CrossFit here in Australia especially, but to see it in person, like having a packed crowd come out and like to cheer on a Friday, yesterday, no less, like that was crazy. But then today's experience has been one of those ones that I'll tell my kids about. So I really appreciate all you guys for sticking out here for that.
Great stuff from all of our athletes today, both the teams, individuals, adaptive masters, adaptive. Day 3 action, if it's anything like today, it's going to be off the charts. So make sure you tune in tomorrow morning and also at midday when we start the live broadcast, some more action. Day 3 of the Down Under Championship. We're going to really rip the roof off this place. We'll see you then.